Hey there, and welcome to Weeb Novel Audiobook, your hub for epic fanfics, original stories, and thrilling adventures brought to life. Make sure to subscribe for regular updates and swing by my Patreon for early access and exclusive mature content. Now, sit back and enjoy the journey.
No. No. Ned Stark, he was my father. He raised me. He loved me. His voice cracked, and my heart broke at the sight of his eyes filling with tears. Ghost stepped closer, his massive body shadowing John protectively. He will always be your father, John, Ghost said, his voice deep and rumbling, filled with reverence. The one who loved you enough to keep you safe from those who would have seen you dead. It's not fair, John whispered. He lied to me. All this time. He let me feel like a stain on his name, like I was something shameful. I stepped forward, falling to my knees beside him in the snow. No, John. He carried the weight of that lie to protect you. It wasn't shame. It was love. The purest kind. He turned to me, his expression breaking. A sob caught in his throat. Then why do I feel like I'm falling apart? I took his hands in mine. Because the ground beneath you just shifted. But you're still John. You're still the boy who held my hand when I had nightmares. You're still the man who saved me from Ramsay. You're still my brother. Nothing will ever change that. Tormund knelt beside us, his rough voice surprisingly gentle. You're the man who killed the bastard of Bolton and took back Winterfell. You are the man who saved my people and took knives to your heart for them and still keeps fighting for them. That's all I need to know. Ser Davos followed. You're the one I chose to follow after Stannis. Because you're a better man. You have my loyalty, Jon Snow or Aegon Targaryen, it matters little. Jon Bonds placed a hand on Jon's shoulder. Amy doesn't define you. You've bled and fought and suffered. You're not some prince born to privilege. You're the wolf who clawed his way through ice and fire. You're the man the North chose. Not for your name. For your deeds. You are not the king of the North for your name but 'cause you bleed, fought, and did your duty for North. Ghost let out a soft growl. You're my alpha, my brother who loved, protected and feed me since the very day you found me and my siblings beside our dead mother, John. That hasn't changed. John's lips trembled. Then he fell forward into my arms, burying his face in my shoulder. His body shook with silent sobs. I held him tighter. He needed to grieve. He needed to fall apart. And we would hold him together. Bonds crouched beside us, his voice quiet. You are the balance between ice and fire. The world needs you whole. We will not let you break. Minutes passed. No one said anything. Not until John finally sat back, his eyes red, but his expression more composed. This doesn't change who I am, he whispered. Ned Stark will always be my father. The North will always be my home. I nodded. And you will always be my brother. Not by blood. But by bond. Ghost wagged his tail once, a slow but powerful gesture. Then let the world know. Aegon Targaryen may be your name. But Jon Snow is the king in the North. Bonds smiled. We've got work to do. A dragon queen awaits. But she's not the only fire the world should fear. John met our eyes, steadier now. Hardened. Focused. Then let's remind the world why the North never forgets. Chapter 24, The Wolf God. The gates of Winterfell opened before us like the mouth of an old god, yawning wide in the biting chill of early morning. Sansa stood atop the battlements, her auburn hair braided in the northern stilly, arms crossed with that same calm, composed gaze she'd grown into. Beneath it, though, I saw it. The storm behind her eyes. She didn't want me to leave. Take care of our people, I told her, clasping her forearm in the Stark way. They're yours while I am gone. You're not just walking into a queen's court, John, she said quietly, leaning in. You're walking into a den of fire and ambition. Keep your wits sharp. I've got bonds. Ghost. Davos. Torment, I replied, nodding toward the three men and the massive, ice-cloaked wolf standing beside our horses. I'll be fine. And yet you were stabbed in the heart once, she muttered, forcing a smile. Just, don't die again. I'm getting tired of resurrected men. I chuckled softly and embraced her and kissed her forehead like I always do. Ghost nuzzled her shoulder, low rumble of affection in his throat. She buried a hand in his fur. Keep him safe, Ghost. Until my last breath, sister, Ghost said, his voice deep, cold, and regal. We rode out at dawn, 5 of us, me, John Bonds, Ser Davos Seaworth, Tormund Giantsbane, and Ghost. Our destination, Dragonstone. The seat of House Targaryen. Home to the Dragon Queen, Daenerys Targaryen. The great ship from the north cut through the waters like a dire wolf through snow, its sails flapping in the harsh wind that whipped along the narrow sea. On board, Jon Snow stood at the bow, eyes scanning the looming shadow of Dragonstone ahead. Beside him stood Ser Davos Seaworth, quiet and contemplative as ever. Tormund Giantsbane leaned on the railing, already looking annoyed by the lack of snow and the abundance of salt. Ghost, his enormous white dire wolf, stood stoic and silent, eyes constantly scanning the horizon. And behind them, cloaked in that same calm unpredictability, was Jon Bonds, the man who had become the North's enigma and their unexpected guardian. As the ship docked and the gangplank dropped, they were greeted by a welcoming party headed by Tyrion Lannister. Tyrion stepped forward with a familiar glint in his eyes, his hands behind his back and a faint smile playing on his lips. The bastard of Winterfell, he said dryly. Jon smirked faintly and stepped down the plank. The dwarf of Casterly Rock, he replied, meeting him halfway. Picking up scars along the way, I see. Tyrion chuckled. You haven't changed much. Still brooding. And you still drink too much. At least I've upgraded to better wine. You still drinking snow water? Davos stepped beside Jon, nodding respectfully. Lord Tyrion. We appreciate the welcome. Ser Davos. A smuggler turned knight. There's hope for all of us, then. Behind them, Tormund stomped down the plank like he owned it. Where's the food? You southerners don't starve your guests, do you? Tyrion raised a brow. And who is this walking beard? Tormund Giantsbane. Killed a giant, suckled his wife's teat, and now he's hungry. Delightful, Tyrion said dryly. Jon Bonds finally stepped forward. His silver hair glimmered under the daylight, his smile calm and unreadable. Jon Bonds. Wizard, Traveler and occasional chaos bringer. Is that a title you gave yourself? Yes, Bonds said without hesitation. And I've earned every syllable. Tyrion narrowed his eyes but smiled anyway. Then his gaze landed on Ghost. The dire wolf towered over Evriani, his fur a glimmering white cloak of frost. He didn't growl, didn't move, he simply stared with intelligent eyes. Ghost, Tyrion said with recognition, surprised. Last I saw you, you were a little snowball pup nibbling Jon's boots. Ghost didn't respond. Jon Snow stepped beside the dire wolf, resting a hand briefly on his back. He's grown. Tyrion blinked, clearly unsettled by the sheer size of the beast. Grown indeed. Let's just hope Daenerys has a fondness for oversized pets. Davos leaned sea loser to Jon. Let's just hope the dragons do. Tyrion began walking toward the steps leading up to Dragonstone. Come, the queen is waiting. And I suggest we don't keep her long. She's very fond of proper introductions. Bonds chuckled behind them. So are we. The great stone doors groaned as they opened, letting in the salty sea air and the echo of booted footsteps. Jon Snow strode into the vast, shadow-drenched throne room of Dragonstone. Black stone rose high above his head, lit only by flickering torches that barely softened the edges of the cold hall. To his left walked Ser Davos Seaworth, his steady presence a quiet source of calm. At the far end of the chamber, framed by two towering braziers, sat the woman they had traveled so far to meet. Daenerys Targaryen. She sat poised on her throne, silver gold hair braided like a crown, her violet eyes watching him like a hawk assessing a stranger on her land. A woman with the blood of dragons in her veins, yet no fire burned in her expression, only the calm calculation of a queen weighing her pieces before the first move. To her right stood Tyrion Lannister. The last time Jon had seen him, they'd stood atop the wall, two outcasts trading barbs in the cold. Time had not softened him, but power had polished his words. The familiar glint of sardonic amusement lit his gaze even now. Missandei stepped forward, her voice crisp and smooth, cutting through the silence with practiced grace. "You stand in the presence of Daenerys Stormborn of House Targaryen," she said, listing titles like stones into a pond. "Rightful heir to the Iron Throne. Rightful Queen of the Undals and the First Men. Protector of the Seven Kingdoms. The Mother of Dragons. The Khaleesi of the Great Grass Sea. The Unburnt. The Breaker of Chains." Jon blinked. That was a lot of name for one person. Davos shifted beside me, whispering, "We really doing this?" "And this is Jon Snow," I said, cutting in, "King in the North. And I am Jon Bonds, your grace, with me Ser Davos Seaworth and Tormund Giantsbane and our faithful companion Ghost." There was a pause, a beat of silence in which the air thickened with expectation. Daenerys studied him, waiting. "Thank you for traveling so far, my lord," she said at last. "I hope the seas weren't too rough." Jon dipped his head politely. "The winds were kind, your grace." She offered a nod, then leaned slightly forward on her throne, her eyes still locked on him. "I hope you'll forgive me for not inviting you to sit. The circumstances call for a certain formality." "Of course," Jon replied simply, standing firm. He felt like a man walking into the heart of a storm and pretending not to hear the thunder. But little did she knows what kind of storm she have invited upon herself. "You've traveled all this way to bend the knee?" Daenerys asked. The words were spoken gently, but Jon could hear the weight behind them. He held her gaze. "I didn't." Tyrion raised an eyebrow. "Then why are you here?" the queen asked. "Because this is the only place anyone's listened to me," Jon answered. "Because you're not like your father." A flicker barely there crossed Daenerys' expression. A shadow of emotion, quickly concealed. "And what's that supposed to mean?" she asked coolly. Jon's voice was calm. "I'm not here to murder. Or steal. Or conquer. I'm here to fight. Together." Daenerys narrowed her eyes slightly. "Fight what?" Jon stepped forward, the gravity of his words tightening his jaw. "The only war that matters. The Great War. It's already begun." Tyrion stepped in, hands clasped behind his back. "Forgive me, your grace," he said, "but I know Jon. He's not a liar. If he says the dead are coming." Daenerys raised a hand, her voice calm but firm. "We were all taught to beware the northern threat. But White Walkers. The Night King. These are stories. Tales. They're real," Jon said firmly. "I've seen them. If they get past the wall while we squabble over who sits on which throne, everyone will die. You'll be ruling over a graveyard." She considered that. Her gaze didn't waver. "I am the last Targaryen," Daenerys said. "I was born to rule the Seven Kingdoms. And I will." "I'm not asking you to give up your crown," Jon said. "I'm asking you to join the fight. We need to stand together, or we will fall separately." Davos stepped forward again, his voice rising with emotion. You want John to bend the knee, and what do you offer in return? This man's the reason the North still stands. He's been killed and brought back and still fights for his people. He's not here for glory. He's here because he's the only one who truly knows what's coming. John gave Davos a quick, warning glance. That's enough, he muttered. Daenerys was watching him with the same intensity she had begun with. Then I suppose we'll discuss it later. You've come a long way. You must be tired. John's voice sharpened. Are we prisoners here? A smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. Not yet. Daenerys' POV, the air in the throne room of Dragonstone shifted the moment the words left my lips. Not yet, I said to Jon Snow, my voice soft but sure. It was a response meant to both tease and assert control, but the look he returned was anything but amused. Behind him, Ser Davos Seaworth stiffened. Tormund Giantsbane squinted slightly, and the strange man known only as John Bonds gave the faintest of smirks. And then, the dire wolf moved. Ghost. He had stood silently this whole time, like a spectre carved from snow and wind. But now before my very eyes he grew. Not slowly, but like a gust of ancient magic pulled through him, his body stretching, his fur whitening further, glowing faintly like the ice of a frost-covered mountain peak. Runes of blue shimmered to life across his flanks, pulsing with ancient, unknowable power. His size doubled in seconds, now towering over any horse I had ever seen. The air dropped in temperature so suddenly that even the torches lining the walls flickered violently, some snuffing out altogether. Frost crept across the stones beneath his paws. And then he spoke. What exactly makes you think you can cage us? His voice was deep, layered with a low, rumbling snarl, yet perfectly clear. A beast's voice, intelligent and ancient. Missandei gasped audibly. Grey Worm stepped forward, hand instinctively going to the hilt of his weapon. Tyrion blinked once, twice, mouth agape. I stood frozen, unsure if I had heard a voice or a hallucination. Before anyone could speak, the world changed again. Jon Snow and John Bonds moved. No transformed. It was not sorcery I recognized, nor fire nor shadow. Their bodies glowed with pale light, muscles expanding, armor forming from nothing like it had been summoned from the heart of the earth. Their human forms stretched and twisted into something more, something other. Towering half-wolves, clad in ethereal, ancient armor. Jon Snow's eyes burned with storm-gray fire, his long dark hair whipping around his armored helm like a mane of shadow and ice. Twin Valyrian steel katanas appeared in Bond's hands, sleek and ominous, while Longclaw glinted at Jon Snow's side, already in his grip. They stood side by side, guardians of the cold, howling storm. Davos and Tormund stepped forward, and even their weapons, swords and a massive axe, now gleamed with otherworldly energy. I didn't know how, but I could feel it in my bones. Those weapons were enchanted, magic lived in their steel. The Southerners, my people, had never seen anything like this. The air crackled. Cold mist billowed across the floor. Ghost spoke again, sharper this time. If any of you even think to call upon the dragons, or raise your hands in threat, I will turn them to ice statues and shatter them to snow. Spikes of ice burst from the air around him, levitating, spinning lazily like they were his claws made manifest. The temperature dropped further. I could see my own breath. So could everyone else. Tyrion swallowed hard. I didn't move. Because in that moment, one truth echoed louder than any title, louder than any prophecy, louder than any war cry. These were not ordinary men. These were forces of nature. And I had no idea what they were. Chapter 25, The Iron Throne. Jon Snow stepped forward now, his armored boots clicking against the frozen stone. His voice was calm but cut through the silence like a blade. Will you hear us now? I nodded before I could think to stop myself. John turned sleightly toward John Bonds. Show her. Bond stepped forward, his twin katanas disappearing in twin flashes of light. He raised one gaunt-leafed hand, and a strange, glowing orb of silver and blue floated above his palm. "This is what we face," Bond said. The orb shimmered, expanded, and an image bloomed into the air like smoke-forming shape. A great field of snow, and a tide of the dead. Thousands. Tens of thousands. Whites. Pale blue-eyed monsters. The Night King at the center, tall and terrible, riding a lethal steed. But it was not just the army that made my blood turn to ice. It was the blade he carried, long, crystalline, glowing with eerie dark energy. "That sword," Bond said, "is called the Blade of Victory. It was forged from cursed ice by forgotten gods, said to never lose in battle. The Night King wields it with power no mortal can match. He also possesses a skill that allows him to see strikes even before they happen. Like he can read minds." Tyrion asked, his voice strained. "No. He sees the intent. The attack. A heartbeat before it occurs. Enough to turn every duel into slaughter." Tyrion looked pale. Varys, who had slipped into the chamber unnoticed, murmured, "Gods help us." I couldn't tear my eyes away from the image. The Night King was, beyond anything I'd imagined. A storm wrapped in flesh and malice. Tormund stepped forward now, his broad chest heaving. "That is what almost wiped out my people. I saw it. Fought it. If King Crow hadn't come when he did, we'd all be bones on the ice. Burned or broken. This is not some tale told around a fire. It is real." Ghost lowered his massive head and growled. "And while all of you squabble over thrones and crowns, the true enemy marches. Every moment wasted is another death." Jon spoke again. "We didn't come here to threaten you. We came to ask for your help. You speak of breaking chains and saving the people. This is the war that will decide if anyone is left to rule." I looked at him. Truly looked. He could have attacked. He could have brought war. But he brought warning, truth, and a request. "You came for alliance, not submission," I murmured. Jon nodded. "And to prove that you're not your father. That you'll be the queen who fights for the living." The throne beneath me felt heavier. My crown seemed older. But something warm stirred in my chest. Hope or admiration? Maybe both. I looked at the king in the north and saw not a rival, but perhaps an equal. "Then let us talk." And this time, I meant it. The chamber had fallen into a heavy, contemplative silence. The swirling illusions of the Night King's army faded into the air, leaving behind only the crackling torches and the frost still lingering on the black stone floor. Daenerys was no longer seated on her throne. She stood now, pacing slowly, her expression a complex knot of thought and doubt, courage and fear. Jon Snow stood still, hands clasped behind his back, his transformed armor slowly receding as the tension lowered. Ghost remained beside him, his massive form curled beside the Northern Company, blue eyes glowing faintly in the dim light. Daenerys' voice cut the silence. "If what you've shown me is true, then this war is bigger than the Iron Throne. But convincing the people of Westeros, especially Cersei Lannister, will not be so simple." Tyrion stepped forward. "My queen is right. The queen in the south does not care for the common good. She'll see this as a ploy, a trick. She must be shown the threat with her own eyes." Tormund scoffed, stepping forward. "We fought those things in Tehe Snow. Lost almost all my people to them. Women, children, warriors, it didn't matter. They came like a storm and left nothing but silence behind. And this Lion Queen thinks she can sit in her golden tower while the world freezes around her." Jon Bond's tone was sharper, colder. "You want to waste time parading this army of corpses to her doorstep? We could end Cersei and her army in one night. My magic, Ghost, the enchanted weapons we wield she wouldn't last an hour. Then, you could unite all the kingdoms without bloodshed. That's not without bloodshed, Tyrion argued. That's conquest. It's reality, Bonds countered. We fight the dead, not out of ambition, but necessity. Cersei is not an ally. She's a rot that spreads from within. While we play diplomacy, the dead grow stronger. Daenerys narrowed her eyes. You speak of destroying a queen who blew up the Great Sept with wildfire and murdered hundreds, Ser Davos cut in. You know what she is, your grace. Daenerys looked between them. Her gaze stopped on Jon Snow. He met her eyes. We're not here to tell you how to rule. Only to ask for your help. But we'll help you, too. Bring your army north when the time comes, and I will help you deal with Cersei. We can bring the realm together for the living. Let us show we are not here for your throne but to unite the realm under the banner of living no matter who sits on that accursed chair. There was a pause. Ghost's deep, rumbling voice echoed through the hall. If Cersei attacks, she will fall. But if she's allowed to scheme, she'll take your dragons from you. She's fire without reason. Tormund nodded. She's poison in a crown. If Snow's asking to help her, it's only because he's too damn noble. Jon raised an eyebrow. I'm asking because unity is better than more war. But if she doesn't see reason then we deal with her, Bonds said. Quickly. Quietly. Daenerys was silent again. The weight of her ancestors seemed to sit on her shoulders. She turned slowly and looked at the throne. If I do if I leave Dragonstone, I will need assurances. You'll have them, Jon said firmly. Help us save the realm, and I'll help you take the throne. Not with blood, but with unity. She finally nodded. Very well. We'll plan to reach out to Cersei, Bulletin T if she refuses, then I will march north. We fight together. There was a subtle, collective release of breath from the northern group. Daenerys raised a hand, signaling the guards. Show our guests to their chambers. They've had a long journey. As they began to exit, Jon Snow paused in the archway. He looked back. His voice was low, but clear. You're a better ruler than many I've met, Daenerys Targaryen. She turned to face him. Not because of dragons. Not because of titles. But because you listened. And so many would not. Daenerys blinked. A small, surprised smile tugged at her lips. As Jon left with his companions Ghost, Bonds, Davos, and Tormund she watched him go, a strange warmth blooming beneath her ribs. Her heart beat a little faster. Tyrion stepped up beside her. You're thinking of something, he said, his usual wit softened. Yes, she replied quietly. I'm thinking, that I may not be the only fire burning on this path. She turned back toward the throne. But the thought of the king in the north lingered far longer than she expected. King's Landing, after 3 weeks, the sun bore down heavily over the dragon pit, casting long shadows across the ancient, crumbling stones as banners fluttered with uneasy pride. The meeting had been hard-won. Months of letters, messengers, and diplomacy mostly handled by Tyrion and Ser Davos had led to this fragile, precarious moment of peace. All sides were present. Cersei Lannister, draped in black and crowned in gold, stood at the head of her guards, her dead-eyed mountain looming at her side like a silent executioner. Jaime Lannister stood a pace behind her, his golden hand polished and gleaming. Euron Greyjoy lounged nearby with his usual smirk, arrogance dripping off him like sweat. Opposite them stood Daenerys Targaryen, resplendent in Targaryen red and black, her dragons screeching overhead before perching atop the dragon pit walls. Tyrion was by her side, visibly tense. Jon Snow stood firm, his cloak billowing in the wind, with Ghost at his side silent and larger than life. Jon Bonds stood just behind him, his eyes dark and unreadable, a predator coiled in human form. Ser Davos and Tormund Giantsbane completed the northern delegation. Tyrion was the first to speak, ever the broker of words. Thank you all for coming. We're here to discuss a matter that affects not just the Iron Throne, but the fate of all the living. Cersei scoffed. You drag us out here, to this dusty ruin, to parrot more tales of frozen corpses. Bonds raised a hand. A sudden ripple of silence fell as he muttered a word. A portal shimmered open mid-air, revealing a memory preserved in icy detail, White Walkers marching across the frost-covered woods, dragging their dead army behind them. The Night King standing at the edge of a frozen lake, blade in hand. The blade of victory shimmering with doom. Gasps echoed around the pit. Daenerys narrowed her eyes, her lips parting. This is real. But Cersei stood unmoved. It's sorcery. Tricks. You show illusions, parlor games. There is no army of the dead. Bond stepped forward slowly. You think this is a trick? Then perhaps the mountain can test us. With a blur of motion, the mountain moved an instinct to strike. But before he could bring down his sword, Jon Snow unsheathed Longclaw and cleaved the mountain vertically in half with one devastating upward strike. The air rang with silence and steel. Gasps turned to screams. Jaime stepped forward, hand on his sword but froze. Euron lunged. Enough of this farce, he snarled, sword raised. Before he could finish, Jon Bonds raised a single finger and a gout of blue flame surged forth. Euron Greyjoy screamed as fire engulfed him, his skin peeling away in sheets until only ash remained. The Lannister gold cloaks charged to defend the queen. And that's when G-Host moved. His eyes glowed with ancient, glacial power. With a low growl, he raised one paw and slammed it to the stone. A surge of ice erupted. 7 of Cersei's guards were frozen solid in place mid-swing, mid-breath. A single flick of Ghost's paw and air frozen bodies shattered like glass, leaving only icy mist behind. A cold silence fell. Even the dragons above quieted. Cersei stumbled back in shock, eyes wide in primal fear. Daenerys turned to look at Ghost, her breath catching. He said he would turn my dragons to ice statues if I tried to harm them, she whispered to herself. And he can. Tormund stepped forward, his axe bristling with ancient enchantment. That's what the Great War looks like. This is what nearly wiped my people out. Snow saved us. You should listen. Ghost stepped forward now, towering and noble. Enough of this squabbling. While you play games of thrones, the true enemy marches. If not for us, you'd already be ash or bone. Cersei's voice cracked. I will not be threatened in my own city, Tormund growled and, in one brutal move, leapt forward, his enchanted axe cleaving through the queen's neck before anyone could react. Her head rolled to the steps below, bouncing once. The pit fell deathly quiet. Jaime did not fight. He dropped his sword. I surrender, he whispered, voice breaking. I never believed her lies. I tried to stop her. Daenerys turned to Jon Snow, her voice quiet. You could have conquered us from the start. Why didn't you? Jon Snow's voice was low, resolute, because we came to save the realm, not rule it. She stared at him, awe blooming like fire in her chest. You could have burned King's Landing to the ground. Your beast ghost could have killed my dragons. But you didn't. Bonds added softly, we chose Unit Y. Not domination. Daenerys looked around. The Lannister forces were kneeling. Her dragons still roared from above. But her heart, it was quiet. Respect. Affection. And maybe something more for the king in the north who stood unshaken. I will march my armies north, she said. I will lend my dragons. My fleet. My allies. I swear it. Ghost bowed slightly. Then let us march. Winter is coming. Tyrion, eyes wide, looked at Daenerys. "This changes everything." Daenerys nodded, her gaze still locked on Jon Snow. "Yes. It does." Chapter 26, To the north the Red Keep stood gleaming under the soft orange hue of the setting sun. A cool breeze drifted in from Blackwater Bay, rustling the banners bearing the Targaryen sigil that now flew high above the ramparts. The city below, once filled with tension and bloodshed, now brimmed with something unfamiliar hope. The coronation had taken place earlier that day. Lords and ladies from the Reach, Stormlands, Westerlands, Crownlands, and Dorne had gathered in the great hall of the Red Keep to witness Queen Daenerys Targaryen ascend the throne officially. Only one realm had remained silent during the vows of fealty: the North. Not out of rebellion, but because the king in the North was already here, standing tall beside the Dragon Queen, bound not by politics or conquest, but by mutual respect and a shared future. It had been a month since Cersei Lannister's fiery demise in the Dragon Pit, a month since the alliances had shifted like tectonic plates across the Seven Kingdoms. The Red Keep had seen more northern boots in its halls than ever before, and the sight of a massive white dire wolf casually lounging in the Queen's garden had become almost mundane. Ghost was, after all, not just a dire wolf anymore. With his Nofo-ND power, ice bent to his will, and whispers of frozen winds followed in his wake. The guards gave him a wide berth, though he often passed them with little more than a huff and a judgmental glance. The northern party had remained in the capital at the KN's invitation. No longer just allies, they were her honored guests, her shield in the shadows. Jon Snow, king in the north, and his companions Jon Bonds, Ser Davos Seaworth, and the wildling warrior Tormund Giantsbane had been given chambers in the Tower of the Hand. Ghost preferred to sleep wherever he pleased, which usually meant in the Jon Solar or near the Three Dragons, as for his own word magical creatures should stick together. The North had not bent the knee. But neither had it drawn its sword. Instead, what emerged was something unprecedented, an alliance of equals. Jon had made it clear, the North would not be ruled. But it would stand beside the Queen, shield in hand, as long as she proved herself worthy of the realm's loyalty. And she had. The houses that had once stood against House Stark and Targaryen found their legacies upended. Tyrion Lannister, pardoned and legitimized, was now Lord of Casterly Rock and Hand of the Queen. With his siblings gone, he ruled wisely, with justice rather than fear. Rhaenyra Greyjoy now held the Salt Throne, having bent the knee to Daenerys, and ruled the Iron Islands with a stern but honorable hand. News from the north came via Gendry Baratheon, now Lord of Storm's End. He had been traveling to the north when he heard his skill as a blacksmith was needed to forge weapons coated in dragon glass for the war against the dead. He arrived bearing a letter from Sansa Stark, in her unmistakable script, and word of northern politics. Petyr Baelish had been executed for treason, his countless manipulations laid bare by the combined testimony of Sansa, Bran Stark the Three-Eyed Raven, and Arya Stark, who carried out the sentence. Jon's heart had lifted with joy and disbelief. His siblings were alive. His sisters strong, and his brother, something more. The Reach was now under Willis Tyrell, the crippled but brilliant heir who ruled alongside his sharp-witted grandmother, Olenna Tyrell, the Queen of Thorns. Dorne had bent the knee under Princess Arianne Martell, fiery and fierce. Gendry Baratheon, legitimized by Daenerys as Lord of Storm's End, stood proud and loyal, his hammer slung over his shoulder. Robin Arryn, ever fragile, was Lord Protector of the Vale, guided by a council of advisors. Edmure Tully had been restored as Lord of River Run, and the Riverlands had begun to flourish under his quiet, unambitious rule. Peace, for the first time in years, felt real. Tangible. Daenerys stood at the balcony of her solar that night, overlooking the city. Behind her, she could hear quiet murmurs, Jon Bonds and Ghost exchanging jests and plans for defense. She turned as Jon Snow entered the room, his expression the same careful mix of weariness and purpose she had come to recognize. "I still don't like being here," he muttered. You mean in the capital? She asked with a smile. He nodded. Feels too warm. Too many Southerners staring like they've never seen a Northerner before. They haven't seen a king quite like you before. He looked at her then, and the tension eased. We'll see how long that crow WN stays on my head. Daenerys stepped closer. As long as you wish it to. There was peace for now, but the war with the dead was coming. And together, they would face it. And perhaps, just perhaps, there would be room for love between fire and frost. That night, under the moonlit sky in the royal gardens, Jon asked Daenerys to join him. The scent of jasmine and citrus hung in the air, the serenity of the place a stark contrast to the storm in Jon's heart. Ghost lay in the shade nearby, lounging beside Jon Bonds, while Ser Davos and Tormund stood a short distance away, pretending not to eavesdrop. They were all waiting for something they couldn't quite name. I have to tell you something, Jon began, his voice low. Daenerys tilted her head. You're not going to declare yourself a Lannister, are you? He chuckled dryly, but the amusement didn't reach his eyes. Worse, maybe. I'm not who you think I am. And so he told her. Everything. His parents. Rhaegar and Lyanna. His real name Aegon Targaryen. The truth bulletin ride beneath years of lies and shadows. Daenerys stood frozen, her mind grasping at threads she didn't know existed. That means, the Iron Throne. You have it, Jon said quietly. I don't want it. But it's yours by right. I never wanted a crown. I never wanted anything but to protect the North, to protect my family. I thought I'd die with a sword in my hand on some cold battlefield. But now. Daenerys reached for him. You'd share it with me. Jon hesitated. I'd fight beside you. Rule beside you, that's what it takes to bring peace. You'd marry me, she asked, her voice almost a whisper. Jon stood there, blinking as if the concept had never crossed his mind. Mouth slightly open. No answer. From the shadows, Bonds burst into laughter. By the gods, someone hit the man. He looks like he's seen the wall grow legs and start dancing. Ghost snorted, eyes gleaming. Do you accept the Queen's proposal, or shall I bite your arse to make you speak? Tormund laughed so hard he nearly fell over. I've seen mammoths with more sense. Say yes, you big snow-covered dolt. Ser Davos grinned warmly. You're perfect for each other. Maybe, after so many years, the realm will finally have a king and queen who care about more than just power. Jon finally found his voice, cheeks tinged red. Yes, yes, I'll marry you. Daenerys smiled, radiant and relieved. Ghost muttered, about time. Bonds grinned. And here I thought we'd have to fight another war just to get them to admit it. Laughter and warmth surrounded them. The war against death was still ahead, but tonight, in the heart of peace, love bloomed under moonlight. Jon Snow's POV, I stood atop the battlements of the Red Keep, wind tugging at the stark furs around my shoulders, and looked out over the horizon as the greatest army Westeros had ever assembled prepared to march north. It was a sight I never imagined I would live to see. Banners of houses that had been enemies for centuries now waving side by side under a single cause, survival. 6 kingdoms, united. Not by love, nor by legacy, but by the chill of death creeping south. Daenerys stood beside me, her hair braided in the Targaryen tradition, her expression firm and regal, but I could feel the slight tremble in her fingers when they brushed mine. Ghost lay at our feet, his massive white body curled like a sentinel, ice mist gently curling from his nostrils. Behind us, the clamor of war echoed through the capital as armies mobilized. Tyrion oversaw the logistics with Missandei, their voices rising and falling over rosters and supply chains. The Unsullied, precise as ever, fell into disciplined ranks while the Dothraki rode through the outer roads like fire and wind, chaotic and powerful. And from the south, the lords of Westeros answered the call. Lord Gendry Baratheon of Storm's End arrived first, hammer strapped to his back, leading a small but fiercely loyal Stormlander force. He clapped me on the shoulder like a brother and swore to bash the skulls of any white that dared cross his path. He is a good lad, and if the rumors are true, he is able to make my little wild wolf sister fall for him. Which is shocking to say at least. Princess Arianne Martell came from Dorne, her warriors cloaked in sun-colored silks over chainmail, riding swift desert horses and Baron G curved spears. Her presence alone gave Daenerys a political strength few would question. Willis Tyrell, crippled but brilliant, rode in a carriage bearing the Rose of Highgarden, flanked by thousands of Reach Knights, and his grandmother, Olenna Tyrell, W.Ho, insisted on joining the march. "If I'm to die to walking corpses, I'd rather be useful and bitter until the end," she said with that trademark glare. Tyrion Lannister, now Lord of Casterly Rock, led the remaining loyal Westerlands forces, Jaime at his side, commanding with silent strength. Despite all that had happened, Jaime's loyalty to the realm had brought him back to the battlefield. Ed Muirtully rallied the Riverlands, and Robin Arryn came down from the Vale with his knights, the Falcon banners high. And at the heart of it all stood Daenerys Stormborn and I, the dragon and the wolf, bound by war, destiny, and soon marriage. The day before we left, Sam arrived. He came through the Red Keep gates just after sunrise, Gilly clutching little Sam to her chest, her eyes wide with awe at the southern architecture. I rushed down the steps 2 at a time to meet him, Ghost barreling ahead like a storm. "John!" Sam called, breathless as we collided in a hug that nearly knocked him over. "You came," I muttered, slapping his back. "Of course I did. I had to see you. And you won't believe what I found in the Citadel." "I already know," I said softly. He blinked, stunned. "How?" John Bonds stepped forward, arms crossed and grinning. "That'd be me." "John Bonds?" Sam stared at him in disbelief. "You're John Bonds? The wizard I heard about. In the enchanted flesh." Bonds summoned a sphere of shimmering blue flame in one palm, letting it spin idly in the air. And then Ghost spoke. He didn't take it too well at first. Sam and Early jumped 3 feet. Gilly gasped. Little Sam giggled. "He talks." "I do a lot more than talk now," Ghost said, yawning. Ice fangs shimmered inside his jaws. The reunion was a storm of laughter and awe. I introduced Sam to Daenerys, who greeted him warmly and offered quarters in the tower. Sam bowed with a touch of awkwardness, then congratulated us both on our engagement. "She's not like her father," he whispered to me later. "I can see it in her eyes." We spent the evening in council, making final preparations for the march. John Bonds and Tyrion reviewed our routes. The Unsullied would march up the King's Road. The Dothraki would sweep ahead in waves. Ghost, Tormund, and I would lead the vanguard. Daenerys remained at the center, flanked by her dragoness, symbols of fire and fear. And at dawn, the gates opened. The drums of war beat slow and steady. The wind carried the chill of the long night. And together, we rode. For the living. For the realm. For the last war the world might ever know. Chapter 27, He North. The air in the north bit with a sharpness that only those born of it could breathe in like comfort. It was a chill that wrapped around bones and kissed every exposed inch of skin, but for Jon Snow, it felt like home. From atop the highest rampart of Winterfell, the banners flew not only the dire wolf of House Stark but the dragon of House Targaryen, the lion of House Lannister, the son of House Martell, the golden rose of House Tyrell, the falcon of the Vale, and the stag of Storm's End. The greatest army Westeros had ever known rolled like thunder across the icy plains. Thousands upon thousands of soldiers, Dothraki screamers, unsullied phalanxes, southern knights, archers from the Vale, spearmen from Dorne, Tyrell cavalry, Stormlanders under Lord Gendry Baratheon, and gold-cloaked Lannister warriors led by Jaime himself marched north under the banners of peace. And above them soared the dragons. Drogon, Rhaegal, and Vice-Ryan split the sky like living gods, their shadows casting awe and terror below. For once, they were not harbingers of fire and conquest but of unity. Jon Snow rode at the front, flanked by Daenerys Targaryen and his ever-loyal companions Ghost prowling beside him like a walking winter storm, Jon Bonds armored in dire wolf steel, Tormundi cracking jokes about how his giant's blood wasn't made for southern weather, and Ser Davos Seaworth murmuring prayers under his breath. They were home. The gates of Winterfell groaned open, and standing there, wrapped in furs and authority, was Sansa Stark. Behind her stood the entirety of Winterfell's remaining strength, archers lining the walls, blacksmiths halting their work, small folk gathering to witness history. Her face, usually carved in frost, broke into a warm smile as her eyes met Jon's. "Welcome me home, King in the North," she said, her voice soft and strong. Jon dismounted and walked forward, embracing her. She held him tight, a silent acknowledgement of the impossible made real. Her lips brushed his ear. "You brought the world with you." He stepped back, eyes bright. "And we'll need it all." As the southern hosts were given quarters and dragons circled to their designated roosts, Jon slipped away from the overwhelming tide of strategy, noise, and duty. There was one face he hadn't seen. One soul he needed. He found her in the Godswood. The heart tree's red leaves rustled with the wind, the carved face ancient and still. Arya Stark stood before it, blade sheathed at her hip, arms crossed. She didn't turn when she spoke. "I was wondering when you'd how up." Jon took slow steps forward, his voice caught somewhere between laughter and a sob. "You got taller." She turned. Her smile was sharp as ever. "And you got more dramatic." "An army? Dragons? Couldn't just ride a raven like a normal brother." He reached for her, and she ran into his arms. They held each other like the last two pieces of a shattered world. It had been too long, and yet it felt like no time at all. "Sansa told me," Arya whispered against his shoulder. Jon froze. "About your parents. Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark." He pulled back, ashamed, but she shook her head. "You're still my brother. You always will be. Doesn't matter whose blood you have. You're Jon. My Jon. And the only man who ever treated me like I wasn't just a girl with a sword." He laughed, swallowing the emotion. "You were always more than that. You are Arya Stark of Winterfell. And you're Jon Snow. The King in the North. Savior of the living. White Wolf. Don't ever forget that." The wind picked up, rustling the leaves. Winter had come. But so had hope. The wind howled against the ancient walls of Winterfell, carrying with it the scent of snow and steel. Fires crackled in the hearths, their glow casting dancing shadows across the stone halls where the greatest lords and warriors of Westeros had gathered. This was no ordinary council, this was the planning of the greatest war Westeros had ever seen. Jon Bonds stood at the long table in the great hall, surrounded by faces hardened by battle and sharpened by loss. Beside Him, Ghost loomed like a living myth, his alabaster form rippling with restrained energy, frost trailing his breath as he silently scanned the room. Jon Snow stood across from him, his arms folded, eyes stern and filled with weighty purpose. "We all know why we are here," Bonds began, his voice calm but commanding. "The Night King is not a myth. He is real, and he's coming." Bran Stark, seated to the side with a firelit glow behind him, spoke next. "He has found the Horn of Winter. He can bring the wall down. I have already sent ravens to Eastwatch and Castle Black. Evacuation is underway, but we must prepare for the worst." Tormund grunted. "The worst is exactly what we'll get." Jon Snow stepped forward. "All non-combatants, women, children, The elderly are being moved to White Harbor and Moat Cailin. We'll defend them with every man and woman we can spare. Sansa nodded beside Bran. The logistics are underway. Stores are being packed. Livestock are already on the move. We have the north behind us. Arya, arms crossed, added, we'll need scouts on every flank. We can't be surprised again. John Bonds unfurled a massive map of the north across the table, held down by stone daggers. We'll divide our forces like this. He pointed to the outermost ridge around Winterfell. The Unsullied will take the outer trench. They are disciplined and can hold a firm line. We'll build a perimeter of fire trenches lined with wildfire from the capital. When the dead push in, we light it. Davos interjected, wildfire is dangerous. Even to us. Bonds nodded. That's why Theon, and the best of our spies will man the triggers. Light only when the line's about to break. He moved his hand to the ramparts. The Vale Knights will hold the walls. Their heavy cavalry will be the 2nd WAVE, positioned behind Winterfell's main gate. Brienne of Tarth spoke up. I'll lead the wall defense myself. Good, Jon Snow agreed. The Stark archers will remain behind the walls, Sansa added. They're well trained, and they know this terrain. The Riverlands forces, under Lord Edmure Tully, will reinforce the flanks, Bonds continued. They'll respond to any breaches. Yara Greyjoy's Ironborn will hold the left flank near the Godswood. Their axes and spears will keep anything that sneaks around from surprising us. Tormund slammed his axe against the table. The wildlings and I will take the front gate. We'll be the first to welcome the dead. Southern lords murmured at the thought of wildlings manning the front line. Sansa raised a brow. They're used to fighting the dead. Let them. Jon Snow's voice deepened. While the rest of us hold the line, Ghost, Bonds, and I will find the Night King. Daenerys looked up from her seat. With my dragons no, Ghost interrupted in his deep, ancient voice. The room stilled. Even the Southerners who had grown used to Ghost's intelligence straightened. Your dragons are valuable. But the Night King seeks them. You must stay above. Breathe fire. Cut through the whites. But do not engage him. That's our task. Bonds placed a Valyrian steel dagger on the table. This is the blade of victory. It can harm him. We think it's the key. And what of the crypts? Asked Sam, who had returned with Gilly and little Sam just the day before. Jon Snow's face grew grim. We Clea are the crypts. The Night King can raise the dead. The dead Starks will rise if we leave them there. Gasps echoed around the room. Even the Southern lords paled. Sam added, if he raises our ancestors, we fight our own blood. Tormund spat on the floor. Better to burn the bones now than let them fight against us. Bonds turned to Gendry. You'll make the armor. The dragons will need protection. Scales aren't enough anymore. Make it light but strong. Dragon glass layered, folded with castle-forged steel. Gendry nodded, energized. I'll work through the night. I have volunteers from every forge. We'll get it done. Daenerys reached over and took Jon Snow's hand. Let's show them what unity can do. Jon squeezed her hand gently. Let's make history. Lord Monde Rly stood. You have our support, your graces. A northerner on the throne and dragons at our side. We'll show the south how the north fights. Cheers erupted from the northern lords, wildlings, and even a few Vale Knights. The southern lords looked on, half in awe, half in apprehension. Tyrion leaned toward Jaime. Remind me not to bet against northerners. Jaime simply nodded. We're in good hands. Bonds stepped forward. We need dragon glass weaponry distributed immediately. Gendry, your forge is already burning, Gendry said. We'll craft as fast as we can. Lord Jaime will command the western flank with the Lannister forces. Brienne leads the northern shield wall. Davos will manage supply lines and evacuation routes. Gendry's team outfits as many as possible with dragonglass. Arya. Arya looked up, calm and unreadable. I'll handle infiltration and internal defense. Wildfire, brought from King's Landing, would be buried around the castle's perimeter traps for the Whites. Runes of warding, crafted by Jaeon Bonds, would line the walls and towers. The Vale's knights would defend the air, riding on the dragons with Dothraki scouts. As the council slowly adjourned, Tyrion spoke softly to the remaining lords. We're not just defending Winterfell. We're defending the last breath of mankind. And we are going to win no matter what. Later that night, in the Godswood lit only by moonlight and fireflies, the last of the war council sat in quiet conversation. Snow crunched beneath their boots as they shared wine, stories, and soft laughter. Arya leaned back against a tree. I'm a faceless man. Tormund choked on his drink. You're what now? Face what? Trained in bravos. I used their faces to wipe out House Frey. Every last one. Even Daenerys blinked. You killed them all. They deserved it, Arya said flatly. Jon Bonds chuckled. A Stark by blood, a Shadow by training. Fitting. He stood and handed Arya something, a sleek hidden blade, made of titanium and carbon fiber, engraved with runes of poison and under, and coated in dragonglass. A gift. You'll know how to use it? Arya activated the hidden mechanism with ease. Runes flared faintly under her touch. I love it, she grinned. Ser Davos raised his cup. Well, I'll say this, you're the scariest little lady I've ever met. Gods help the dead. Jaime chuckled. Makes me grateful she's on our side. Princess Arianne smiled. Remind me not to cross you, Stark. Tyrion leaned toward Bonds. What will you do after all this? You could have a place in Jon's council. Jon Snow nodded. A keep, a title, anything you want. You deserve it, Bonds. Bonds smiled. I'm going home. There's someone waiting for me. Ghost lifted his head. The white-haired girl. The one with emerald eyes. The one you showed me in the drawing or photo you called it? Daenerys arched an eyebrow. You're in love. Bonds reached into his coat and pulled out a photo, like a living moment frozen in time. In it stood a white-haired young woman with piercing emerald eyes, smiling beside a younger Bonds. Her name is Daphne, he said. The night before I left, we took this. I promised her I'd come back. Sansa leaned in, astonished. This painting, how is it so perfect? So alive. Magic, Bonds said simply. And memory. I haven't seen her in a long time. But to her, it'll be just a couple months. To me, it's been years. Arya blinked. How does that even work? Bonds just smiled. A very long story. Princess Arianne rested her chin in her palm, teasing. Well, if she ever changes her mind, you know where to find me. Jon Bonds laughed. You'll need more than wit and royalty to tempt me, princess. Jaime smirked. You've got good taste, wizard. Ghost nuzzled his shoulder. But the ending will be worth it. Jon Snow looked at his friend. You'll come back. After. If I do, it's only to make sure the next generation grows up in a better world. Then I go home. They sat in silence a while longer, stars overhead, the chill of the long night drawing closer. And though none of them said it aloud, they knew. This could be their last moment of peace. And still they faced it together. The fire. The frost. The light of memory. The last hope of men. Chapter 28, The Battle of Winterfell. The dead came with the wind. No drums, no horns, just the cold silence of death itself rolling across the snowy plain like a tide that would never retreat. I stood at the front gates of Winterfell beside Ghost, though this version of Ghost was no ordinary dire wolf anymore. Towering, armored, radiating ancient magic like the old gods themselves had chosen him for their vengeance. Beside me stood John Bonds, the man who had become both a mystery and a brother. The storm howled around us, but the air trembled with something more. Something divine. Bonds turned his head toward me, his eyes gleaming with power. No words were exchanged. He simply nodded, stepped forward, and raised his wand. Draco Thorvaltane. No chant, no flourish. Just the whisper of ancient magic and the scream of the sky tearing itself apart. Thunder sea racked like the wrath of gods. Lightning ripped open the black clouds above, and from the vortex descended dragons not of scale and fire, but of pure storm. Electric, glowing, furious. The dragons howled as they dove toward the undead, unleashing blinding bolts of destruction. The front ranks of the whites exploded into ash and broken bones. Wild cheers erupted from the battlements as northern lords, wildlings, Vale knights, and unsullied watched their enemy shatter beneath storms forged from magic. I turned to Ghost, who knelt slightly. Bonds and I climbed onto his massive back, Snow on the right, me on the left. The warmth of Ghost's fur was a strange comfort amid the cold terror of war. "Ready, brother?" I asked Bonds. He smirked and unslung the strange weapon strapped to his back, a black, angular thing unlike anything I'd seen. "This," he said, patting the side of the weapon, "is an HK-437. Science, meet magic. Obsidian-tipped bullets. Kills whites faster than fire." I blinked. "Where in the seven hells did you get that?" He grinned. "Otherworld perks. Long story. Let's go kill a king." Ghost leapt forward like a beast possessed, crashing through the Winterfell gates and straight into the howling blizzard. Behind us, the battlefield erupted. Daenerys's POV, the storm above was not mine. My dragons knew fire, not thunder. And yet, the sky had been ripped apart by Bonds' spell, and from it descended the wrath of gods. Dragons made of lightning thunder wrought nightmares that tore through the ranks of the deity like blades through silk. I watched them from atop Drogon, Rhaegal, and Vice Ryan flanking me in full armor crafted by Gendry's smiths. Magic pulsed from every edge of their armor. Runes glowed. Metal shimmered. We were gods of war tonight. Sobs. I commanded, and the dragons rose. From above, I saw everything. The Unsullied held the center line, spears coated in dragon glass and fire. Grey Worm led them with unyielding focus. The Dothraki had surged in earlier, many fell, but those who returned fought like demons, igniting the night with burning araks. The northern forces held the left flank under Lord Glover, while Brienne and Jaime led the right. Wildfire traps lit the horizon in bursts of green, swallowing the dead whole. Then, I saw them ghost charging across the field like a comet of white death. Jon Snow and Bonds rode him, cutting a path straight through the endless wave of corpses. Jon's sword Longclaw burned with light. And Bonds' weapon, it spat death at impossible speeds, each bullet tearing through multiple whites at once. "They fight like legends," I whispered. Tyrion stood beside Sansa atop the battlements, coordinating messages. Davos waved signals for flanks to fall back where needed. Arya was already a shadow in the chaos, wiping out key necromancers deep in enemy lines. Below me, one of the lightning dragons dove again, ripping apart a White Walker chariot with a thunderous roar. I pulled Drogon into a dive. The long night had begun. And we would meet it with fire, steel, and the fury of the old and the new. Tormund swung his giant axe, cleaving 3 whites in a single stroke. "If I die today, let it be after killing 1,000, he bellowed. Arya danced through death like shadow. Her new blade, humming with dark thunder runes, turned every strike into a burst of poison and electricity. "You're not taking Winterfell," she growled, eyes ablaze with the thrill of vengeance. Ser Davos coordinated flanks, his voice commanding yet strained. Pull back the left. Fold them to the center, drive the M into the wildfire trap. The wildlings surged. Northern shields braced. The Vale's knights, led by Robinarin surprisingly fearless, formed aerial support from Winterfell's towers with Dothraki wielding dragon-glass-tipped javelins. Tyrion stood atop the battlements beside Sansa and Lady Olenna, watching with horror and awe. And here I thought I had seen every kind of hell, he muttered. That wizard, what is he? Hope, Sansa whispered. Or the last breath of it? The dragons Drogon, Rhaegal, and Viserion armored in obsidian-forged plates, dove from the storm skies. Their roars cleaved the air. They unleashed hellfire across the ranks of the dead, burning paths through the snow. Still, the Night King did not move. We pushed through, tearing through the inning ranks until only whites remained around us. Then, we saw him. He stood at the hill's edge, cloaked in wind and silence. The Night King. Jon and Bonds reached the clearing first, Ghost at full speed, kicking up frozen mist as his jaws snapped bone. He Night King didn't move. Not an inch. His gaze fixed on Jon Snow. No. Aegon Targaryen. I watched from Drogon's back, the wind searing my face, heart hammering. I wanted to burn him. To end this. But something in me said no. This moment was not mine. Behind me, the cries of death grew louder. Jaime Lannister had taken a spear for a Mormont soldier. He bled, but stood. We hold this gate, he hissed. Or we die trying. Lord Gendry of Storm's End was nearly limping, one leg soaked in blood. Bastards and lords die the same way, he told his men. But we die fighting. Princess Arianne Martell rode with spear and flame beside a Martell phalanx. The sun does not die at night, she shouted. It rises after. So many fell. Lord Royce of the Vale was crushed beneath a white giant. Lady Mormont, gods, brave Lyanna Mormont, stabbed the eye of the beast that killed her as it died on top of her. So many losses. So many names that would be carved into Winterfell's stone. But Jon Snow was still standing. He stepped off Ghost as Bonds and Ghost slowed, flanking him. And for the first time, three legends faced the Night King. Ghost snarled, his fur bristling with the wind of the storm. You've come far, King of Corpses. Bonds' eyes glowed with power, his wand humming at his side. Let's end this. And Jon, his blade Longclaw gleamed with frostlight and fire. I've seen death, he whispered. Now I'll end it. And the final duel began. Jon Snow's POV, the air crackled with tension. Frost and ash danced like ghosts in the dim, flickering blue of the battlefield. Ghost stood beside me, larger than any dire wolf had the right to be, his body covered in glowing runes of ice. Beside him, Jon Bonds, the other Jon, the sorcerer wolf, towered in his armored, hybrid form, twin katanas humming with power. His silver-white fur caught the light of burning pyres, glistening like starlight. And in front of us, the Night King. He waited in silence, his frost-blue eyes void of all but malice. In his skeletal grip, the blade of victory glowed with a frozen, sinister flame. The silence before the storm. Now, Bonds growled. Ghost summoned a massive glacial wall behind us with a stomp of his paw, sealing off the battlefield. None would interfere. I shifted fully into my Fenrir form, taller, stronger, faster. My armor gleamed white, carved from Valyrian steel and woven in spells by Bonds. Longclaw glowed in my hand, matching the storm in my blood. We charged. Bonds moved like liquid lightning, his twin blades flashing with impossible speed. Ghost surged forward like an avalanche, crashing into the Night King with full force. But the undead king didn't flinch. He twisted his body, parrying Ghost with one swing and slashing toward Bonds. Bonds blocked it, sparks exploding from steel meeting ice. I dove low, spinning under the Night King's blade, long claw slashing across his back. The sound was like ice cracking across a frozen lake. He turned fast, but I was faster. I leapt, slammed into him with my shoulder, knocking him back. But he landed perfectly, not even staggering. His blade sang. He lunged. We split, bonds above, Ghost to the side, and me low again. We struck as one. I buried Longclaw into his thigh while Bonds crossed blades with him mid-air. Ghost's maw opened and launched a beam of pure ice at encased the king's left arm. He can see our attacks. Bonds shouted. Observation hacking. Predictive vision. I gritted my teeth. Then we overwhelm him. Bonds blurred, launching into a deadly dance. The katanas moved too fast to follow, clanging against the Night King's blade. Each block sent out shock waves, flattening the snow beneath their feet. Ghost howled a roar of ancient winter and the temperature dropped sharply. Ice grew like claws across the king's legs. I used that chance. I struck again. High low. Feint. Left. Right. We weren't trying to land one perfect blow, we were trying to overload him. Make him choose wrong. It worked. Ghost pinned his sword with a bite, giving Bonds the opening to slash across the king's chest. I struck next, plunging Longclaw through the wound. But it didn't end him. He screamed a horrible, frozen wail and unleashed a wave of frost. It threw us back. Ghost crashed into the ice wall. I slid across the battlefield, slamming into the frozen earth. My vision spun. Bonds didn't stop. He threw his swords into the ground and raised his claws to the sky. Nihil umbra, he roared. A dome of darkness erupted, devouring light. Time seemed to halt. The Night King hesitated. He can't use magic in here, Bonds growled. But we can. We attacked as one. A storm of blows. Bonds cast chains of fire to hold him. Ghost crushed his leg in his jaws. And I called to the blade. Longclaw sang. I lifted it high, wrapped in wildfire and ancestral power. And I struck. The blade of victory adhered. The Night King screamed not in rage, but in fear. My sword cut down through his neck, through the frozen chest, into the very core of the darkness. And then silence. Cracks spread across his form like a mirror breaking. He exploded in a burst of icy dust. Ghost slumped beside me, panting, his side bloodied. Bonds fell to one knee, exhaustion etched in every line of his wolfen face. The dome vanished. The frost began to melt. The dead collapsed. A new wind blew through Winterfell. It was not the wind of death, but of dawn. I looked down at the shattered remains of the blade of victory. Bonds picked up the hilt and placed it in my hand. You wielded it? You ended him. The blade is yours. I shook my head. It was all of us. Ghost nudged the sword toward me. Jon Snow, King of the North, Slayer of the Night King. Accept it? I sighed, overwhelmed, but I nodded. I held the hilt high as the sun began to rise. Winter was over. We had won. The Night King was gone. A new wind began to stir, slow and low, brushing past the bloodied snowbanks and ash-coated stones of Winterfell. And then the clouds parted. And from the east, beyond the shadow of the wall, the sky split open in brilliant hues of gold and rose. Sunlight, true, pure sunlight, cascaded across the battlefield, touching the carnage like a blessing from the gods. It washed over the broken bodies of the brave, the burned remnants of undead giants, the shattered weapons and craters torn into the earth by fire, steel, and spell. And with it came the Su-and-D that shattered the stillness. Cheers. Laughter. Weeping. Roars of relief and triumph rose from the ramparts of Winterfell, from the trenches, the towers, the walls and gates. From the mouths of men, women, and even dragons. We had survived. The living had won. The first to howl was Ghost, his cry long, wild, and victorious, rising into the sky like a proclamation of ancient power. His massive white furred form shimmered in the new sun, glowing like a beast born of ice and stars. And when he finished, the dragons echoed him, their roars crackling through the morning like thunder. Bonds turned to me, blood on his fangs and armor scorched, eyes gleaming. "You did it, Snow," he said, his voice low and hoarse but proud. "You ended the long night." I looked at High M, then at Ghost, then at the hilt of the shattered blade of victory now reforged into something else in my hand. My breath trembled in my chest. It wasn't just me. It was all of us. I raised the sword. The sunlight caught it. And every voice in Winterfell cried out in unison. "Victory! King in the North! The North remembers! Long live the wolves!" Some cried out my name, others the names of Bonds or Ghost, and some simply fell to their knees and prayed. I heard Davos's voice shout hoarsely through the crowd. Arya's laughter raw and tearful. Tormund's roar louder than a bear. Sansa sobbing into Daenerys' shoulder. Dragons screeching high above. And I felt something break inside my chest. Not pain. Not grief. But relief. Hope. The kind of hope I hadn't allowed myself to believe in since the very first time I saw a White Walker at Hardhome. We'd done it. We'd truly done it. Chapter 29, Farewell. The pyres still smoldered. Smoke curled into the ash-colored sky, drifting like the final breath of a dying winter. I stood at the edge of the great feast hall in Winterfell, surrounded by laughter, stories, and the living, those who had made it through the long night. Yet despite the warmth of the hall, I felt cold. Cold not in flesh, but in soul. The kind of cold that wraps itself around your bones and refuses to let go. The funeral had been quiet. Too quiet. We'd buried the dead, so many dead, with sword and song, with fire and salt. Ghost never left my side, not for a moment. Neither did Arya. And when the time came for the feast, when the horns blared and the tables were filled, it was only because we had to. We were alive. But Bonds. Bonds was something else entirely. He had stayed in the shadows for most of the war, a silent storm, calm as death, eyes like thunder waiting to crash. He saved us all. Not just in battle, no, that would have been too simple. He saved the idea of us. The hope, the heart, the last flicker of fire in our chests when everything else had gone dark. And now, he was leaving. The hall quieted the moment he rose. Everyone turned to him, as if some unseen magic pulled their eyes forward. He didn't speak right away, no. He looked at us all. Every lord, every lady, every bloody soul. From Tormund to Tyrion, Arya to Sansa, Gendry to Gilly. "I was never meant to stay," he said at last, voice like iron dragged across stone. "But before I go, I leave behind gifts." He turned to me first. "Me. Jon Snow," he said. "Take this." In his hand a rune. Old Valyrian carved deep in obsidian, glowing faintly with fire. There are still dragons in this world. Their future lies in your hands. At Dragonstone and in the pit, you will find at least a dozen eggs. Place them in a pyre, this rune at the center, light it with dragon fire, and spill a few drops of your blood, and the next generation of dragons will be born. My mouth opened. Words refused to come. My fingers curled around the rune. It burned, but it didn't hurt. Then he turned to Daenerys. And said something that broke her. "Your curse is lifted. You will bear children again." She gasped, fell to her knees, sobbed like a storm finally breaking. She ran to him, arms flung around his chest, thanking him between every breath, clutching him like the wind would steal him away. And still, he wasn't done. Lords from every corner of the Seven Kingdoms stepped forward. Not to boast. Not to scheme. To thank him. One by one. With tears in their eyes. Lord Royce. Gendry, now Lord of Storm's End. Even Ser Bronn of the Blackwater raised his cup in Revere NCE. And then the free folk. Gods, Tormund stepped forward, eyes wet and red, and said the most Tormund thing ever. You're a mad bastard, Bonds. But you'll always have a home with us. Even if you eat with a fork. The hall erupted into laughter. Then came Davos. The Onion Knight. He didn't say anything. Just hugged him. Tight. Like a father to a son. And then Bran. Gods. Bonds knelt before him. Whispered something. A glow. A surge. And Bran stood. Stood. The hall went silent again. And then exploded. Bran laughed, the sound of it strange and bright. He threw his arms around Bonds, eyes shining. I can be a knight, he whispered. Bonds just smiled. And Arya? She didn't speak. She just walked over and put her forehead to his. Silent. Intimate. You saved us, she whispered. No, he said. I reminded you what you were worth. And finally Ariana. Of course she'd be last. She strode forward, proud, beautiful, fierce. The kind of woman even dragons would kneel for. My offer still stands, she said. If you ever change your mind, you know where to find me. He grinned. I do. And that's the danger. She laughed a soft, broken thing and kissed him on the cheek. And then, he looked at me. Me. We walked out into the snow. Just the two of us. The air was dew-eyed, the moon a pale ghost. Bonds turned, cloak rippling like wings. You're more than your blood, Jon. More than a Stark. More than a Targaryen. You're what comes after. Remember that. I opened my mouth. But he was already fading. Light consumed him bright, blinding, beautiful. I took a step forward. Bonds, his voice echoed. This world is yours now. Don't waste it. And he was gone. Gone. Just like that. I stood in the snow for hours. Rune in hand. Ghost at my side. Tears in my eyes. A world to rebuild. And dragons to wake. Jon Bonds' POV, the White Room was exactly as I remembered it. Endless. Sterile. Clean. And yet not cold. A place outside of time, as if existence had paused just long enough to let me catch my breath. I stood there in silence for a moment, my armor still stained with blood and ash, my hair windswept from the battlefield, my hands shaking not from fear, but from the sheer gravity of everything that had just happened. The death of the Night King. The end of the long night. The far Yule. And like that, she appeared. Not in a burst of divine light or with celestial trumpets, but with a soft click of heels on the glossy white floor and a casual sip from a too fancy coffee mug. Hey, she said, her voice light and incredibly normal. Mission 2 complete. That's a solid win for team existence. Freyja didn't look like the all-powerful, ancient being you'd expect when you hear words like afterlife management or divine overseer. No, she looked like someone who worked HR in a high-end corporate building. Shoulder-length platinum hair. A tailored white blouse tucked into a pencil skirt. White blazer, white heels, silver badge hanging from her lanyard that read, Freyja Afterlife Management, Dimensional Crisis Division. She grinned and tilted her head. You look like hell, Bonds. I snorted. Thanks. You always this charming. Only to people who survived the apocalypse and ended 1,000-year undead reign. So yeah, today's your lucky day. I smirked. You came to congratulate me. Officially, yeah. She took another sip from her mug somehow, it didn't feel out of place at all. On behalf of the Department of Afterlife Management, we extend our sincerest thanks. Mission in the Twilight World. Resolved. Mission in the Game of Thrones timely ending. Resolved. Balance restored. Thread count normalized. Minimal paradox leakage. You did good. I gave a slight nod. That's it then. Not quite. She glanced over her shoulder, where the wheel of fate spun gently in the distance like it had been waiting all along. You've spun it once before, so you know the drill. You earned another spin. No final test? No riddle? Please. I work for a department. We've got rules. Protocols. And believe me, spinning the wheel is already weird HR territory. So just count yourself lucky. She took a step back, giving me a quick salute. Good luck with the spin, Bonds. Who knows what you'll pull this time? We've had people walk out of here with cursed swords, immortal birds, divine pets, ancient knowledge, whole pocket dimensions, hell even a magical bakery franchise. A bakery? Don't ask. It caused 5 time fractures. She winked. Well. I'm clocking out for now. You've got this. And just like that, she vanished. I turned slowly to face the spinning wheel. Here we go again. I spinned it and it stopped on purple mark. Ding, highly advanced Pelican aircraft, Halo Universe. This is an upgraded version of Pelican aircraft of Halo Universe with unlimited fuel and anti-radar and completely untraced by any method with camouflage mechanism. Good, I guess not that I am going to need it in HP world anytime soon, but who knows, it might come handy in future. With that my surrounding changed again and I found myself inside a familiar room. Which is my bedroom room in Yorkshire Iredale. With a sigh I slumped on my bed. Now I have to wait for the time until I meet my Daphne and her parents. Chapter 30, Oh My Love, August 30th, 1992. 2 days before the Hogwarts Express. The wind in Yorkshire Dale smelled of honeysuckle and old summer. I stood at the edge of the clearing behind the house, feeling that old familiar tug of magic all around me. But it wasn't the ancient power of dragons or the bitter edge of frozen whites, this was something else. Something gentler. Vajra. I took a deep breath. It was over. The dead were dead again. The realm of Westeros would rebuild. Daenerys would rule with justice, and Jon Snow, well, he had more than earned his rest. I was John Bonds again, no crown, no armies, no war. Just a wizard with a red-tailed hawk to call home. Come on, boy, I whispered, my voice low, like a song. I reached into the magic of the world, into that tether I had left behind when I vanished. My palm glowed faintly, pulsing with electric blue energy. And from the northern skies, a screech echoed. Vajra. My hawk. My first companion. My silent watcher. He came slicing through the air like a comet, wings blazing against the clouds, and with a sudden whoosh, he landed on my arm, talons light as feathers. You missed me, didn't you? I whined, petting his head with my free hand. He clicked his beak twice and nuzzled into my shoulder. I've got something for you, my friend, I whispered. I opened my hand and summoned the devil fruit of the Thunderbird. And without any second word Vajra a small part of it shrieked in discomfort. Well, nothing comes free. Thunder rolled in the clear blue sky. Vajra shrieked, this time not in pain or discomfort but in power. Lightning crackled across his feathers as they shimmered, shifting into deep sapphire and silver, eyes glowing like miniature tempests. He had become something more now. A mythical storm hawk. Well, he can grow much bigger, but I asked him not to as it will bring unwanted attention. He flapped his wings once, and the trees bowed. Yeah, I said, breathless. That's my boy. I took a moment to sit down at my desk, wooden, slightly charred at one corner from a potion mishap, and grabbed a parchment. Daphne, I'm home. The work is done. The ghosts are buried. The winter passed, and the spring followed. I missed you so, so much. More than I can ever put into words. There wasn't a day I didn't think of your laugh, your scowl, your quiet strength. I want to see you. Gods, I need to see you. I've got a gift for you, one that you'll love. Trust me. Meet me at King's Cross 2 days from now. But come early and bring your parents. I want to meet them. Properly. I don't know how else to say this, Daphne, but I'm home. For good. John. I folded the letter and tied it to Vidra's leg. The Thunderhawk blinked at me, almost smugly, like he understood how important this delivery was. Take it to her, I told him. She needs to know. He launched into the air, a crack of electricity trailing behind him. Daphne Greengrass POV, the window was open. Late summer air swirled lazily in her bedroom. She sat at her vanity, brushing her hair, lost in thought. There hadn't been a letter in months. Not from John. Not since that last cryptic goodbye. And it was not like him. Then a crack of thunder. She shot up. Vidra. He landed on her windowsill, now glowing like a storm itself. Her eyes widened. Her breath hitched. Her hand trembled as she untied the parchment. Her heart pounded as she read John's words. He's back. She pressed the letter to her lips, tears filling her eyes as a smile spread across her face. A real, unguarded, Daphne smile. He was home. And he missed her. She wiped her eyes and whispered, I missed you too, you idiot. Then she ran to tell her parents. They had a train to catch early. September 1st, the morning air was crisp with the fading scent of summer. The house elves had already packed our trunks, and my owl hooted irritably in her cage as we readied ourselves for the trip to King's Cross. But I wasn't paying attention to any of that. My mind was somewhere else. My heart, really. It was already on platform 9 3/4. John was back. He sent Vidra. The moment I saw that red-tailed hawk glide into the garden, my heart stopped, then restarted in a wild, fluttering mess. I hadn't even opened the letter yet before I started crying. He was home. My John. After months of silence, after months of aching questions and constant worry, he was here. Not a dream. Not a ghost. Not a memory. John Bonds had come back to me. Daphne, love, my mother, Delphina Greengrass, called from the hall, her heels clicking over the polished floor. Ready to go, darling. I wiped under my eyes and smiled. Almost, mother. I just needed a moment. She gave me a knowing look. To collect yourself before seeing him again. My face heated up like a boiling potion. Is it that obvious? Mother laughed, brushing her pale silver blonde hair over her shoulder. When you talk about someone in your sleep, yes, dear, it becomes quite obvious. Mother. Behind her, my little sister Artoria giggled in that annoyingly innocent way only a younger sister could. She looked better today. The potions and blood-replenishing elixirs were helping, but the curse was still there. Eating at her from the inside out. Not for long, though. Not if John really meant WH he wrote. He said he's going to help her, didn't he? My father asked me softly as we stepped into the flue. Cedric Greengrass was a tall man, taller than John even, with a steady voice and a presence that made most pure-blood lords shrink back in respect. But when he asked me about John there was curiosity, yes, but also the barest flicker of hope. I nodded. He said he can cure her. Big promise for a boy the world calls a muggle orphan, he murmured, almost to himself. He's not just a boy, I whispered. You'll see. And they did. Platform 9 3/4 was quieter than usual. We always came early, so Artoria didn't get too overwhelmed by the crowds, but this time, it was almost empty. The wind rustled softly between the red brick walls. The train wasn't even billowing steam yet. But I saw him. Leaning against a far pillar, arms crossed, eyes closed, looking as unbothered as ever. His shirt sleeves were rolled up, revealing his arms inked with protective runes and arcane tattoos that shimmered faintly under the morning light. His build had matured more muscle, a quiet confidence in the way he held himself. And sitting on his shoulder, majestic as ever, was Vajra, his red-tailed hawk. That contrast made him look even more surreal, like a storm contained in flesh. My heart leapt. John. His eyes opened at the sound of my voice, and God's help me, I swear the sun got brighter just to reflect in his emerald and sapphire eyes of his. That smile, the one I'd missed more than anything, broke across his face like dawn over Teehee Hills. I didn't walk. I ran. And he opened his arms just in time to catch me as I leapt into them. He spun me around like I weighed nothing, and for a moment, all the months apart, all the unanswered questions, all the nightmares about what could have happened to him melted away. "You're real," I whispered as I hugged him tightly. "You think a few missions could keep me from coming back to you," he murmured against my hair. "I missed you. I missed you more. I love you." He pulled back just enough to look me in the eyes. "I love you too." Then he kissed my forehead, and I swear my heart exploded. Ahem. The familiar, baritone cough made both of us freeze. John turned his head slowly. My father was standing there with his arms crossed, an amused smirk playing on his lips. "I see Hogwarts has very intense holiday homework these days." "Father." I blushed so hard I felt like my ears would melt off. John didn't look embarrassed though. He smiled, lowered me gently, and turned to face Cedric Greengrass like a soldier facing a commander. "Lord Greengrass," he said, extending a hand. Father took it and froze. For a second, the very air shifted. A soft hum vibrated around us. Not wind. Not magic as we knew it. Then my father's eyes widened. "You just cast a Muffliato charm," he whispered, staring into John's eyes. John nodded once. "Just enough for privacy." Mother gasped softly. "Without a wand?" He simply smiled. I folded my arms smugly. "Told you." Father was silent for a long moment. Then he released John's handi and nodded once. "Impressive. But parlor tricks don't cure blood curses." John's smile faded into something sharper. "I didn't come to impress," he said, his voice calm but firm. "I came to make good on a promise. I can stabilize Artoria's condition for now. Give her at least a year of comfort. But to cure it permanently, I'll need to monitor her closely during Christmas." Artoria, who had been hiding behind Mother, peeked around with wide eyes. John knelt to her level and gave her a potion bottle. "This won't hurt," he told her. "And you'll feel stronger very soon. But the big spell comes later. I'll be there with you when we do it. I promise." "Okay," she whispered. "But only if you pinky swear." John solemnly extended his pinky. They locked fingers. And Artoria took the potion from John's hand. My father watched the exchange with a face like stone. Then, slowly, he relaxed. "You've given her hope," he said, voice low. "For that, you already have our gratitude." John smiled. "It's not hope. It's a promise." And just as things looked like they might settle into a calm, dignified exchange, Artoria tightened her grip on my robe and shouted, "You're not taking my sister away forever, you oaf." John blinked. "What? You're marrying her, right? That means she'll move away." Before John could respond, Father added with a harumph, "A bit young for marriage, don't you think?" Daphne still has a few owls to complete. Father! I squeaked. Absolutely not until she finishes school, he said dramatically, arms crossed. I agree. Artoria chirped, looking scandalized. No sister snatching until I say so. Delphina sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. Really, Cedric, must you rile them up so early? And you, she turned to Artoria, stop acting like your sister is Banji dragged off to another continent. She's boarding a train, not eloping. Yet, father muttered. Cedric. John looked completely overwhelmed and also like he was trying very, very hard not to laugh. I didn't think. He murmured, more to himself than Agnon, they'd be like this. Like what? I asked. Normal, he said, smiling. Your sacred 20-8. I thought I'd be facing a council of crown-wearing elves or something. My mother snorted. You're not the first to say that, she said dryly. We keep the tiaras in the attic. At last, the Hogwarts Express gave a long, welcoming whistle. I suppose we should board, I said, taking John's hand. As we walked toward the train, Mother placed a hand on John's shoulder. You're welcome to spend Christmas with us, she said. You'll need to be there anyway if you're helping Artoria. And, it would mean a lot to Daphne. John looked at her, then at me. I'd like that very much, he said softly. Chapter 31, Devil Fruits and Truth. The Hogwarts Express rumbled along the tracks as I leaned back into the booth, watching the blur of green countryside fade into the past. It was strange being back. I had seen war, death, and ancient magic that shook even the firmament of Westeros, and yet, this train, this school, these people, this was home. Daphne rested her head lightly on my shoulder, half asleep, her fingers loosely intertwined with mine. Vajra sat perched overhead in his usual majestic glory, scanning the aisle like he was my personal security detail. There was peace in this moment. A strange, quiet calm. But I knew it wouldn't last. I had to tell her. Soon. About the truth. About what I was before this world, before Hogwarts. About who I used to be. Snape would help me with that. The first week back at Hogwarts had passed in a whirl of classes, enchantments, potion fumes, and stolen glances with Daphne across the Great Hall. And as I remembered, Potter and Weasley crashed on Wimping Hollow, but the real storm was coming. Not the magical kind. Not even the Polytica kind. No, it was the kind that came with bearing your soul to the person you loved. And I needed backup. The kind only one man could give me. Snape. That's how I found myself in his private quarters on a Friday evening, after classes had ended, a couple of crystal glasses set out on a small table, and a decanter of fire whiskey between us. Snape poured 2 fingers for each of us and sat down with that familiar brooding elegance, his expression unreadable as ever. So, he began, sipping once. You're going to tell her? I nodded, letting the burn of the whiskey hit the back of my throat. Yeah. She deserves to know. About the assassin part. Not the reincarnation stuff or parallel worlds, just, who I used to be. Before Hogwarts. And yes, I told him, believe me or not, Snape is the most trustworthy person here, 'cause he can keep secret damn well, and he is my best friend, my partner in crime. So yes, I told him about everything, even about my missions. I just have not told him about the devil fruits. He hummed though tearfully. You trust her with that? I trust her with everything. That got a very rare, very fleeting smile out of him. Then she'll understand. And if she doesn't, I'll deal with it. I paused, smirking. But I was hoping you'd be there when I tell her. In case she hexes me. He chuckled dryly. Ah yes. Always the best role for the head of Slytherin, human shield for lovesick assassins. Exactly. He topped off his glass and mine. So, what about you, John? Aside from planning to terrify your girlfriend with your bloody resume, how else have you been ruining my peaceful start of term? I grinned. Oh, just the usual. Bought a new car. Snape arched a brow. Do tell. A highly modified beast from future, I said proudly. Snape leaned forward slightly. Better than my Jag. Oh, you mean your majestic Jaguar XJ220? The red devil I gave you last year. I teased. She's not a devil, he said defensively, she's a lady. Yeah, a lady who nearly tore through the London last Christmas when you tried a hairpin drift while flirting with a waitress mid-slide. Snape actually laughed like, full-on, leaned back laughter. She had excellent taste in Merlot, he said with a shrug. And no idea that you were a double agent, potions master, and owner of the most dangerously charming smirk in Britain. She thought I worked in perfume research. Snape. What? He deadpanned. It wasn't a complete lie. We burst out laughing again. Speaking of lies, I said after we calmed down, you planning to keep yours going with Diana? Snape's face softened, which, in his case, meant he looked 5% less like a vampire and 20% more like a man in love. I'm going to propose to her during Christmas. Finally. I said, raising my glass. About bloody time. And what about you? He asked. Still planning that dramatic weekend reveal to Daphne. Yeah. I've got something big for her. Two things, actually. I reached into my satchel and tossed him a small, rune-etched black box. He opened it. What in Merlin's balls is this? Mara no mi. He stared. It's a fruit, I explained. But not just any fruit. Ancient magic. Old, powerful. Eat it, and you gain dominion over fire. Literally. You become fire. Snape blinked. You're giving me this. You're my best friend. I've got several. Took me years to track them all down. But you? You get fire. He hesitated. Then, slowly, he took a bite. A second later, he groaned. Bloody hell, that tastes like salted charcoal left in a troll's sock. I wheezed with laughter. He stood up, and in one blink, flames shimmered off his fingertips. Another second later, he turned his entire right arm into a roaring, living flame. I am never teaching first years again, he said darkly, admiring his new hand. Oh, and Daphne's getting the ice fruity, I added. Snape snorted. Fitting. Ice Queen of Slytherin indeed. We both sipped again, and I could feel the buzz settling in half fire whiskey, half nostalgia. And once she finds out about Potter and Weasley's train stunt, she might just freeze the both of them. Snape groaned loudly. Don't remind me. They missed the bloody train. Flew an enchanted car into a whomping willow. Broke 11 school rules in one go. I laughed so hard I nearly dropped my glass. How are they even still alive? Because Dumbledore has a sense of humor and Minerva's blood pressure meds are working. Barely. You love this school. I do, Snape admitted. Just not its Gryffindors. We clinked glasses again. To chaos, I toasted. To fire and ice, he returned. And destruction, I added. And whiskey, Snape said dryly. We both downed another sip. So tell me more about this car, he said. The future one. I grinned. It's a 2012 GTR. Godzilla class. Full tech fusion mod. It could outrun a broomstick in the Himalayas in a snowstorm and still look sexy doing it. Snape's eyes widened. You're letting me drive it? Only if you don't flirt mid-drift again. No promises. We laughed again. I can't believe you're serious about this whole parallel world reincarnation thing, he said. Twilight vampires, Westeros ice zombies, dragon magic. I'm dead serious. The car is just a bonus. Wait until you see it. Makes Bugatti look like a kid's tricycle. Snape nearly spat his drink. You're letting me drive it? As long as you don't charm the GPS to flirt back. No promises. We laughed again. I still can't believe all that stuff about parallel worlds, Snape said. Believe it? First was Twilight World. 2012 werewolves. Vampires. Brooding and bloodlust. Sounds like your social leafy. Second was Westeros. Ice zombies, dragons, kingdoms at war. I helped end it? You're serious? I wish I wasn't. He stared at the fire dancing in his palm. I don't say this lightly, he said. But you are possibly the most insane, dangerous, and incredible man I've ever met. And I brought you fire fruit, I said with a smirk. Snape leaned back, eyes gleaming. All right, Bonds. Let's burn the world down. But elegantly. For magic. For family. And for the ride. We raised our glasses one last time. To the ride. Time skip, Daphne's POV. It was already late in the evening when a Hogwarts house elf popped into my dorm with a sharp pop, blinking its enormous eyes at me and announcing in a squeaky voice, Professor Snape requests Miss Daphne Greengrass's presence in his office at once. Tracy, my roommate, blinked from her bed where she was flipping through a Witch Weekly. What did you do this time? Did your potions essay blow something up? I scowled. No. But it's weird. He's never summoned me TS late. She wagged her brows. Maybe he finally found out you've been passing his assignments to John for review. I rolled my eyes, shoved on my robe, and followed the elf. I wasn't particularly worried. Snape was cold and strict, but he was also fair. Still, I couldn't shake a sliver of unease. That sliver became a full-blown glacier when I opened the door to his office and saw John there. John. Sitting in a leather armchair like it was his common room. Talking to Professor Snape like they were old war bulletins. And drinking bloody whiskey. What the actual hell? They both looked up at me like this was completely normal. Daphne, John said, standing up. You're here. Obviously, I snapped. My eyes narrowed. What is going on here? Why are you in Professor Snape's office drinking with him? You're underage, and he's him. Snape raised one brow lazily. John smiled nervously. It's complicated, John offered. I folded my arms. Try me. Snape gestured to the other armchair. Please, Miss Greengrass. Sit. Is may take a while. Oh, no. When he said that, it meant at least 3 existential crises were on the way. I sat. Slowly. Crossed my legs. Glared at John. Okay. Talk. John glanced at Snape, who just sipped his whiskey and nodded. John sighed. I want to tell you everything, well, almost everything. There's stuff I can't explain. But I owe you the truth. About who I am. My stomach twisted. You're scaring me. He gave me a small smile. I'm not a normal student. I mean, you already knew that, and also that I am an orphan. But I haven't told you why. And so he told me. About discovering particular skills at 9. About being trained himself as an assassin. You what? I only went after people who were evil, corrupt. The ones who hid behind power, her people. I stared. Open-mouthed. John Bonds, my slightly dramatic, fiercely protective, maddeningly secretive fiancé, had been an assassin? Snape, of all people, sipped his drink and added, I met him while tracking a rogue dark wizard. He was already there. Dealt with the man before I could lift my wand. John grinned. He was impressed. Snape scoffed. I was annoyed. Then impressed. "You been friends this long?" I asked. John and Snape shared a look that said longer than you'd believe. "And you flirted with 4 women during a 360 drift." Snape coughed. "They were attractive and receptive." I blinked. "Professor Snape, the dungeon bat, is a charmer?" My brain is leaking. John grinned. "I told you he was a different man behind the wheel." I turned to Snape. "Did you seriously drift a Jaguar XJ220 while flirting?" "I am a man of many talents," Snape said dryly. John added helpfully, "He made all 4 swoon in 10 seconds. I timed it." I groaned and dropped my face into my hands. Then John said softly, "But that's not all. I've been busy this summer. Searching. I found some things. Ancient things." He pulled out a small, rune-marked fruit from a box. Black with purple swirls. It pulsed with power. "What is that?" Hey no me," he said. "It'll grant you dominion over ice." I blinked. "You're giving me a magic fruit?" "It's more than that. Once you eat it, you'll gain powers, elemental powers. I already ate mine. Pika pika no mi light. I can move at the speed of photons." Snape raised his hand. Flames danced across his palm. "I got the fire one," he said smugly. Mara no mi." I stared at them like they were lunatics. Which, frankly, they were. "And you want me to eat this?" John nodded. "I've seen what you can do, Daphne. I trust you. I want you strong safe." I took it. Examined it. Then bit into it. Ugh. "It tastes like burnt foot and charcoal." Both men laughed. I scowled. The room temperature dropped 5 degrees. "Sorry," John said quickly. Snape cleared his throat. "You'll need to train it. Like fire and light, ice are versatile. Dangerous if unchecked." "I'll teach you," John said. "We'll figure it out together." My heart softened. He had given me a gift of immense power, and trust. Then Snape added, "You'll be joining us tomorrow. Ride into Muggle Londo N." I hesitated. "Won't I disturb your little mandate?" Snape snorted. "Hardly. Diana's coming. My girlfriend." I froze. "You have a girlfriend?" John wheezed. I pointed at Snape. "You're telling me you Mr. I wear black even in summer have a girlfriend?" Snape said calmly, "She first thought I worked in exotic potion research." John leaned in. "Also first thought he's Italian." I stared at the ceiling. "I live in a simulation." John took my hand. "You'll come?" I nodded. "Yes. But no whiskey for you tonighty. Go back to your dorm and get some sleep." He smiled. Leaned in. And kissed me properly. Not on the cheek. Not on the forehead. Soft. Certain. Fierce. My lips curved upward even before I opened my eyes. "I love you," I whispered. "I love you too," he sighed. Snape raised his glass behind him. "To surviving the Ice Queen." John clinked it. "To tomorrow's ride." And with that, John vanished into the shadows, and I was left stunned, amused, and more than anything loved. What a bloody night. Chapter 32, Need for Speed 2.0. Daphne's POV. The air was cold, sharp, and laced with excitement as John guided me through the shadows of Hogsmeade to what he called a hidden gem of adrenaline. "We're almost there," he whispered, squeezing my hand like a co-conspirator in a heist. "I'm still not over you drinking whiskey with my head of house," I muttered, squinting into the darkness. He grinned. "You're going to forget all about that in 3, 2, 1. A shimmering veil of illusion dropped like a curtain, revealing a massive underground garage tucked behind an intricate web of wards. The floodlights blinked on, bathing everything in a silvery glow. I gasped. My eyes were instantly drawn to two gleaming monsters, a fire-red jaguar that looked like it could purr its way into heaven, and beside it, John's Pride, his GTR, sleek and humming with latent fury. But none of that shocked me more than seeing him. Professor Severus Snape. Wearing black jeans. A black button-up shirt with the sleeves artfully folded to his forearms. Black muggle boots. A leather jacket. Dyed dusty blonde hair tied back in a devil-may-care style that did unspeakable things to my teenage brain. What in Merlin's name? I shrieked. Leaning casually against the Jaguar like a Calvin Klein model was a man I would sworn was a stranger if not for the unmistakable glower and signature smirk of the dungeon bat himself. And next to him, as if to hammer the final nail in my understanding of reality, stood a radiant woman with ruby red hair, legs for days encased in leather, and a chic white jacket that screamed runway royalty. Diana. Snape's, dating a literal goddess, I breathed. John snickered. You should see them slow dance. It's downright illegal. Clearly. I somehow managed a polite nod. Professor. Miss Snape smirked. Green grass. Ready for your first taste of illegal muggle thrill? Oh, I'm very ready, I said, clinging to John's arm like he was my emotional anchor. Though I have no idea how this works. Snape tossed John his Jaguar keys like he was handing over the crown jewels. She's yours tonight. Treat her like a lady. John's face lit up like a Christmas tree. I always do. Snape sauntered toward John's GTR like a panther inspecting a rival predator. He ran a hand over the hood. Reverend. This beast. She hums like sin. He opened the driver's side door, helped Diana in with the poise of a gentleman, then looked at us with a grin so feral it sent a chill down my spine. Try to keep up. The moment we hit Muggle London, everything became a blur of color, of sound, of utter chaos. The streets were practically empty save for us and the sea of flashing red and blue that erupted behind Professor Snape's beast of a car. He was no longer a professor. No, this was Severus Snape the Night Phantom. He's going 200. I screamed, eyes wide as John grinned maniacally next to me. That's not even his top speed. Snape's car flew through an intersection, barely avoiding an oncoming lorry. Diana, beside him, was laughing like a madwoman, her hair whipping wildly through the open window. 5 police cars and a chopper now. One officer shouted something over a megaphone. Snape responded by downshifting and performing a flawless Tokyo drift around a roundabout, flicking his headlights at them in mockery. Is he flirting again? John pointed ahead. Watch closely. Snape pulled up alongside a police car, yes, alongside, lowered his window, smirked, and shouted, eyes like yours deserve freedom, not fury. The officer, a very stunned woman, gasped, swerved into a mailbox, and slammed into a parked cab. That's the third one. I shrieked. He's working on a full set. John howled. The chopper light bathed us both in blinding white as we trailed behind. Snape responded by accelerating and leaping a ramp into a construction site, weaving through steel beams as if he knew the blueprints by heart. That's a building site. He's turning it into a runway. John yelled. He was. Snape launched the GTR off a partially built ramp, flipping 360 in midair and landing clean on an adjacent arcing garage roof. He landed that. Diana kissed him mid-drift. He just kissed her mid-drift. He's making out during evasive maneuvers, I muttered. Priorities, John said with admiration. Another cop car got too bold. Snape jammed the brakes, spun around the pursuing vehicle, and gently nudged the bumper, sending it skidding into a fountain. Then he winked at the chopper above. He did. Snape's POV, 6 minutes in, I muttered. Time for style points. I revved. Diana clung to my arm, laughing wildly. Another female officer appeared ahead on a roadblock. I flicked on the charm. "Your uniform could arrest my heart." She blushed. Moment of weakness. She lowered her baton and I slid through the blockade like water through fingers. "Fourth," I whispered. Diana slapped my shoulder. "You are impossible." "I'm romantic." We soared through Piccadilly, blasting past red lights as the cityscape blurred. I spotted 2 more squad cars joining in and a second chopper hovering above. Double terrible. With a flick, I turned sharply onto a narrow alley flanked by ancient brick and trash bins. The GTR barely fit, and I scraped the wing mirror off a dumpster, but I cleared it. I hit nitrous. Daphne's POV, the alley exploded behind him. Literally. A police cruiser had tried to follow and got stuck mid-turn, scraping both sides and combusting a trash bin. I think he just drifted through a gothic alley. Oh, he did. Snape reappeared onto an open boulevard, the London Eye blinking behind him. He waved at the second chopper. Another woman's voice crackled over the intercom. "Sir. Pull over." Snape blew her a kiss. She swooned. The chopper jerked upward. 5. That's 5. He's aiming for 6. John cackled. And then it got wild. Snape tore through a motorway, swerving under overpasses and weaving between traffic like a thread through a needle. Then came the checkpoint. Spikes. Armed cops. Helicopter hovering like a predator. He didn't brake. He accelerated. Snape's POV, timing is everything, I murmured. Diana gripped the seat. "Sev, trust me." I hit a handbrake boost combo, sent the car into a controlled drift, lifted off a parked lorry, and sailed straight over the barricade. We landed sideways. Burned rubber. Kept going. "That's number 6, I muttered, catching the slack-jawed look of the final female officer. "I can't believe this is my life," Diana whispered. "You say that every time." I pushed the GTR harder. We shot through the countryside, tires howling, headlights cutting the dark like blades. Daphne's POV, the GTR flew over the blockade. He jumped the barricade. John was silent. "John. I think he's become the car." We swerved to follow, our tires screeching. Ahead, Snape took a vertical spiral car park in reverse, sliding upward like he was dancing with gravity. Then we saw it. He and Diana were kissing again. While reversing. They weren't even looking at the road. "I can't live like this," I muttered. "Get used to it," John laughed. "He's God tier now." The city lights eventually faded into the soft hush of the British countryside. London's chaos and concrete vanished, replaced by gentle hills cloaked in moonlight and forests whispering with the breeze. The moon cast silver over the rolling fields, and I felt my shoulders finally relax as the adrenaline from the chase began to ebb. John hopped out of the car first, circling around to open my door. "Lady Greengrass," he said with a smirk, offering a hand. "Sir Bond," I replied, matching his grin, slipping my hand into his. Snape was leaning against the now parked GTR, casually lighting a cigar with a flick of his wand. Diana perched beside him on the hood, sipping from a glass bottle of soda, her hair windswept and glowing under the starlight. John, meanwhile, leaned against Snape's Jaguar XJ220, a bottle of beer in one hand, his arm lazily thrown over my shoulder. "I still can't believe that happened," I whispered, eyeing the cars like they might decide to race on their own again. "Believe it," John said, popping the cap off H's bottle and handing me a cold soda. Sev went God mode. "Sev. We're brothers now. Battle forged. Gasoline bonded." Snape rolled his eyes and took a long drag from his cigar. "And yet you crashed my Spotify playlist with, what was it?" "Skrillex." "It was fitting," John grinned. Explosions. Dubstep. Chaos. You. Diana laughed. You do realize he flirted with half the female law enforcement in central London? I raised an eyebrow at Snape. 5 policewomen. 1 chopper pilot. You're literally a public menace. Snape smirked. They started it? By existing. Exactly. I shook my head and sipped my soda. You're supposed to be our professor. This is highly unprofessional. Technically, John interjected, we're off duty. And outside Hogwarts jurisdiction, Snape added smoothly. Diana gave me a side glance, playfully nudging me with her shoulder. And you, Lady Ice Queen, riding Jaguar with the future king of rogue magic. Impressions. I flushed slightly. I'm still recovering. You're all mad. Every one of you. But the view is worth it, John said. We fell into a comfortable silence, the air thick with warmth, starlight, and the occasional clink of glass. After some time John said, hey, next ride, I will ride GTR. Okay, sure. A few minutes later, Snape was adjusting the leather seat of the GTR like it was a throne, the engine purring beneath him. Diana gave him a small salute before turning back to me. Careful, he thinks he's a god in that car. He might be one, I muttered. John, meanwhile, was already testing the grip of the Jaguar, revving it softly. Oof, I forgot how smooth this feels. Then conversation turned a bit more serious, still warm, but full of curiosity. Diana leaned back on the hood, brushing her hair out of her eyes. So, about Tiho's devil fruits you lot were muttering about earlier. John smirked. Ah yes, the Mythic Fruit Club. Snape gave a small nod, smoke curling up as he exhaled slowly. The Mara no mi. Allows me to become fire. Fully. I'm nearly immune to conventional attacks now. And not just immune, John added, grinning. He can be the flame. It's beautiful. And dangerous. Like if Mozart became a flamethrower. Snape chuckled. You're not wrong. And you? Diana asked, turning to me. I raised my soda bottle and gently chilled it with a flick of my finger. Hey no mi ice. I'm still learning, but I've already got decent control. She froze a stream this morning so we could cross, John added proudly. Total Elsa vibes. I rolled my eyes. Don't ever call me Elsa again. John laughed. I eat pika pika no me make me light. Diana clapped lightly. You lot are insane. I love it. Snape smirked. Next week, we're turning a lake into a battlefield. Just wait. John turned toward him, smirking. Just don't try to seduce another policewoman while we're at it. Oh, please, I added. At this point, he could smile and half of London would melt. They all laughed, the sound light and genuine under the starlit sky. John raised his beer. To fire, ice, light, and the poor Aurors and police who'll never catch us. We clinked our bottles and glasses together, letting the magic of the night wrap around us like a warm breeze. The rumble of the GTR's engine finally quieted as we rolled into Hogsmeade's hidden garage. After the chaos, speed, and sheer madness of Muggle London, the peaceful countryside air felt like a lullaby. Diana stepped out first, her hair slightly wind-blown, lips curved in an unshakable grin as she adjusted her leather jacket. Professor Snape, or should I say Severus, followed, his boots clicking softly on the stone floor as he made his way around the car. John parked the Jaguar beside us and hopped out, walking around to open the passenger door for me like an absolute gentleman. Milady, he teased, bowing slightly. I laughed as I stepped out. You're lucky you're cute. I know, he winked. Severus turned to Diana, who raised a brow. So, the mysterious Snape becomes Severus only after breaking 10 traffic laws and charming a helicopter pilot. Alleged daily, he smirked. Diana laughed and leaned in to kiss him briefly. Allegedly, my foot. John and I shared a knowing look as Severus opened the passenger door for Diana and helped her into the GTR. She waved at us through the window as the car started up again. Take care of him, I called. Only if he behaves, Diana grinned. With a rev of the engine and a flick of Severus's hand, the GTR vanished into the night. We walked back toward the Hogwarts gates in silence for a few minutes, the gravel crunching beneath our boots. It felt surreal returning after everything we'd experienced that night. John kept glancing at me like he wanted to say something. What is it? I finally asked. Wasn't expecting tonight to be this memorable. You handled it better, and I thought. Better? John, I nearly had a heart attack at least 6 times. But I wouldn't trade it. He smiled. That small, rare smile that made something flip inside me every time. We reached the entrance to the castle. The moon hung above us, casting silver shadows on the ancient stone walls. John stopped, his expression soft. Thanks for coming tonight, he said. Thanks for asking me. He took my hand and gently pulled me closer. Good night, Ice Queen. Good night, my assassin. He kissed me, not just a peck on the cheek, but a real kiss. Firm, warm, and full of every word he didn't say out loud. I melted into it for a second before pushing him away playfully. Go to your dorm, John. Yes, ma'am, he said with mock obedience, saluting. I watched as he turned and walked toward the Ravenclaw Tower, hands in his pockets, his silhouette growing smaller against the rising castle. My heart was still racing. Damn him. Chapter 33, The Chambers of Secrets and Christmas. The second year had started off with a mix of the usual nonsense and the annoying additions that made me want to bash my head into a wall, mainly one glittery-toothed, ego-infested disaster of a man named Gilderoy Lockhart. Defense against the dark arts had always been my favorite subject, but with this peacock in robes parading around like he'd defeated the Dark Lord with nothing but a wink and a hair flip, I couldn't even look forward to that anymore. Even Daphne, the picture of calm and icy composure, had to actively stop herself from freezing Lockhart mid-monologue. I'd caught her fingers twitching during his dramatic re-enactment of how I vanquished the Wagga Wagga werewolf. I had to gently touch her hand and whisper, not worth the detour to Azkaban. She had sighed and leaned closer. I'm not aiming for Azkaban. Just a week in detention. Worth it? But then came Halloween. The scream. The petrified cat. The blood on the wall. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware. Classic Hogwarts. When in doubt, blame Harry Potter. The school buzzed with panic and whispers, and honestly, I stayed out of it. Let the Golden Trio do what they do best, attract trouble like moths to a flame. I had bigger things to focus on, monitoring the slowly rising magical aura in the castle, checking Ngizagram's pulse against the atmosphere, and trying to sneak decent fire whiskey into Snape's quarters for our Friday night rants. Yeah, Snape. My best friend. Ironic, right? The dungeon bat himself, master of scowls and sarcasm, was the only professor in this madhouse who wasn't an idiot or a manipulative hypocrite. He and I had bonded over a mutual hate for stupidity, love of whiskey, and high-speed death rides in muggle cars. Of course, no one else knew about our friendship except Daphne and Diana. The rest of the castle still thought Snape only smiled when a Gryffindor cried. So when the announcement came about the dueling club, I knew something was up the second I saw the smirk he tried to hide. Lockhart, bless his delusional soul, stood at the front of the stage looking proud as a peacock. He flourished his wand and introduced the dueling club as if he'd founded it himself. He even dragged Snape on stage, clearly expecting him to play the role of a silent sidekick. Bad idea. When Snape accidentally disarmed Lockhart and sent him flying into the wall, I choked on my laugh. The entire hall burst out in laughter. I could see the gleam in Snape's eyes. And then he turned. To properly demonstrate a duel, I believe a student should step forward. His eyes locked with mine. He knew exactly what he was doing. Mr. Bonds. Daphne turned to me, concern flickering in her icy blue eyes. You're going to duel Professor Snape. I gave her a smirk. Don't worry, love. He promised not to melt my face. The hall fell silent as I walked to the stage. Lockhart was still brushing dust off his robes. I pulled out my wand, not that I needed it. Snape and I bowed to each other, though his smirk said get ready. I tilted my head and smirked right back. Bring it. Expelliarmus, he snapped. I deflected with a casual flick. Protego. I countered with a fast-paced flurry of stunning and disarming charms, each spell colored with my own subtle flair. Snape's robes fluttered as he spun to avoid a silent Incarcerus, responding with a freezing charm I deflected just in time. The students watched with wide eyes. Our duel wasn't a show, it was a dance of precision and respect, with magic flying fast but controlled. I had no intention of showing my full hand. A flick of my wand sent a faint blue spark that wasn't in any standard book. A whisper of Zagram's power. Enough to raise eyebrows, not enough to trigger alarms. Snape grinned. He launched a silent Protego Maxima and followed with a counter curse that hit my shield just right. I let it push me back and allowed myself to stumble slightly, making it look like I was losing ground. Then I lowered my wand. I yield, I said with a wink. Snape raised an eyebrow. Yielding so soon, Mr. Bonds? Only because I promised my fiancée I wouldn't show W off. I whispered. Daphne blushed from the sidelines, and Snape, the smug bastard, gave me a knowing look. Applause followed. Some polite. Some genuinely impressed. Some too stunned to clap. Then came the main event, Draco and Harry. Predictable as always. Draco conjured a snake. Harry talked to it. Hogwarts imploded. People were already whispering about the heir of Slytherin before the snake vanished. Now the rumors were in full swing. I stayed silent. Let the castle spin its theories. Let the kids gossip. All I knew was that something ancient had awakened in this castle. I could feel it. Zagram pulsed faintly under my robes. This wasn't over. But tonight? I had won in my own way. I'd entertained a friend, kept my promise to Daphne, and reminded Lockhart that real magic can't be bottled in books filled with lies. And when Daphne pulled me into the hallway later and kissed me with a smile that melted every chill in the room, I knew I'd done something right. Let the chamber stay open. Let secrets unravel. I'd be ready. Time skip. Christmas at Greengrass Manor was everything you'd expect from one of the old sacred 20-8 families. Regal, composed, and far too quiet for my liking until I showed up. Lady Greengrass had invited me when we first met at King's Cross Station earlier this year when I was taking the train back for my second year at Hogwarts with Daphne. That was also when I gave Astoria a stabilizing potion. I'd crafted something to ease the pain of her curse until I could come up with a permanent cure. After seeing the effects of the potion, Lady Greengrass didn't just thank me, she formally invited me to spend Christmas with their family. I'd promised to come, and more importantly, I'd promised to finish what I started. Astoria's curse. The illness that had haunted the youngest Greengrass daughter since birth. I'd brought with me something rare, unheard of in this world. But before any of that, before I even thought about revealing the fruit, I had to ensure silence. We sat in the drawing room, fire crackling in the hearth. Daphne sat beside me, her hand warm in mine. Lord Greengrass looked curious but cautious. Lady Greengrass kept her expression calm, though I could see the questions burning in her eyes. I need both of you to swear an oath, I began, voice steady. This can't leave this room. Not to friends. Not to family. Not even to your ancestors' portraits. Lord Greengrass arched an eyebrow. That serious, is it? Yes, I nodded. And if you can't, then I walk away right now. Daphne looked up at her parents. You trust me? Trust him. Without another word, they both raised their wands and took the vow of secrecy. The magic pulsed in the air, binding and silent. Then I pulled out my phone. Lady Greengrass stared at it. That's a Muggle device, I said, smirking. But that's not why I'm calling. I hit Snape's contact. He answered in 2 rings. Yes. Time to meet the in-laws. You mean your in-laws, he replied dryly. I'll be there in 5. And 5 minutes later, a tall, brooding figure in a black trench coat walked through the magical security wards like they weren't even there. Severus Snape, greasy dungeon bat and terror of Hogwarts, strode into Greengrass Manor as casually as if he'd been there for tea a dozen times. But this wasn't tea Snape they remembered. No, this man wore stylish Muggle clothes. Slim black jeans, a dark button-up shirt, and an obsidian black leather jacket with gloves to match. His normally greasy hair was tied back, dyed a sandy blonde, and styled with an effortless flair. He looked like a damn runaway model. Lord Greengrass stood so fast he nearly knocked over his chair. You're Severus Snape. In the flesh, he said, shaking off a bit of snow. Pleasure. Pleasure. Lady Greengrass echoed, baffled. You're smiling. Snape looked at me. I told you this was a mistake. You're doing fine, I muttered. Snape shot me a glare. You owe me whiskey. Lord Greengrass narrowed his eyes, staring Snape down like a rival in a duel. He's more handsome than I remember, he muttered under his breath, then quickly added, still rather average, though. Daphne giggled. Father, please. We gathered in the smaller study, where the fire was warmer and the walls less intimidating. This is what I brought you here for, I said. These. I conjured a small golden table and placed 3 fruits on it. Lord Greengrass blinked. They look unnatural. They are, I said. They're called devil fruits. Only 6 of them exist. I've eaten one. Snape's eaten one. So has Daphne. I gestured at the 3 fruits I'd brought for display. The Pika Pika no Mi light fruit. That's mine. I can move at the speed of light, turn into photons, create lasers. It's raw velocity and brilliance incarnate. Snape conjured a flame. Mine is the Mara Mara no Mi flame fruit. Fire is an extension of me now. It dances at my will. Daphne held up a shimmering palm. Hey no Mi ice fruit. I can control and generate ice. I could turn this manor into a glacier if I wanted. Lady Greengrass looked like she might faint. You're telling me these things grant powers like that? Yes. Powers beyond any magic known to this world. But there's a catch. Of course, Lord Greengrass muttered. You lose the ability to swim. Lady Greengrass frowned. What? You become a hammer, Snape added. You drop into water, and you sink. Instantly. And you want to give this to my daughter? I nodded. The Tori no Mi, model, Phoenix. She will gain healing powers. Regeneration. Immortality, if used properly. Her curse will vanish. There was silence. And then Lord Greengrass asked quietly, can you prove it works? I turned to Snape. Want to melt something? Snape grinned. Gladly. He raised his hand and shot a small jet of flame across the room, igniting a bundle of kindling. Daphne casually froze the flame. That is impossible, Lady Greengrass whispered. I turned to them. She'll be okay. But I have to monitor her when she eats it. It's not permanent until she adapts. We give her the fruit. She transforms. The curse is gone. Why not tell us this before? Lord Greengrass asked. Because people kill for these fruits. I'm trusting you with something I don't even trust the ministry with. He nodded slowly. All right. Do it. Snape poured himself a drink. Now let's hope she doesn't throw it up. They taste horrendous. I also made it clear that these weren't the same cursed devil fruits whispered about in legends. Normally, these fruits come with a heavy price, I added, looking Lord Greengrass in the eye. The eater becomes helpless in water. But these? They're older. Rarer. Upgraded. They don't carry that curse. No sea weakness. No magic instability. Just raw, pure power. Snape nodded. I've tested it myself. Bathed, swam, even dueled near the lake. Thessi aren't like anything else. They're perfect versions. Evolved. Lady Greengrass sat back, eyes wide. I beg your pardon, but again, how many of these exist? Only 6, I answered. And 3 of them are here in this room. And the one for Astoria. The Tori no Mi, model, Phoenix, I said, holding up the beautifully feathered blue fruit. She'll become a human phoenix. She'll heal herself naturally. But there's risk if she panics, her flames could burn the house down. That's why I called Snape and brought Daphne. If something goes wrong, our elements can stabilize her. Lord and Lady Greengrass exchanged glances. Then, for the first time since I walked into their manor, Lady Greengrass stood up and extended her hand. Thank you, John. For everything. Don't thank me yet, I said. We're only just beginning. The drawing room had transformed into something between a sacred altar and a medical ward. Soft candlelight cast flickering shadows across the walls as Daphne gently helped Astoria sit on the couch. She looked small, far too small for the burden she carried. Her breathing was shallow, and her skin was pale beneath the firelight. But her eyes, those wide, intelligent eyes, were watching everything. She knew something was happening. And it scared her. Snape moved through the room with clinical precision, transfiguring chairs into a curved barricade and silencing the walls. Daphne sat beside her sister, holding her hand. Lady and Lord Greengrass stood stiff near the fireplace, anxiety carefully masked under their composed expressions. I stepped forward, holding the fruit in my hands. The Tori no Mi, model, Phoenix. It shimmered like a living jewel, feathers of blue and gold wrapping its body in spiraling grooves, pulsing with ancient, sleeping power. Astoria stared at it. That's not a potion. I crouched beside her, letting her see it clearly. You're right. It's not a potion. It's something very special. And it's going to help you, Astoria. I promise. Will it hurt? She asked quietly. I hesitated only a second. Maybe a little. But not for long. And I'll be right here with you. So will Daphne. And Professor Snape. Snape gave her a rare, almost soft nod. You're braver than most grown wizards I've met, Miss Greengrass. Lord Greengrass cleared his throat. Are we ready, then? Almost. I turned to them. I'll need your help controlling the magic that might erupt. She's going to burn hot. Very hot. But don't attack her, focus on redirecting the energy. Daphne, you'll chill the room. Severus, and the flame. I'll stabilize her from the center. Lady Greengrass stepped forward and knelt before her youngest daughter. She tucked a strand of Astoria's hair behind her ear and kissed her forehead. You're our little star, Tori. You always have been. And then, with a trembling hand, Astoria reached out and took the fruit. The first bite made her gag. Ugh, she sputtered. It tastes like rotten broccoli and dragon dung. Snape winced. They really are vile. But she swallowed. And then, everything changed. Her eyes widened. Her skin shimmered. Then she screamed. Blue flames erupted around her like a living inferno, bursting out in wild spirals. Lady Greengrass screamed and stepped back, nearly tripping. Lord Greengrass drew his wand on instinct. "Don't attack her!" I shouted. Daphne's hands moved instantly. A wall of ice swept around the flames, chilling the air and creating a shimmering mist. Snape summoned a protective ward that held the fire in a circle around Astoria, while I knelt behind her and repeated my arms around her shoulders. "It's okay. Astoria, it's okay. You're not burning. You are the fire now." She was crying, her body shaking violently as glowing wings of flame burst from her back. The room filled with the phoenix's song, a heart-wrenching sound, ancient and pure, like hope woven in melody. She's transforming," Daphne whispered. The blue fire suddenly surged upward in a column that touched the ceiling, and when it dimmed, there she was. Astoria floated 3 feet above the ground, suspended in a cocoon of golden fire. Her skin radiated warmth. Her eyes glowed bright sapphire, and blue feathers trailed behind her like stardust. And then she landed. Whole. Healed. The flames vanished. She gasped once, then breathed, deep and steady. Colorado R returned to her cheeks. The curse marks on her arms were gone. Her body light. Her aura pure. Lady Greengrass dropped to her knees, tears falling down her cheeks. Lord Greengrass turned to the wall and ran a hand through his hair, unable to speak. Snape muttered, "Bloody hell." Daphne clutched her sister and sobbed into her shoulder. I stood there, dazed. This was why I came here. Why I risked using these fruits. Why I brought Severus and Daphne. Why I made them swear secrecy. Astoria was no longer cursed. She was reborn. Later that night, after things calmed down, and Astoria had fallen asleep curled beside Daphne, the 4 adults returned to the drawing room. Snape poured drinks. "She's stable now," he said. "Still radiating flame, but she'll learn to suppress it. She's strong." Lord Greengrass was still staring at the fire. "I watched my daughter become a mythical creature tonight. A living phoenix." Lady Greengrass smiled tearfully. "And she's alive. That's all that matters. You've changed her future," she said to me. "You've given her something we never could." "I just gave her the fruit," I replied. "She did the rest." Snape grunted. "We'll need to teach her how to use it. Daphne can help her. Ice and flame. Perfect training partners." Daphne nodded. "We'll take care of her. I promise." Lord Greengrass turned to Snape and said dryly, "I'm still having trouble believing you walked into my home looking like a damn model." Snape smirked. "Would you prefer the greasy bat persona? I keep it for special occasions." Lady Greengrass laughed. "Severus, it suits you." Snape raised his glass. "To the Phoenix." We all toasted. And for the first time in a very long time, I felt peace. As the fire in the hearth crackled softly, casting warm golden hues across the elegant sitting room of the Greengrass Manor, the mood was one of calm after a storm. The miracle of Astoria's transformation still lingered like an echo in the walls, electric, weighty, almost sacred. The family had only just begun to process the unbelievable truth: their youngest daughter was now a mythical phoenix, reborn from pain into possibility. John leaned back into his chair, crossing one leg over the other, swirling the last amber drops in his whiskey glass with a boyish smirk tugging at his lips. "So, Severus," John said with a teasing edge in his voice, "have you proposed to Diana yet, or are you still working on your dramatic speech for the perfect candlelight moment?" Snape gave him a slow, withering look over the rim of his own glass, but the glint in his eyes betrayed nothing but amusement. At that moment, Lord Greengrass mid-sip of his after-dinner brandy choked with a spluttering cough. Propose, he rasped. Delphina Greengrass's eyes widened in tandem with her husband's as she turned Ned sharply to look at Snape. You have a girlfriend? Wait, what? Cedric echoed, staring at Snape as if he had just declared he was a part-time villa. You? Dating? A real woman? Daphne burst into full-on hysterical laughter. Oh, Mum, Dad, you shall LDVE seen your faces. I told you he's not just Hogwarts' greasiest mystery man anymore. He's basically Hogwarts James Bond in leather and sarcasm. Snape, with perfect timing, raised his left hand. A silver band gleamed under the golden chandelier light. There was a brief silence so thick it could have been sliced with a knife. I'm engaged, Snape announced coolly. The ceremony's in the summer. You're all invited, of course. Cedric Greengrass's mouth hung open. He blinked. Twice. Snape is marrying a woman, he muttered. A living one. By choice. Is it an enchantment? Delphina asked, half serious. Did he slip her a love potion or cast a charm on himself? That hair he used to look like he bathed in cauldron oil. I'm sitting right here, Snape said flatly. John was laughing so hard he had to wipe tears from his eyes. Sev, my guy, I don't think I've ever seen Cedric this rattled. You've broken his entire worldview. Cedric ran a hand through his hair. First my daughter tells me she's marrying a muggle born who can summon lightning from his eyes, then you show up wearing a fitted muggle coat, looking like you just stepped out of a fashion shoot and now you're engaged. What's next? Dumbledore moonlighting as a jazz singer. I'd pay to see that, John muttered. Daphne snorted and added, Dad's just upset Severus looks more handsome than him now. Midlife crisis, anyone? Oh, shut it, Daphne, Cedric muttered, though he was chuckling despite himself. Delphina turned to Snape, eyes still twinkling with disbelief. You proposed? How did you even do it? A love letter written in runes. Summon a patroness and make it kneel with a ring. Snape, at that, smirked. No. Just a question. And she said yes. John clapped a hand on his friend's back. And I expect to be your wingman, mate. I've got my tux ready. Snape sipped his drink. Only if I get to be yours. Daphne smiled, slipping her hand into John's. Deal. As the grandfather clock chimed the hour, Snape stood, slipping into his obsidian black muggle coat, the sharp cut hugging his frame. I should be going. Diana doesn't like waiting up too late. Cedric narrowed his eyes. You've changed, Snape. Have I? Snape replied. Or perhaps you're just finally seeing all of me. You've got charm now. Style. Swag even. I don't like it. John gave Snape a salute as they walked toward the door. I told you he's been hiding this for years. Daphne, Snape called over his shoulder, your fiancé is a bad influence. You two are both disasters in tailored coats, she called back. Outside, the night was crisp, and the stars looked down on Greengrass Manor as two friends walked together to the gates. Laughter trailed behind them, mingling with the scent of cigar smoke and winter magic. Inside, Delphina Greengrass blinked at her husband and murmured, I think the world just tilted on its axis. Cedric sighed. If Severus Snape is getting married, I need to hit the gym again. And somewhere upstairs, Astoria's new phoenix feathers shimmered in the moonlight, humming with the quiet promise of a life just beginning. The sun had barely risen the next day when Greengrass Manor erupted into chaos. It all started with a commotion actually two. One involved a blue-feathered, flaming phoenix girl, and the other a thunder-charged red-tailed hawk, now more than just an ordinary bird. Astoria and Vidra had become partners in mythological mischief. Astoria Selene Greengrass. Delphina's voice rang through the manor like a war horn. I told you, Daphne muttered to her fiancé, pinching the bridge of her nose while watching her younger sister shoot through the air like a comet of holy fire and mischief. Vidra screeched beside her, wings crackling with electricity, the sky booming with each flap. John, calmly sipping a glass of vintage fire whiskey on the balcony with Cedric Greengrass, nodded appreciatively. You know, he said, I did warn you this might happen. You gave my daughter wings. Cedric groaned, slumping back into his chair. And not just wings. Literal Phoenix-level combustion. There's fire in my vineyards now. Sparks on the roof. Vidra shorted out the entire East Wing's wards. And that's why I gave her the phoenix fruit, John said, unbothered. I considered other options. The magma fruit? The thunder fruit? Do you or illy want your daughter walking around with the power of a volcano or turning into an actual thunderstorm? Daphne, arms folded and tapping her foot, huffed. Honestly, father, this is the least destructive route. Be grateful. Suddenly, a loud explosion from the west garden cut off any response. A fiery blue streak zipped across the sky, followed by thunderbolt swirls left in Vidra's wake. Astoria's laughter echoed like fireworks. Oh no, Daphne muttered. Delphina stormed out, wand raised, her silk robe billowing like a duelist on a battlefield. Astoria, land. Now. From above, Astoria peeked her head out from behind a pillar of flame, grinning mischievously. Mum. Did you see that spiral dive? Vidra and I are making art up here. You are making my hidachi worse, Delphina snapped. If you burn my rose garden, I'll ground you until you're 30. Daphne had enough. With a flick of her hand, an arctic gust swept through. A blizzard surged upward, encasing the flying duo in a glittering dome of frost. Viatra screeched indignantly. You, Daphne barked, down. Now. You're both grounded. Why's it always me? Astoria sighed, slowly descending like a guilty ember falling from the sky. John and Cedric watched the whole scene like it was a sold-out Quidditch World Cup match. Should we help? Cedric asked dryly. John took another sip of his whiskey. Absolutely not. Smart man. Daphne and Delphina converged on the Phoenix girl and her Thunderbird accomplice, scolding, threatening, lecturing about propriety and control, and promising magical tutoring. I told you, Daphne hissed, you don't just fly around like a literal supernova without checking the house wards. But we were careful this time. Astoria whined. Vidra squawked indignantly. Oh, don't you dare play innocent, Featherball, Daphne snapped. She's got you both trained already, John muttered to Cedric. The older Greengrass sighed, raising his glass to John in a toast. To mythological chaos. May it never be boring. As the Greengrass women kept scalding the two mythic creatures, John and Cedric leaned back further into their chairs. Do you think I still have time to retire to the mountains? Cedric asked. John grinned. Only if I can come with you. From above, Astoria shouted, John. Can we try the Giarden race again tomorrow? I promise I'll only set half of it on fire. John deadpanned, only if you let me build the obstacle course. Daphne turned to him slowly. You are not helping. John just winked. Astoria Selene Greengrass. Delphina's voice rang rough the manor like a war horn. I told you, Daphne muttered to her fiancé, pinching the bridge of her nose while watching her younger sister shoot through the air like a comet of holy fire and mischief. Vidra screeched beside her, his wings crackling with electrical energy, the sky booming with each flap. John, calmly sipping a glass of vintage fire whiskey beside Cedric Greengrass on the balcony, nodded appreciatively. You know, he said, I did warn you this might happen. You gave my daughter wings. Cedric groaned, slumping back in his chair. And not just wings. Literal phoenix-level combustion. There's fire in my vineyards now. There are sparks on the roof. Vajra shorted out the entire East Wing's wards. And that's why I gave her the phoenix fruit, John said, completely unbothered. I considered the other options. The magma fruit? The thunder fruit? Do you really want your daughter walking around with the power of a volcano or becoming an actual thunderstorm? Daphne, arms folded and tapping her footy, huffed. Honestly, father, this is the least destructive route. Be grateful. Just then, a loud explosion from the west garden cut off any response. A fiery blue blur streaked across the sky followed by thunderbolt swirls left in Vajra's wake. Astoria's laughter echoed like fireworks. Oh no, Daphne muttered. Delphina stormed out with her wand raised, her silken robe billowing like a duelist on a battlefield. Astoria, land. Now. From above, Astoria peeked her head around a pillar of flame with a mischievous grin. Mum. Did you see that spiral dive? Vajra and I are making art up here. You are making my headache worse, Delphina snapped. If you burn my rose garden, I will ground you until you are 30. Daphne had had enough. With a simple flick of her hand, an arctic gust swept up. A blizzard surged skyward and encased the flying duo in a glittering dome of frost. Vajra screeched indignantly. You, Daphne barked, down. Now. You're both grounded. Why's it always me? Astoria sighed, slowly descending like a guilty ember falling from the sky. John and Cedric were watching the entire performance like it was a sold-out Quidditch World Cup match. Should we help? Cedric asked dryly. John took another sip of his whiskey. Absolutely not. Smart Emin. Daphne and Delphina converged on the Phoenix Girl and her Thunderbird accomplice like a storm. There were scoldings, threats, lectures about propriety and control, and promises of magical tutoring. I told you, Daphne hissed, you don't just fly around like a literal supernova without checking the house wards. But we were careful this time. Astoria whined. Vajra squawked indignantly. Oh, don't you dare play innocent, Featherball, Daphne snapped at the hawk. She's got you both trained already, Jayon muttered to Cedric. The older green grass man sighed and raised his glass to John in salute. To mythical chaos. May it never be boring. As the green grass women continued scolding the two newly mythic beings, John and Cedric leaned further back into the IR chairs. Do you think I still have time to retire to the mountains? Cedric asked. John grinned. Only if I can come with you. From the sky, Astoria shouted, John. Can we try the garden race again tomorrow? I promise I'll only set half of it on fire. John raised his voice, deadpan. Only if you let me build the obstacle course. Daphne turned to him slowly. You are not helping. John just winked. Chapter 34, a story told again. Returning to Hogwarts after the Green Grass Manor Christmas holiday felt like alking into a slow simmering cauldron of chaos. Not because of Voldemort, that creep hadn't shown his face yet, or Death Eaters, they were on break too, but because Astoria Greengrass had redefined the word hyperactive chaos. The moment Daphne and I stepped through the enchanted barrier, the lack of thunder, fire, and flying blue-feathered missiles felt blissful. I feel like I can finally breathe again, I muttered, tossing my trunk on the Ravenclaw rack. Daphne, beside me, sighed in relief, brushing a lock of hair behind her ear. I love my sister. I truly do. But if I had to watch her set one more hedge maze on fire while Vajra electrified the manor's dinner bell, I was going to cry. I chuckled. We survived mythical bird madness. Hogwarts is practically a holiday now. Time skip, it was a Friday night in late May, one of those warm spring evenings at Hogwarts where the sky blushed purple and orange before slipping into velvet black, and the scent of blooming flowers drifted in from the greenhouses. Final exams were approaching, and the tension was thick, especially since the school had recently been rattled by yet another attack, the discovery of Hermione Granger, petrified. Despite Harry Potter's killing of the basilisk and the destruction of Tom Riddle's diary in the Chamber of Secrets earlier that month, the effects of the attacks hadn't vanished. Hermione remained frozen, waiting for the effects of the Mandrake Restoration Potion. The castle held its breath. He was already halfway through my first tea sip of fire whiskey when Snape poured his own glass. "I never thought I'd say this," Snape muttered, leaning back in his chair. "But I miss the chaos of Christmas break." I snorted. "Because Astoria's chaos was at someone else's house." Snape raised a glass. "Exactly." We two men clinked glasses in mutual understanding. It had become something of a ritual Friday evenings, a quiet drink, and catching up like old war buddies. In a way, they were. Snape glanced sideways. "You know, Potter's little stunt WITH the basilisk and Granger still hasn't settled down. Poppy's been practically living in the hospital wing, and I've been brewing potions like a madman." "You always look like a madman," John said, smirking. Snape sighed. "You know what I mean." Yeah, John said, finishing his sip. "Want me to run a delivery for you?" "As a matter of fact." Snape reached behind the desk and handed him a wooden crate. "Calming drafts. Mandrake restoration elixirs. Give these to Pomfrey before we get too deep into our drinking. You might find her still upright." John grunted. All right. Don't start the whiskey without me." "I won't." "Maybe." The walk through the halls was peaceful. The May breeze slipping through the old stone windows was warm and fragrant, and the only sound was the echo of John's boots. The hospital wing doors were cracked open. John stepped in, balancing the crate carefully. But then he stopped dead. Draco Malfoy stood beside one of the occupied beds. Hermione Granger's. Still as stone. Still petrified. Draco held her hand. "You probably think I don't care," he whispered, voice cracking as if the truth itself hurt to say. "That I'd be glad to see you like this. But I'm not. I'm not, Hermione." He closed his eyes, drew in a shaky breath. "You were always, everything I couldn't be. Brilliant, fearless, kind even when people didn't deserve it." "When I didn't deserve it?" "And Merlin, I hated that. Because it made me realize how empty I really was." His fingers curled protectively around hers. "Every time I insulted you, tried to belittle you, it was because I saw what I was never allowed to be. You challenged everything I was taught to worship. Blood. Power. Pride. And instead of listening, I made you my enemy." He swallowed, eyes stinging. "But I see it now. The way you smiled when you were excited. The way you stood up to everyone, even me, for what was right. You were the light in a world I didn't even know was dark." A tear slipped down his cheek and landed softly on her bedsheet. "I don't know if you'll ever forgive me. Hell, I don't even know if you'll wake up. But if you do, if some miracle brings you back, I want to be worthy of standing beside you. Not as a rival. Not as a regret. But maybe someday, as someone who deserves your smile." He leaned in, pressed his forehead against the back of her still hand. "Please, Granger. Wake up. Give me the chance to make things right. I'll wait. However long it takes." I ducked into the shadows, stunned. After a long moment, Draco stood, wiped his eyes, and left the wing without noticing me. I waited until the door clicked shut before stepping forward and placing the crate on Pomfrey's desk. His heart felt heavier than before. Despite Harry Potter's slaying of the basilisk and the destruction of Tom Riddle's diary in the Chamber of Secrets earlier in the month, the effects of the attacks hadn't vanished. Hermione remained frozen, awaiting the effects of the Mandrake Restoration Potion. The castle held its breath. Outside, the wind kissed the turrets, and the forbidden forest rustled with whispers no one dared to understand. Inside the dungeons, the fire in Severus Snape's office crackled, casting gold across old stone walls. Bottles of potion, and the sharp edges of 2 lives lived in the shadows. Severus poured 2 glasses of fire whiskey. "This is stronger than last time," he muttered. "Your liver may not survive." "I fought a vampire witch hybrid last summer," I said, pulling the glass toward him. "I think I can handle a Scottish malt." Snape scoffed. "How off. Grumpy." We drank. For a while, we talked about nothing: cars, ridiculous students, Lockhart's abysmal dueling technique, and whether Vidra could technically qualify as a professor if he delivered lectures via screaming. Then the air shifted. "You ever think about how history loops?" I said softly, swirling the amber liquid. Snape's black eyes glanced up. "More often than I like." I leaned back, the edge of my smile thin, ironic. "Well, you're not gonna love this one." He arched a brow but stayed silent. "I went to drop off the potions you brewed. Thought I'd sneak out quickly. But then I saw him, Draco. In the hospital wing. Standing by Granger's bed." Snape tensed. His knuckles turned white around the crystal glass. "Explain." He was holding her hand. Whispering to her. Apologizing. Telling her to wake up. Sev, he was crying. Snape closed his eyes slowly, as if in pain. "So it begins again." "He wasn't faking it," I said. "It wasn't guilt, it was love. Or something real close. That kind of grief only comes when you realize you've been the villain in someone else's story for too long." Snape stared into his glass. "It's like watching my life unfold in another's skin. I stood by her once. The only difference was, Lily didn't survive long enough for me to apologize." I blinked, surprised. He continued, voice low and haunted. "I didn't cry until it was too late. And when I did, there was no one left to see it. No forgiveness to be earned." "You've been forgiven," I murmured. "Perhaps. But I will not watch Draco lose himself like I did. If I can change that ending, I will. I'll help you," I promised. "Even if it gets messy. Especially then." Snape's smile returned, grim but genuine. "Over Christmas, I told you and the green grasses Diana said yes." My eyes lit up. "So? When's the big day?" "August 10th, he replied softly. I grinned. "End of summer. Perfect. I plan to take Draco with me, told him we're going on a holiday to France. He doesn't know he'll be standing beside me at the altar." I choked on my drink. "You're kidnapping your godson for your wedding." "Strategic misdirection," he corrected, smirking. "Sure. Very Slytherin of you. He needs to see that love doesn't always have to end in regret. Especially with Hermione still petrified. And after she gets cured. I'll pull Draco to my side. Away from the darkness. He still has a choice. And I'll stand with you," I said, my tone sharper now. "He's your godson, Sev. And you're my brother not by blood, but by choice. I'm not letting you walk this path alone." Snape looked at me, eyes flickering. "Why, John?" "Because I hate the ending too. I hate that you had to stand alone when everything fell apart. I won't let it happen again. Not to you. Not to Draco." He took a breath, deep and long. "You idiot." I grinned. "Takes one to know one." Snape lifted his glass. "To Draco. May his story not end as mine did." I raised mine. "To Hermione. May she wake to something better." We drank. "And then, naturally so, who's the flower girl?" I asked. Snape groaned. "Astoria. She threatened me." I snorted. You've got a thing for terrifying girls. I teach Slytherin. For a while, we just laughed. Two brothers. Two soldiers. One promise. To change the ending. Chapter 35, Summer Break and Chaos. The thing about summer breaks is that they're supposed to be relaxing. Peaceful. Maybe even a little boring, if you're lucky. But when you're engaged to the Ice Queen of Slytherin, have a hyperactive phoenix child flying around your head, and a literal thunderbird as the second half of that chaos combo, well, relaxing isn't even in the same solar system. The moment Daphne and I stepped off the train and returned to Greengrass Manor, I could feel the peace evaporating like mist under the sun. The air shimmered with heat and chaos. Uncle Joan. Astoria. Before I could dodge, a flaming blur collided with me like a living comet. I staggered back, arms flailing, only barely managing to stay upright as a now fully transformed hybrid phoenix child clung to me like a koala set on fire. You're back. You're back. Vajra and I were waiting and we made fireworks in the barn and Mummy yelled, but then Vajra turned invisible and oh, wait till you see my new trick. God help me, I muttered, sending Daphne a look. T had screamed save me. She didn't. In fact, she smirked and folded her arms, enjoying my suffering. Don't call me uncle, I groaned as Astoria fluttered off me and hovered in the air like a smug little flame goddess. But you're going to be my brother-in-law, and you're old, she declared with a sing-song tone. I'm 13. Exactly. The next few days were a living fever dream. Astoria and Vajra had officially entered their menace era. The moment I tried to sit and read in the garden, a thunderbolt exploded a gnome statue 3 feet to my left. When I tried hiding in the library, Vajra crashed through the window with Astoria riding on his back, both of them shrieking like banshees on a caffeine high. John. John. I figured out how to dive bomb and throw FL aim at the same time. No. No flame indoors. Too late. One of the armchairs was now gently smoldering. Jesus Christ, I groaned, patting the fire out with my jacket. Daphne and Lady Greengrass attempted to enforce a schedule. It lasted 3 hours. Vajra. Drop the hedge maze topiary. No, don't incinerate it. Astoria, for the love of all things magical, stop trying to see if you can fly upside down under the dining table. Lord Greengrass tried to hold onto his dignity, which lasted until Astoria in Cha ended his mustache to curl like an antique teacup handle during a diplomatic tea meeting. With 3 pureblood guests. Snape. Oh, he called once, then never visited again. One particular afternoon, as I nursed a burn mark and sipped cold butterbeer, Daphne collapsed beside me on the lawn with a heavy groan. I swear, she said, face buried in the grass, if she sets fire to one more tapestry, I will personally bury her devil fruit in the rose garden. I chuckled weakly. Remind me again why we thought it was a good idea to give a child the powers of a flaming immortal bird. Because you said it would save her life, she grumbled. Should have let you give her the magma fruit. That's even worse. A shriek cut through the air. Astoria riding a dive-bombing Vajra, flinging glowing fire feathers through the sky like some deranged 4th of July celebration. Daphne didn't even flinch. Your turn. I sighed, stood, and muttered, time to negotiate with terrorists. Lady Greengrass eventually went into a kind of S.E. Renee fugue state. She no longer reacted to chaos. The last time Astoria ignited the hallway carpet, she just sipped her tea and calmly called for an elf with a fire extinguisher charm. Lord Greengrass, however, was cracking. I was once feared at the Wizengamot, he muttered to himself as Vajra buzzed overhead like a bolt of caffeine-fueled lightning. Now I can't even protect my fountain from bird droppings. It's good for the roses, I offered. Get out. One night, the whole house fell into silence. No explosions. No screaming. No flaming bed sheets. Daphne and I crept down the hall like burglars. "Do you think she's asleep?" she whispered. "She has to be. It's midnight." We peeked into Astoria's room. There she was. Curled up, a small human-turned phoenix in a blanket nest, snoring quietly. Vidra was curled beside her like a sleeping battery. "Peace." I turned to Daphne and smiled. She exhaled and rested her head on my shoulder. "We made it. For now. I'm never having more than one kid," she muttered. I kissed the top of her head. "Deal." And that, dear gods, was just week 1. Summer break, my ass. I was already regretting my life choices when Severus Snape arrived at the Green Grass Manor looking like a brooding magazine model with Diana Rockford, his gorgeous red-haired fiancée, hanging onto his arm like a scene from a luxury perfume ad. To be fair, Daphne and I had already met Diana before, back when I helped Sev finally gather the courage to ask her out, and Daphne met her during our late-night riding session. But today's chaos wasn't about introductions. Oh, no. This was about the world learning a truth they were unprepared for. Snape had game. Delphina Greengrass choked on her tea. Cedric Greengrass looked like he had seen Merlin reincarnated. "Holy hell," Cedric whispered, elbowing me as he stared at Diana. "Is that Diana Rockford? The Muggle bookstore owner you told me about?" "Yep," I replied, sipping my drink. "She's hot." Delphina narrowed her eyes. "Excuse me." Cedric flinched. "I mean, hot as in temperature. She seems like a warm person. Like tea. Spicy tea." Delphina crossed her arms. "You're already married to a perfectly good spicy tea." "Best tea," Cedric corrected quickly. "Premium blend. No contest." Snape, who had supernatural hearing when it came to Cedric's disbelief, smirked as he stepped further into the drawing room. "Good afternoon to all of you," he said smoothly, his usual deep drawl suddenly laced with casual warmth. Diana beamed and gave everyone a sweet wave hi. "I've heard so much about all of you." Cedric leaned toward Snape and whispered, "Do you have a redhead fetish or something?" "Lily, and now Diana." Snape shot him a sideways glance. "Maybe." Cedric's jaw dropped. "I hate that answer even more," he muttered under his breath. Daphne, standing beside me, just crossed her arms with a smirk. "And that, gentlemen, is what we call effortless charm." I held back a laugh. Snape smirked smugly as he adjusted his obsidian black leather jacket like a man who absolutely knew he was killing it. Lord Cedric Greengrass entered next, pausing mid-step when he saw Diana. He blinked. Then blinked again. "Severus," he said slowly, "when you said you were bringing someone, I didn't expect a real person." Snape read dryly. "A goddess," Lord Cedric finished, blinking again. "Forgive me." Delphina Greengrass, ever the composed matriarch, nodded in approval. "She's lovely, Severus." "Thank you, ma'am," Diana said with a polite smile. "And thank you for having me." Astoria peeked from behind her mother, eyes gleaming with curiosity. "Are you going to marry Professor Grumpy?" Snape sighed. "Yes, Astoria." "Poor lady," Astoria said, sighing dramatically. And that was the moment Daphne face-palmed. Delphina snorted. Cedric broke into full-on laughter. I simply clapped Astoria on the head lightly. "I think she'll survive." "Oh, I will," Diana winked. "He's a softie. Don't let the cloak fool you." Snape groaned. Then came the apocalypse. Wedding shopping in Muggle London. Diana had invited all the Greengrass women, Delphina, Daphne, and of course, Astoria. And they dragged us with them. As soon as we arrived, the Greengrass ladies were instantly dazzled by London. Lights, music, smells, endless shops. Muggle London was a world away from the conservative elegance of wizarding high society. "Oh my heavens," Delphina whispered, looking at a glittery window full of high-end fashion. "We've been living like cloaked hermits." "I want 10 of those," Daphne declared, pointing at a boutique filled with summer dresses. "I want everything," Astoria squealed, already pulling Diana's hand. Even Cedric stood mouth agape at the neon signs and giant LED screens. "I thought Muggles were supposed to be boring." Then the first shop happened. From that moment on, it was war. The ladies disappeared into a world of fabrics and fragrances, while Cedric, Snape, and I devolved into beasts of burden. Shopping bags piled up. The women spun through boutiques like they were on a televised fashion game. How? Delphina discovered lipstick that changed color based on mood. Daphne was seduced by a leather jacket with hidden zippers. Astoria bought sunglasses, hats, and things that didn't even fit her. "This is it," Cedric muttered as he stared at another Dre's rack. "This is how I die." Snape, holding at least 40 bags, said with the driest tone imaginable, "We are witnessing a level of retail warfare previously unknown to wizard kind." I whispered, "My feet. I can't feel my feet." When Diana asked if he liked her 11th outfit, Snape nodded with a blank expression. "You look radiant. Please don't ask again." Meanwhile, Cedric had an existential crisis in a perfume aisle. "John," he whispered. "What is bergamot? Why does it matter?" "I don't know, man. Just nod and say refreshing." Eventually, Snape deadpanned, "This is what Azkaban was like, right? Just more cheerful." Delphina returned, arms full of lotions and creams. "Severus, do you think this lavender toner complements my skin tone?" He nodded once, slow. "Why absolutely. I haven't even shown you yet." I could feel it. Just when we thought we were done for, Diana casually suggested visiting a high-end Muggle car showroom. And like that, everything changed. The green grass women were stunned into silence. Delphina blinked rapidly. Astoria clutched Daphne's sleeve. Cedric looked like someone had handed him the Holy Grail. Snape and I. We came back to life. We entered the showroom like warlords. Shiny Ferraris, Lamborghinis, Jaguars, and McLarens gleamed under our soft spotlights like museum relics from a futuristic society. This is what the Muggles ride in." Cedric whispered, awed. "Yes," I replied with pride. "These are gods among machines." Snape ran his hand over a matte black McLaren. The engine's a twin-turbo V8, 710 horsepower. 0 to 60 in under 2.8 seconds. Diana leaned toward Delphina. "Told you. He turns into another man around cars." Delphina nodded, still speechless. "It's beautiful." Astoria tugged on Daphne. "Can we fly one?" "Drive," Daphne corrected. Snape and I began detailing each car, becoming living encyclopedias of speed and engineering. Then came the test drive. Snape took the wheel of a Porsche 911 Turbo S, dragging a still, confused Cedric into the passenger seat. "Hold on," Snape warned. They disappeared in a squeal of tires and thunder. 20 minutes later, they returned. Cedric stumbled out, eyes wide, hair windswept. He placed a trembling hand on the hood and muttered reverently, "I've seen the gates of Valhalla, and Tehari made of carbon fiber and engine oil." We clapped him on the back. And then, in that sacred moment of rebirth, I placed a firm hand on his shoulder. "Cedric Greengrass, welcome to the dark side." Snape raised a hand dramatically. "We have horsepower." Cedric looked up with teary-eyed solemnity. "I accept the darkness." With pride. Diana and Delphina stared, utterly baffled. "We've lost them," Daphne muttered. "We escaped. Barely. We were battle-worn, emotionally shattered, and poor Cedric had glitter on his shirt. We collapsed into the manor den. Leather chairs welcomed us like war veterans returned from the front lines. "We did it," Cedric groaned, slumping into his chair. "Did we?" I asked. "I think part of my soul's still in that shoe aisle." Snape poured whiskey into tumblers without a word. We each took one. "To surviving," Cedric said. "To never doing this again," I added. Snape raised his glass. "To shared trauma." And we drank. For a moment, peace. Then, in that moment of silence, Cedric sighed. "You know, for the first time in history, we all agree on something." Snape nodded. "Let the record show, we do not go shopping with our women. Ever. Again." "Sworn by blood," I said. "Sworn by whiskey," Cedric added. We leaned back, cigars lit, and looked at the ceiling like survivors. Then Diana poked her head in. "Boys. We need opinions on nail polish colors." Snape visibly aged 10 years. "No," he whispered. And somewhere deep in the manor, Astoria laughed the laugh of chaos reborn. Chapter 36, The Wedding. The day started calm, a rare thing in my life these days. Daphne and I were tucked under a tree at the green grass summer estate, enjoying the last few hours of peace before the wedding chaos descended like a rogue bludger. I had just finished telling her everything that happened in the hospital wing. Hermione Granger, petrified. Draco Malfoy, kneeling beside her bed, clutching her hand with a desperation that pierced through the arrogance he'd always worn like armor. Daphne's reaction was immediate shock, disbelief, and then, sympathy. The sharp kind. The kind that cuts deeper when it comes from someone who used to despise the name Malfoy. "He really loves her, doesn't he?" she whispered. I nodded. "He doesn't even realize it fully yet." "But why? It's there. Buried under all that pride and conditioning. It just needs room to breathe." Daphne looked down, brushing her fingers over the fabric of her pale blue dress. "Do you think he'll get that chance?" "Only if we give it to him." She nodded slowly. "Then let's make sure he gets it." I'll admit, for all the things I've done, standing in the gilded drawing room of Malfoy Manor invited, mind you, wasn't how I pictured the start of this. But here we were, Severus Snape, perfectly composed, clad in stylish obsidian black muggle-wear that made him look like he just walked off the cover of Wizards and Wheels magazine. And me, trying to look like a harmless Ravenclaw student, despite the fact I could knock out a centaur with the gear hidden under my robes. Snape's hair was tied back, leather gloves tucked neatly under one arm, and an expression carved from pure granite. He looked every inch the potion master, but there was a strange softness in his eyes. Maybe it was nerves. Maybe it was disbelief that he was finally doing this. Lord Cedric Greengrass stood beside me, also invited as a respected peer of Lucius Malfoy and lifelong friend of Severus. He carried himself with aristocratic confidence that seemed to bristle the longer we waited. Then Lucius entered, all platinum blonde elegance and veiled disdain, trailed by Narcissa, serene but skeptical. And finally, Draco. He entered last, eyes shifting warily between all of us. "Severus," Lucius said with that cold, silky drawl. "What an unexpected pleasure. To what do we owe this, curious assembly?" Snape gave a polite nod. "Lucius. Narcissa. I've come to take Draco with me." There was a moment of dead silence, as if someone had vacuumed the air out of the room. Lucius arched a brow. "Take him?" "Yes. For advanced potion tutoring and apprenticeship. An immersion in real-world application, beyond what Hogwarts curriculum currently offers." Draco's eyes widened, and Narcissa tilted her head. "So suddenly?" Snape's mouth twitched in something dangerously close to a smile. "With the term over, there is no better time." Lucius looked at me. I kept my expression neutral, arms folded behind me like an obedient intern, not the Ravenclaw combat-trained operative I actually was. "And he?" Lucius asked. "John Bonds," Snape said, smoothly. "Ravenclaw. One of my most promising apprentices." Lucius frowned. "A Muggleborn?" Snape didn't blink. "One of the sharpest magical minds I've encountered." Draco glanced at me again. I gave him a quick salute. He blinked, clearly struggling to process this entire situation. "This is quite abrupt," Narcissa said. "Draco hasn't packed." "We'll wait," Snape replied. Draco turned to his father. "Can I go?" Lucius narrowed his eyes. "If this is what your godfather believes best." "I do," Snape said. "Then fine," Lucius said. "Do make sure he returns intact." Draco was visibly stunned, but he turned on his heel and began packing without protest. It was probably the most surreal thing he'd experienced all year, and that was saying something at Hogwarts. As he left the room, Narcissa approached Severus. Her tone softened. "You've always been like a second father to him. Please, keep him safe." Snape nodded once. "With my life." "You're really pulling this off," I muttered to him as the Malfoys left the room. "Did you expect less?" "No, I just thought you'd need a distraction. Like me setting fire to a tapestry." "Please don't." 5 minutes later, Draco returned, trunk in hand, and his expression caught somewhere between awe and suspicion. "So you're really dragging me off for tutoring?" Snape nodded. "You'll thank me later." Draco glanced at me. "And him?" "Let's just say you'll get used to John," Snape replied, already turning toward the exit. "He grows on you. Like mold." "Gee, thanks," I muttered. I thought Draco was going to combust. Not in a magical explosion kind of way, more like that dignified, aristocratic mental breakdown that only pure blood seemed to perfect. It started the moment we crossed the ward line of Malfoy Manor and walked toward Severus's parked Jaguar like we were heading out for a casual stroll. Draco, carrying his bags and still visibly confused, stopped dead when he saw the car. "Is that a car? A Muggle car? Professor, please tell me this is part of some experiment in magical transportation and not real life." Severus raised a brow. "You'll live, Draco. It's a car, not a thestral." But you own this thing." "Yes," Severus replied calmly. "And you drive it?" "I also wear tailored Muggle fashion and enjoy red wine on the balcony." Adjust. It was the kind of response that should have ended the conversation, but Draco was clearly spiraling. "I've never even been in a car." "Does it fly?" "Please tell me it flies." I laughed. "It doesn't. That's a different model." He looked betrayed. "Why am I in this metal box of doom then?" "Because you're being taken to learn something important," Severus said. Draco muttered something very aristocratic under his breath, probably questioning our sanity. As we got in, he stared at every detail like it might explode. "This isn't normal," he said. "I'm just saying it now." We drove in silence, letting his confusion marinate. But it didn't take long before he tried again. "So, this really isn't a potions retreat?" "No," Severus replied, "EYES on the road. But I packed vials. And goggles. I'm wearing my non-exploding robes." "You look lovely," I offered. "Thanks," Draco deadpanned. "Is this how Ravenclaws flirt?" "Only the classy ones." When we arrived at the estate Diana had prepared, a sleek countryside manor modernized with Muggle luxury and magical security, Draco's anxiety transformed into full-on panic. "This isn't a lab," he said. "Nope," I replied. He turned to Severus. "Are you sure we're not breaking international laws? Because this feels like a kidnapping." It's not a kidnapping, Severus said evenly. It's a rescue. Of me? Yes. From what? Severus gave me a nod. Time to drop the veil. We sat beneath a sky smudged with dusky hues, the kind that promised either peace or ruin. The tension clung to Draco's posture like frost on glass, rigid, unsure, desperate to hide everything underneath layers of pride that were beginning to crack. We hadn't even gotten to the manor when his suspicion burst like a dam breaking. So, you're telling me, Draco drawled, voice low and teetering on mockery, you took me from my home, drove me in some ridiculous muggle vehicle I still believe might explode at any moment, and now we're, what? Having a picnic? A séance? Should I prepare myself for a duel or a wedding? Snape let out a breath. You'll find out soon, he said. But before that, we talk. About what? Draco's eyes narrowed, flickering between us. Because right now, I feel like I've woken up in someone else's dream. Or nightmare. I sat down on the stone ledge beneath a willow tree, its branches swaying like memories. About you. And what you felt. That night. In the hospital wing. His shoulders locked. I don't know what you're talking about. Snape stepped forward, arms crossed. Do NT lie to me, Draco? I saw the shift in you months ago. I ignored it, thinking it was a phase. A crush. But Bond saw more. You think we don't recognize that look? The same look I had once, long ago, when I stared at someone I thought the world would never let me have. Draco flinched, and the bravado cracked just slightly. Just enough. He started. But the words died in his throat. Snape didn't let up. History is repeating itself, Draco. Same story. Different names. And I am not going to sit by and watch it end the same way. Draco turned to me. Why are you here? He asked. There was no anger in his voice anymore. Just bone-deep confusion and weariness. Who even are you, really? You're a Ravenclaw, a Muggleborn. You're nobody. I smiled, slowly. I'm nobody important, Draco. Just someone who refuses to let history write the same ending twice. You're his godson. He's my brother. And I'm here because you need to hear this. Because you love her. He sat down then, not collapsing, but folding like something too heavy to bear was pressing down on his back. I can't, Draco whispered. I can't love her. It's not about me. If I love her, if I even try to, she'll be hurt. My name alone could ruin her. If the Dark Lord ever returns, if my family finds out. His voice cracked. I'd rather die than see her suffer because of me. My throat felt tight. Snape looked away, his jaw tense, eyes staring at ghosts I knew were named Lily. You think I don't know that feeling? Snape said, quietly. I stood by while the woman I loved married someone else. I said nothing. Did nothing. And then I knelt at the feet of a monster who took everything from me. I lost her, he continued, voice low. I didn't fight soon enough. And I carry that regret every single day. I see it in the mirror. In my dreams. I won't let that happen again. Not with you. Not with her. Draco was silent. I'm not strong enough, he finally said. I've been told who I am my whole life. I don't know how to be anything else. I opened the small silver key. Inside was a perfectly shaped electric blue fruit, swirling with energy like a storm frozen mid-roar. This is the Goro Goro no Mi, I said. The Rumble Rumble fruit. It turns you into lightning itself. Unstoppable. Untouchable. If you want strength, it is. But power without reason is just another weapon. Draco stared. You're giving this to me? Yes. Why? I stood, walking closer. Because you're capable of love. Because when the storm comes, and it will come, you'll have to choose. And I want you strong enough to choose right. I want you strong enough to protect her. Even if she never knows. Even if she never loves you back. I want you to have that choice. Draco's hands trembled. Is this really happening? Yes, Snape said, a faint smile on H's lips. And it gets better. You're not just here for tutoring. Draco blinked. Then what? You're here, Snape said slowly, for my wedding. Draco's jaw dropped. Wait. You're getting married? To whom? To a squib, Snape replied with calm finality. A woman who sees the man beyond the robes. Draco reeled. A squib. In Muggle London. You're serious? Snape gave him a rare, amused look. I've never been more serious. Then Draco turned to me again. And you? What's your deal? I shrugged. Engaged. To your classmate, actually. To who now? Daphne Greengrass. Draco looked like he'd just short-circuited. I what the Ice Queen. And you're, okay, this is too much. He slumped into the bench like someone had punched the air out of him. You two are insane. Completely mad. And I think I'm hallucinating. Snape chuckled. Welcome to the Resistance. There was silence for a moment. The wind blew, soft and full of unseen promises. I'll take the fruit, Draco finally said, cradling it in his palms. And I'll fight. For her. Even if it means standing against everything I've ever known. I nodded. Snape stepped forward and laid a hand on his shoulder. We'll be there with you, he said. Every step of the way. And, Snape added with a smirk, I want you to be my ring bearer. Draco blinked, stunned. Me. There's no one else I'd trust more. Draco was quiet for a long beat, then let out a shaky laugh. Okay. Yeah. I'll do it. But. Merlin's beard. This is mad. He looked down at the glowing fruit, a smile ghosting his lips. You really think I can love her? Without fear. You already do, I said. Now let's make sure no one ever takes that from you. As the sun dipped behind the hills, and the light turned gold and red, I felt something shift. Not fate. Not destiny. Just a boy making a choice to be more than what he was told to be. And that was enough to shake the world. Draco's POV, I cleared my throat and stepped into the garden like I was preparing to enter the Wizengamot floor. The moment I spot Edlord and Lady Greengrass standing beside each other, Cedric looking relaxed in a perfectly ironed button-down, and Delphina in a flowing white blouse and jet black trousers that looked like they came from some glossy Muggle magazine, I froze. I bowed deeply, as my mother taught me. Lord Cedric Greengrass. Lady Delphina. Miss Daphne. Miss Astoria. I, Draco Lucius Malfoy, heir of House Malfoy, am deeply honored to stand in your presence. May the virtues of our ancient bloodlines continue to bind our Husas in strength and unity. Silence. Not polite silence. The what the hell is he doing kind of silence. Cedric blinked. Delphina slowly turned her head to her husband and murmured, did he just cast a speech? Feels like it, Cedric replied. Then she okayed back at me and gave a radiant smile. Draco, sweetheart. This is a garden party, not a political summit. Relax before you sprain your spine. Yes. Sorry. Also, Daphne said, biting back a laugh, did you just miss Daphne me like we're hosting a pure-blood cotillion? Astoria snorted. You sounded like a butler. My ears went red. And then I saw John, sipping his drink with his usual smirk. You know, he said, I could tell you were going to do that. Cedric owes me 5 galleons. You bet on me being formal. Snape, standing nearby, deadpanned, "You call that formal?" I thought he was about to recite his will. Diana genuinely laughed and stepped forward, extending a hand with the poise of someone who could command a room without raising her voice. "You must be Draco," she said, eyes twinkling. "I'm Diana Rockford, and yes, I'm the woman marrying your very grumpy godfather. Don't let the hair fool you, he's just as sarcastic under all that silk." I took her hand like I was handling a porcelain vase. You're the one he's marrying." She smirked. "Shocking, isn't it?" Snape grunted. "It's the eyes, Draco." She fell for my eyes. "I thought she was under the imperious curse," I muttered. Loud enough for everyone to hear. They all laughed. Even Snape. "Come on, Draco. Let's unbutton that metaphorical collar," Diana added, looping her arm through mine. She led me deeper into the garden, past flowers and small garden tables, and that's when I saw them all clearly. Every single green and grass, including Lord and Lady, was dressed in sleek, elegant Muggle fashion. Cedric wore a charcoal grey vest over a deep burgundy shirt with matching slacks. Delphina had traded the usual wizarding robes for a forest green pantsuit that shimmered like silk and looked like it cost half a fortune. Daphne was in a white sleeveless top with stylish black pants and heels. Even Astoria was in a miniature bomber jacket over jeans, sipping a pink smoothie like a rebellious fashion icon. Meanwhile, I was dressed like a Dickensian ghost. My traditional dark robes hung heavy in the summer breeze. I looked like I should be haunting an abandoned spell book. "Merlin's beard," I muttered, half to myself. "I look like I lost a duel to a drapery store." John clapped me on the back. "Come. We're taking you to the light." They dragged me into one of the manor's spare guest rooms, and within half an hour, I emerged a changed man. Tailored black jeans. A white shirt that actually fit my frame. A navy blue jacket that had structure. Leather shoes that didn't feel like burlap socks. I caught my reflection. And stopped. "Bloody hell," I whispered. I turned. John grinned. "You've just crossed into the world of taste." Delphina gave an approving nod. "Welcome to the 20th century, darling." "I've dressed like a cursed librarian for 13 years, I said in disbelief. "This whole time, fashion was real." Snape walked past in his wedding suit, blonde hair slicked back, obsidian tie, sharp jacket that screamed elegance and intimidation all at once. I blinked at him. "Sir," I said carefully, "no one is going to believe me when I tell them that Professor Severus Snape looks like an Armani model who moonlights as a spy." "I'll deny everything," he replied coolly. "How did you even get her?" I asked, eyes shifting toward Diana, who was currently sipping from a wine glass and chatting with Delphina like they'd been friends for years. "She looks like a Vogue model and laughs like she's never heard of dungeon sarcasm." John raised an eyebrow. "Tonight, you'll find out." Cedric grinned, practically bouncing. "Boys' night. Cars. You, me, Snape, and John. You ready, Draco?" "For what exactly?" Cedric clapped me on the back. "Tonight, my dear boy, you will see the gates of Valhalla. And they are remade of carbon fiber and engine oil." I blinked. "What does that mean?" John and Snape shared a smirk. "You'll see," Snape said, voice low and amused. Astoria streaked by in phoenix form again, laughing wildly as her flames flicked through the air. "What was that?" John leaned in. "She's a phoenix now." I choked. "What?" Then the red-tailed hawk with thunder trailing behind her swooped down Vajra. I jumped. "They're besties," John added. I stumbled backwards. "That's a thunderbird. A literal thunderbird." "And that's Astoria," Daphne said, sipping a smoothie. We all gave up questioning it. None of this makes any sense. "It gets better," Cedric said, handing me a glass bottle of something cold and fizzy. Try this. It's called Fanta. Muggle drink. Orange. Addictive. I took a sip. My soul left my body. This is ambrosia. You're starting to get it, John smirked. And this is why wizards are stuck in the Dark Ages. I shouted. Why the bloody hell do we still use quills? Delphina waved a nail file. Because most wizarding traditions are held together by dust and denial. Snape crossed his arms. We'll discuss more after dinner. Tomorrow's the rehearsal. The wedding is in 2 days. I looked up at the setting sun, the scent of phoenix smoke in the air, and the fizz of sugar and citrus on my tongue. Honestly, I had no idea what tomorrow held. But if this was what chaos felt like, I could live with it. Chapter 37, The Wedding, 2, Boys' Night Out. I had no idea what to expect when Snape and John told me to suit up. Tonight, John said, clapping me on the shoulder, we're taking you out for a proper lads' night. Muggle style. I'd never heard those 2 words in that order before, Muggle and style, but apparently, that meant clothes that actually fit, no robes, and hair that didn't look like it had been combed with a cauldron brush. So now here I was, sitting in the back seat of a Muggle vehicle, a Jaguar, apparently driven by my godfather who looked like he belonged on a billboard for high-end cologne. I still hadn't fully recovered from that. John and Cedric were in another vehicle, an Aston Martin, ahead of us. Not the infamous GTR John used during his more unhinged escapades. When Snape asked why not the Godzilla, John just grinned and said, "We're not ready for the Godzilla yet." I blinked. Godzilla? Isn't that a creature? Like a giant lizard thing? Snape glanced at me through the rearview mirror. Godzilla is a metaphor. A beast of speed and power. The GTR is its namesake, fast, feral, and not for the faint-hearted. So it's a car that's been named after a destructive monster. Precisely. I leaned back slowly. Right. No pressure, then. We pulled up in front of a sleek, warm-lit restaurant that looked nothing like the dusty old pubs I'd expected. This wasn't the Leaky Cauldron. This was something entirely different, modern, elegant, and somehow, alive. We walked in like a gang of well-dressed outlaws. John in a dark blazer, Cedric looking like a GQ model from the countryside, and Snape, my actual professor, striding in with the calm confidence of a Bond villain on his day off. I noticed heads turn. Actual heads. Women looking up from their tables. A hostess smiling a little too widely. A group of women in the corner whispering and glanking over. I was still reeling. We got a table near the open windows, the city lights glittering behind us like a fallen constellation. I didn't know Muggles could cook like this, Cedric said, flipping open the menu. Look at this steak with actual sauce. Merlin's nuts. John laughed. Welcome to the revolution. Snape just raised an eyebrow. Order something that doesn't scream you grew up in a magical broom cupboard. I'll take the cheeseburger, Cedric said proudly. I'll take what he's having, I added, still overwhelmed. John ordered something with too many syllables, and Snape? He barely glanced at the menu before telling the waitress, "Surprise me." The waitress, who looked like she stepped out of a romance film, blushed. Blushed. I stared. Then Cedric tried to flirt. Tough job here, huh? Bet it's nice seeing handsome wizards walk in once in a while. She blinked. I'm sorry, who? John coughed to hide his laughter. Snape just tilted his head slightly and gave her one of his cold smirked nods. Thank you, he said softly, and take your time. We're not in a rush. She looked like she was about to faint. Are you kidding me? Cedric whisper shouted as she walked away, red in the face. Cedric, I said, still in shock, did you see that? Did Snape juice tea woo a woman? Like. effortlessly. Snape didn't even blink. She has excellent taste. John sipped his drink, clearly enjoying this too much. You haven't even seen half of what he can do. Trust me. Are you sure he's not under polyjuice? I asked. He's a man of many layers, John said, putting his hand over his heart. And you, my dear Draco, are finally seeing the outer shell crack. Snape gave John a sideways glance. You're one to talk, Mr. Secretly a walking arsenal of magical warfare. The food reved. And I forgot the world existed for the next 10 minutes. Burgers that melted in my mouth. Fries that didn't taste like conjured parchment. Sizzling meat, sauce, the crunch of fresh vegetables. And cold drinks that fizzed on my tongue like spells of joy. I have been betrayed by the wizarding world, I said, mouth half full. We could have had this. And we settled for pumpkin juice and boiled beef. Dark times, Cedric said solemnly, licking his fingers. We lived in darkness. And sandwiches wrapped in sadness, John added. This is why revolutions start, I muttered. We talked, joked, laughed real laughter, and it was strange how natural it felt. Just sitting there. No robes. No house rivalry. No proper posture or blood status lectures. Just four blokes. Eating. Drinking. Existing. I wasn't Draco Malfoy, heir of the ancient house. I was Draco. 13. Full stomach. Fanta in hand. John raised his glass. To boys' nights. To madness. And to the slow but inevitable corruption of one Malfoy at a time. Cheers, we all echoed. Then the waitress came back with dessert menus, and this time, she leaned in closer to Snape and said, Would you like something sweet, sir, in a tone that could curdle cream? Cedric sputtered. He's not even trying. She finds sarcasm arousing, apparently, I muttered. John leaned over to me. Let it go, Draco. You're witnessing something unnatural. Just enjoy it. Snape didn't even smirk, he just raised an eyebrow and said, Surprise me again. I could feel Cedric physical die inside. We got our desserts. They were incredible. Something with chocolate and lava and a scoop of frozen divinity. By the time we were licking our spoons clean, Cedric had collapsed in defeat. He's the alpha, he moaned. He wins. I'm done. I leaned back in my chair, stomach full, nerves buzzing, eyes wide. I don't know what kind of curse tonight is, but I like it. And then Cedric grinned like a man possessed. You ready for the real fun? He asked, bouncing like a child before Christmas. The what? I asked. Cars, Snape said, standing up and adjusting his jacket. The night has just begun. I blinked. Are we racing? John smirked. Oh Draco, welcome to the dark side. And with that, the four of us walked out into the glowing city night. Ready to burn rubber and rewrite destinies. Draco, if you had told me a year ago that my godfather, the greasiest, grumpiest, least socially appealing professor in Hogwarts, would be racing through the heart of Muggle London in a sleek black Jaguar, flirting with Muggle women while being chased by flashing light-wielding magical aura equivalents called police, I'd have recommended you to St. Mungo's. But here I was. Who are those guys? I asked, staring at the fast-approaching blue lights in the rearview mirror. Police, Snape said flatly, shifting gears without missing a beat. What? Like the Muggle Aurors? Exactly. They enforce laws. And we may have broken a few. A few. We've ignored speed limits, drifted through 5 red lights, and you literally high-fived a street vendor while sliding sideways past a hot dog stand. Ah, he murmured, flicking on some classical music. 6 then. I stared at him in horror. My godfather was smirking. Smirking. and driving like a lunatic on Felix Felicis. Then he did it again. He rolled the window down, leaned slightly, and winked at a group of Muggle women standing at a corner. One of them actually moaned. Another dropped her phone. "Are you putting them under a charm?" "No magic," he said. "Just horsepower and confidence." I clutched the dashboard. I'm in a fever dream. Cedric, meanwhile, in the Aston Martin with John, I was experiencing a crisis of masculinity. Did he winked, John. And they swooned. I've spent years trying to flirt without stuttering, and he just, what the bloody hell is going on? John was too busy laughing. "Snape is the car," he said. "Man becomes a demigod behind the wheel. It's terrifying. And unfair." I shouted as we made a sharp right turn that pinned me to Teehee door. We skidded around another corner, police sirens blaring behind us like angry dementors with speakers. I could see the smoke rising off Snape's tires in the distance. "Draco, the police were close." Snape floored the accelerator and we tore through a tunnel, lights blurring above us. Are we gonna, pull over?" "Maybe." I asked. "Draco," he said calmly, eyes sharp, "we've already committed about 15 driving infractions, are being pursued by Muggle law enforcement, and you're wearing cologne that probably violates UN treaties. We are not pulling over. We're finishing the art piece." "What art?" And then he drifted. We slid through AT Junction sideways, like we were in a film. Sparks lit up the undercarriage, and then he flipped the car straight again like nothing happened. Then he blew a kiss out the window to another pedestrian. Her friends screamed. One fainted. "What in Merlin's name is happening?" "Cedric, I should have worked out more," I muttered bitterly, watching Snape's car ahead. John raised an eyebrow. "Excuse me." Clearly, Snape's charisma is directly proportional to his speed and jawline. "I have to catch up." "Mate, you're married." "I can still look charming." John cackled. "Good luck. Snape hasn't even started showing off yet." Draco, and then Snape, jumped a ramp. I screamed. I actually screamed. The Jaguar flew. For a glorious second, we were airborne. Police tires squealed behind us, but we were already landing, gracefully, with minimal bounce. Snape looked over at me, hair wind-blown, completely unfazed. "Your silence is appreciated." "I'm trying not to cry." "You're welcome." Then we spun around a fountain, somehow using the water as a visual enhancer. People cheered. Who cheers during police chases? We drifted past another sidewalk, where a group of models, actual models I think, were posing near a cafe. Snape smirked and dropped the window again. "Ladies," he said, voice silky and dark. Two of them actually chased the car. "I need to know your conditioner," one screamed. "Cedric," I was yelling the whole way. John followed the chaos route with equal style, though slightly more grounded. We drifted through corners, evaded spike strips, and went off-road once down a pedestrian plaza where a guy with a pretzel cart actually and John won mid-drive. Did that guy just tip you?" "Maybe. I need to change my whole personality." "Draco, teach me," I whispered. "What?" Snape asked, still dodging cones. "Teach me how to drive like this. And flirt. Like that. So I can, when I am older, I can maybe woo someone." He side-eyed me, actually touched. "You want to impress Hermione Granger?" I looked away. "I want to not feel useless. I want to feel like I can protect her, and maybe deserve her." Snape didn't laugh. He nodded once. "Then pay attention." He drifted again. Perfectly. Powerfully. "Cedric, you ready to see the gates of Valhalla?" I shouted. Draco, through the comm, replied like a convert. They're made of chrome and burn unleaded. And I love it. We laughed, screamed, leave it. John, they've turned, I muttered to Snape. You've corrupted them. Good, he said. Now they can survive. And we sped off into the neon-drenched madness of the city. If someone had told me at Hogwarts that one day I'd be sitting in a damn Mug-GLE convertible top-down, breeze flying through my perfectly styled platinum hair, next to John Bloody Bonds of all people, while my godfather Severus Snape passed out cigars like some mafia don and Lord Cedric Greengrass whose daughter Daphne was promised to John once he finished Hogwarts grumbled like he sat on a blast-ended scrot I would have hexed them into next week. And yet, here I was. Post-ride. Post-mayhem. Post-broom trauma. Parked just outside a gorgeous cliffside landscape rolling green hills bathed in moonlight, shadows dancing under the glow of a full moon, a view so perfect it could slap a unicorn into tears we looked like some cursedly attractive biker gang rejected by a Muggle cologne commercial for being too dashing. Cedric had picked the spot, muttering something about the light being good for brooding. He does that now. Ever since Daphne got engaged, he broods like it's a side hustle. John pulled out the beer's Muggle kind, ice cold, straight from a cooler enchanted with AC runes. Here, he said, tossing one to Cedric, who caught it midair like a seeker on stimulants. One floated to me, but John swatted it away with a flick. You're underage, Malfoy. I'm almost of age. I protested, deeply offended. Instead, I got handed a can. Red. Silver. Innocent looking. A Coke. I cracked it open. Took a sip. My taste buds detonated. Oh sweet milk of Merlin, I gasped. What in the sacred underpants of Morgana is this flavor? John chuckled. Cherry vanilla Coke. Muggles invented flavor combinations. Try ROOT beer later. It'll melt your soul. Cedric puffed on a cigar, rolled his eyes, and muttered, I'm outnumbered. First I had one Snape in my life, now there's two. One used to be a greasy git at Hogwarts, and the other is my future son-in-law. Snape, in all his leather-coated, Jaguar-driving glory, took a long drag of his cigar. Come now, Cedric. You married a green grass. You knew chaos came in the contract. Marriage didn't prepare me for car cults and soda worship. You love it, I sang, sipping more fizzy bliss. You're sniffing the upholstery again, Draco, Cedric sighed. You sniff new potion ingredients. Same thing. Snape smirked. He's not wrong. I leapt out of the car dramatically, my blue leather jacket catching the golden light like I was modeling for a rebellious runway in Milan. Why are we still using brooms? Look at this car. Look at it. This is divinity on wheels. This is mobility blessed by Aphrodite herself. This, I patted the hood reverently, this is a Jaguar. Cedric choked on his beer. John added, and it goes 0 to sexy in 3 seconds. I continued, now on my soapbox. Brooms are ancient relics. Museum material. They belong next to cursed tiaras and one-eyed cauldrons. You ever sit on a broom for 3 hours? Your spine contorts into the shape of a question mark. Not to mention the draft in awkward places, John muttered. And don't even get me started on wizarding fashion. Robes. Cloaks. Pointy hats. We look like extras from a low-budget fantasy series. Meanwhile, I spun dramatically, showing off my Muggle ensemble. This is Zara. This is Kashmir. Touch it, Cedric. I'm not touching you, Malfoy. Touch the fashion. No. Snape, with one eyebrow raised like a sarcastic archangel, deadpanned, I touched it here, liar. It's soft. See. Thank you, Godfather. I'm regretting that now. I want a membership card, I declared. To the Muggle Life Appreciation Society. John pulled out his phone, tapped a few buttons, and held up a glowing screen. Welcome to the cult. You're a premium tier member. You get 20% off at IKEA. Cedric sighed. I used to be a lord. Now I'm part of a soda cult led by a man named Bonds. We all laughed. Snape's laugh was rare, but when it happened, it hit like thunder wrapped in velvet. Cedric tried to hide his grin behind the cigar. Failed. The full moon hung high above us now, casting a silver glow over the scene like some ancient enchantment brought to life. We looked good. Like, front cover of GQ Wizard Edition good. John spoke again, softer now. Weird, isn't it? How this all feels, normal. It is normal, I said. Just not ministry approved, regulated by goblins and greybeards normal. Cedric exhaled slowly. You might be right. Don't let that get to your head. Too late. I'm going to exile myself now. I'll send postcards. Eventually, we packed up. John tossed his cigar like a movie villain. Cedric flicked his into a conjured ashtray. I attempted flare and flung mine straight into my shoe. Cue Cedric's wheezing laughter. I hate all of you, I muttered. Welcome to the dark side, John grinned. With cars, Cedric added. With air conditioning, I corrected. And so we returned to the villa Daphne had bought in the Muggle British countryside, a stunning estate surrounded by wildflowers and hedges so clean they probably whispered etiquette rules to passing squirrels. Snape's wedding venue. He was marrying Diana Rockford, a Muggle-born legend in her own right, and the entire villa had been transformed into something out of a magical high society fairytale. A large banner swayed gently in the wind, "Welcome to the Snape Rockford wedding grounds." I grinned, feeling something weird in my chest. Possibly love. Or indigestion. Probably both. This was living. And I still had more Coke in Teehee fridge. Chapter 38, The Wedding. 3. The night air was thick with enchantment, the kind that didn't need a wand to be felt. The green grass countryside villa shimmered like a castle plucked out of a fairytale and dropped into reality, with floating lanterns dotting the skies like patient stars. It smelled of blooming moonflowers, roasted vanilla, and a hint of ceremonial incense. The gravel crunched under our polished shoes as I, Cedric, Draco, and Snape made our way down the lantern-lit path toward the dressing quarters in the east wing of the estate. Tonight wasn't just any ceremony. It was his wedding night. Snape was quiet, more than usual though for him, that meant borderline mute, but I knew him. I'd known him for years now, close as blood brothers, the kind of loyalty you bled for. He wasn't nervous. He was something else. It was the weight of finally getting what he thought he never would, happiness. Inside the suite, a team of tailors and enchanted mannequins had laid out our suits like we were Banji inducted into some high-fashion secret society. My own navy suit shimmered subtly under the enchantments, the lining charmed with cooling spells. Draco, already fully dressed, was inspecting himself in the mirror with the intense scrutiny of someone preparing to face paparazzi. He adjusted the collar of his baby blue shirt beneath a crisp, obsidian blazer, then turned, sighed, and changed the angle of his pocket square by exactly 2 degrees. This silk, he muttered. It's imported. If I so much as sneeze near this collar, I'll cry. Cedric downed a small glass of fire whiskey and grunted from where he lounged by the window. You always say that. You never cry. Your hair's too expensive for it. I cried once, Draco said, affronted. That one time I tried wizarding meatloaf. It was a spiritual assault. I shook my head, laughing, as I adjusted my tie. We get it. You were a victim of Hogwarts cuisine. Rest in flavorless peace. Then the door creaked open and Snape stepped in. All of us stopped. He wore a DEP black suit, tailored to perfection, with storm gray lapels and a silver lapel pin shaped like a blooming lily, the same one Diana gave him on their first outing. His hair was pulled back loosely at the nape of his neck, enough to look refined but still like him. His wand was strapped to his forearm in a hidden sheath, as always, but tonight he looked less like a professor and more like a dark prince about to rule a moonlit kingdom. Cedric actually stood. Draco made a strangled noise and pointed. That is illegal. I'm reporting you to the Ministry of Fashion. Snape raised an eyebrow, stepping to the full-length mirror and straightening his cuffs. Gentlemen. You look good, I said, clapping a hand on his shoulder. Like, stupidly good. Snape gave a slight nod. Let's hope she thinks so. Oh, she will, Draco said, flopping dramatically onto the couch. Half her bridal party is already sighing whenever your name comes up. Someone literally referred to you as deliciously broody. Snape looked horrified. Cedric laughed. We gathered around a little bar. A ceremonial bottle sat there, aged fire whiskey from the green grass vaults, saved for this very moment. We each poured a glass. Even Draco, just this once. To love, I said, lifting mine. To survive, Cedric added. To suits that make people weep, Draco muttered. To Diana, Snape said softly. We clinked glasses and drank. The ceremony space was nestled within the back gardens, beneath a natural archway of enchanted willow trees. Silver-threaded lanterns floated overhead, and the aisle was strewn with moon petals that glowed faintly when touched. Snape took his place at the altar, and I stood beside him. Cedric and Draco flanked us, all of us dressed to perfection. Snape was still, breathing slow, his fingers twitching only slightly. She'll come, I said quietly. She's always been coming, he replied. I just never believed she'd arrive. The music shifted. Harps, charmed flutes, soft orchestral strings. And then the bridesmaids began their descent. They were radiant green grass women mostly, tall and graceful, followed by a mix of Diana's old school friends and co-workers, both magical and muggle. One or two definitely gave Snape more than a lingering look. Draco elbowed me. Third from the left winked at him. Twice, I whispered back. She's going to faint. I can feel it. Then came the moment. The air shifted. Everyone stood. The music held a higher note. And Diana appeared. She walked arm in arm with her father, a proud, stoic squib with gentle eyes and a gait that matched hers like a mirror. Her gown was something between ethereal and battle-ready elegance, lace woven with protection runes, a veil that shimmered like moonlight over water. She was breathtaking. Snape's breath stuttered. His eyes didn't just tear. They burned. I put a hand on his arm. She's yours, mate. I don't deserve her, he whispered. No one deserves that, Draco muttered. But you. You earned it. The ceremony, the vows were spoken beneath a canopy of stars. Snape's voice was strong but cracking at the edges. I have lived in silence, in shadows, for so long I forgot how to speak in light. But then you came. You never demanded I change, only that I be. You loved the potion-stained hands, the quiet, the fury, the calm. Diana Rockford, I vow to stand beside you in all things mundane and magical. I vow to burn for your safety, smile for your joy, and anchor myself in the storm you calm. I love you not in spite of what I've been, but because you showed me what I could be. Diana took his hands. I have always believed in magic, not just spells or charms, but the quiet kind. The kind that exists in voices that steady your soul. In eyes that see you at your worst and still say, stay. Severus Snape, you are that magic for me. I vow to build a life with you brick by imperfect brick. I vow to honor your past, walk beside your present, and believe fiercely in your future. You are my always. They exchanged rings, ruined and glowing with old, private magic. "You may now kiss," said the officiator. He kissed her like a storm breaking, gentle but overwhelming. The speeches, the reception glowed beneath lanterns and laughter. Tables were decorated with stardust charms, floating candles, and flowers that bloomed when touched. Then it was time. I stood. "Good evening, friends, witches, wizards, guests from both magical and muggle walks of life. And the house elf in the back who's sneaking bites of cake, don't worry, we see you. I'm John Bonds. I'm the best man tonight, and more than that, I'm Severus Snape's friend. His chosen family. And I want to talk about what that means. Severus is a man of depth, of silence, of pain. He's lived through wars most of us only read about. He's carried burdens that would break most. And for years, he believed he didn't deserve joy. But then Diana happened. She didn't just show up, she arrived in his life like a summer storm, unexpected and cleansing. She reminded him he was not just a man who had survived, he was a man capable of living. So tonight, I raise my glass not just to the love they share but to the healing it took to make it possible. To every step that brought them here. To every moment of doubt that didn't win. To Severus and Diana. May your love continue to be the kind of magic that saves. Crowd repeats in cheers. Snape actually dabs his eye. Draco stood next. "Hello. I'm Draco Malfoy. You know me. I'm the one who looks like a fashion ad most of the time. But tonight, I'm also a witness. Not to the Snape most of you know, the professor, the war hero, the brooding menace of Hogwarts dungeons. But to the man who once quietly took me aside during my worst year and told me, 'You are more than your father.' To the man who let me cry without asking questions. To the man who stood up for John when no one else would. To the man who, despite his ability to make potions that could level a dragon, still panicked when picking out the right tie for this very wedding. Diana, thank you for falling in love with our impossible, brilliant, secretly soft mentor. And Severus, thank you for proving to all of us that it's never too late to love. Or to be loved. To the Snape Rockfords. Laughter, claps, some misty eyes. Cedric followed. As a lord, I've given speeches at dozens of weddings. As a father, I've feared most of them. But tonight, I'm proud. I've known Severus for years, first as a peer, then as a challenge, now as family. There's a special kind of courage it takes to love after pain. And even more to accept love in return. To Diana, who shines like the moon tonight, and Severus, who has finally stepped into the light. May your life be filled with equal parts quiet tea and loud debates. With books you fall asleep in and mornings where you forget time exists. May your fights end with holding hands, and your triumphs be shared. To love. To magic. To you both. Later, beneath the stars, the bouquet was tossed. Daphne caught it. And she grinned at me like she knew something the fates hadn't decided yet. Draco just sipped his coke with an exaggerated eye roll. The NIGHT danced on. And love, ancient, unexpected, healing love reigned. It started off overly refined. The kind of music playing? Medieval wizarding string quartet, something that sounded like a cross between a funeral march and a court dance at a vampire sea oven. I leaned over to the enchanted record player, grimaced, and said, "We're not at a mourning ceremony, we're celebrating a bloody wedding." With a muttered charm, I swapped the music out for a high-energy muggle pop playlist I'd enchanted earlier. The bass dropped, lights pulsed, and the entire energy of the party transformed like someone had hit a spell-powered dance switch. The Green Grass girls, in particular, lost their collective minds. They hooped, linked arms, and immediately pulled Cedric into a group dance that looked suspiciously rehearsed. Even Draco's eyes lit up. This is culture, John," Draco declared, already bobbing to the beat while sipping from his coke like it was vintage champagne. The music was alive now, muggle rhythms, infectious beats, and charm spiked acoustics. It wasn't long before the garden turned into a magical rave with fine wine. And that was when the party really began. We were still in our tailored suits. I'd loosened my tie and unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of my shirt. Cedric was already on his second drink and had started telling slightly exaggerated war stories to a group of Diana's friends. Snape, yes, the actual Severus Snape, had a drink in hand, and was leaning against a marble column, smiling. Smiling. I wish I'd taken a photo. For science. Draco. Draco had removed his jacket, rolled up his sleeves, and was currently performing a magically enhanced karaoke duet of a Muggle boy band hit with one of the Green Grass Cousins. His voice? Surprisingly good. His dance moves? Questionable. But enthusiastic. Diana and Snape had already danced their first dance, a slow, graceful waltz that silenced the entire garden. The way he looked at her? Like the moon and stars were jealous. The way she looked back. Like she knew they were. After that, it was open season. I found myself pulled into a conga line with 3 bridesmaids and a drunk goblin ambassador. Draco summoned butterbeer floats with flaming sparklers for everyone under 20-1, or pretending to be. Daphne and Di ended up dancing together for one song. Her laugh rang out like a bell when I nearly tripped over a floating cheese platter. She held onto my tie like it was a leash. You know, she said, eyes glinting, catching the bouquet might be a sign. A sign that you're part seeker? I asked, spinning her. A sign that you're going to have to keep up with me, Bonds. Meanwhile, Snape had been cornered by Cedric, who now had his tie tied around his forehead like a warband and was recounting an old story about an early crashing a broom into the Forbidden Forest. Do you remember, Snape? 6th year? Nearly hit that hippogriff and you said, and I quote, "You fly like a troll on fire." I was being generous, Snape deadpanned, sipping his drink. That is what makes you a legend. At one point, the music changed. A slow, romantic instrumental charmed into floating harmonies. Couples flooded the dance floor. Snape held Diana's hand again, pulling her close. She rested her head on his chest, and the world seemed to quiet around them. I watched from a few feet away. Draco appeared beside me, sipping from a glass of something suspiciously purple. You ever think you'd see this day? He asked softly. Honestly, I said. Not in this lifetime. Maybe in a weird fanfiction. Draco snorted. Yeah. One of those enemies to lovers but make it Hogwarts professors type. We both laughed. And yet, I added, he's happy. Really, truly happy. Draco nodded. And he deserves it. After everything. Then came the after midnight phase of the party, which no one talks about but everyone remembers. This is where, the enchanted disco ball turned into a literal ball of fireflies that synchronized to the beat. Someone enchanted the cake to reassemble itself after every slice. The house elves formed a percussion band with kitchen utensils and honestly slayed. Snape and Diana disappeared around 1 a.m. to escape to the honeymoon suite, but not before Diana tossed her heels over her shoulder and yelled, "Don't break anything, boys." Snape smear-ked. They will. Probably Draco. Fair, Draco called back. By 2 a.m., I was lying in the grass in my shirt sleeves, tie around my forehead, watching the moon float higher and higher. Daphne lay next to me, head on my shoulder. Think they'll be okay? She asked. They've survived worse, I said. She turned to me. And us? I smiled, heart full. We barely begun. She sat up, grabbed a leftover glass of wedding punch, and clinked it against mine. To beginnings, then. To everything that comes after, I said. And the stars kept dancing above us. Chapter 39, Third year Astoria and Dementors. There's something distinctly uncomfortable about standing on platform 9 and 3/4 in full wizarding garb after spending an entire summer basking in the silk-y luxury of Muggle fashion. My blue leather jacket clashed with the dark Hogwarts robe slung over my arm, and I swear I heard the clothing mutter a complaint. The sky was overcast, as if it too resented the start of the school year. My trunk was already LO'd onto the train. Beside me, Astoria Greengrass, first year, wide-eyed, and currently trying to look composed, clutched a majestic red-tailed hawk perched confidently on her gloved arm. The hawk, Vidra, was no ordinary bird. He was John's Thunderbird partner, and currently Astoria's co-conspirator in all things mischievous. The two had become fast friends over the summer, much to everyone's surprise and mild concern. "Just remember what we talked about," Daphne said, adjusting her sister's collar. "No phoenix powers in public. Not unless it's life or death. Got it?" Astoria nodded solemnly. "I got it. I pinky swear." "She's taking this very seriously," John noted, approaching with his usual casual swagger. "Probably more than we ever did when we were her age. Because we were disasters," I muttered. "Beautiful, charming, dangerously well-dressed disasters." John laughed. "Oh. And Astoria, be careful with Vidra. He's a bit of a show-off when there's lightning around." "He told me," she said calmly. "Told you?" "Yep," Astoria said, beaming. "In my head. He said I have phoenix fire, and he has thunder in his blood. We're kindred spirits." I blinked. "Right. Of course. This is fine. Everything is fine." Daphne sighed and dragged John and me toward the train. As we boarded, Cedric and Delphina Greengrass appeared in their dramatic wizarding robes, clearly uncomfortable after being seduced by Muggle fashion all summer. "Astoria," Cedric said, voice firm but warm. "Do not under any circumstances use your phoenix powers in public." "I know," Astoria said. "I won't." "Daphne," Delphina added, "watch your sister." "And John." "Yup." John blinked innocently. "If anything happens to either of them, I will flay you magically and socially." "Understood," John said brightly. Cedric pulled John aside for a moment. "Also, if you plan another boys' night out, let me know. I want in. This time I drive. I'll woo everyone." Delphina's glare across the platform darkened. Cedric visibly shrunk. I almost felt bad. John saluted Cedric dramatically. "My hands are tied, sir." I clapped John on the back. "He's not making it past tonight." Cedric slumped away toward his wife like a man sentenced to magical execution. We claimed a quiet compartment. Astoria sat with Vidra perched on the window's sill, both looking smugly regal. Daphne raised a ward. John sprawled across from me. "How was Malfoy Manor?" he asked. "Dull. Silent. Judgmental. Mum's portrait sneered at my aftershave. Didn't she love you?" "She loved standards. Apparently I've slipped." "How's your devil fruit control?" I raised a hand and crackled a small bolt of lightning across my knuckles. "Much better. I can direct it. No more accidental wand zapping." "Handy in duels," Daphne said. "Even handier when I'm being ignored," I added. "A well-placed spark at someone's shoelace works wonders." John turned. "Draco, Astoria told me you talked to her about the fruit powers." I nodded. "Yeah. She was nervous. I told her about mine. She told me hers." "Phoenix," John said softly. "Powerful," I added. "Rare. And way too easy to notice." "She's doing well, though." Astoria waved from the window. Vidra flapped his wings, sending a tiny crackle of thunder through the glass. "Are we letting them be partners in crime?" I asked. John leaned back. We're trying to contain it. Letting it happen is just damage control at this point. We laughed, then talked about the wedding, the cake, Daphne catching the bouquet, and whether or not Cedric was still alive. Then came the chill. It started like an echo in the bones, a slow, icy pull at the corners of the compartment. The windows fogged. Vidra ruffled his feathers and let out a sharp cry. Astoria clutched her arms. Daphne's hand tightened around her wand. Even John sat up straighter. I knew what it was before I SAW them. The lights in the corridor flickered as the temperature plunged. My breath fogged in front of me. The door rattled. Dementors. They drifted slowly past the glass like shadows submerged underwater, faceless and silent but so loud in the way they made your hope shrivel. Astoria was trembling. Even Vidra, proud thunderbird that he was, hopped uneasily. That was enough. I stood up. Draco. John asked. I flicked my wand up, voice sharp and sure, expecto patronum. From my wand exploded light. Pure, radiant, blinding light. A white peacock soared out, its feathers glittering like diamond dust, tail sweeping behind it in a majestic arc. The corridor was bathed in moonlight. The Dementors reeled back at the sight of it. My patroness strutted forward, fully sea-orporeal, and with a flare of wings, chased them off like shadows beneath the dawn. The compartment exhaled. Bloody hell, John said, grinning. You've been practicing. Daphne stared, somewhere between shocked and impressed. A peacock, Draco. I smirked. They're vain. Beautiful. Protective. A perfect choice. I think you just like birds that match your wardrobe, John quipped. Astoria whispered, that was the prettiest thing I've ever seen. Vidra nodded in solemn agreement, because of course he did. The door slid open with a soft hiss. Standing there was a man in worn robes, with tired eyes and a kind smile. Slightly scruffy. Calm. Excuse me, he said, scanning us all. I'm Remus Lupin. I'll be your new defense against the dark arts professor. His eyes landed on the fading shimmer of my patroness, the last of the peacock's tail drifting into sparks. Who cast the patroness? He asked. I raised my hand. He blinked. His eyes widened. You're Draco Malfoy, he said slowly. Last I checked. He stared a moment longer. Then, to everyone's surprise, he smiled. Well, Mr. Malfoy. I'm impressed. That was a fully formed corporeal patroness. Very advanced magic. I nodded, trying not to grin too smugly. Thank you, sir. Lupin's face softened. Not many students your age can do that. And, not many raised the way you would have been taught how. That's something to be proud of. There was a beat of silence. I could feel everyone glancing at me. Then Lupin turned to the rest. Everyone all right? We nodded. He gave one more nod and a soft, approving smile. Good. I'll check on the next compartment. He was almost gone when he paused. Mr. Malfoy, he added, looking back. You don't have to be who they expect you to be. And then he was gone. I sat back down slowly. John nudged me. So. Patroness. Heroic save? Recognition from a respected professor? That's like, a hat trick for you, isn't it? Shut up, Bonds. Daphne leaned in and kissed my cheek. Not bad for the son of Lucius Malfoy. I'm better than Lucius, I said without hesitation. Yeah, John added. And definitely more fashionable. But I kept thinking about the bird in the window. About the girl with phoenix fire and a hawk full of thunder. About the light we all carry, even if we weren't meant to. And as the train rolled on toward Hogwarts, Astoria rested her head on Vidra's wing. I closed my eyes, lightning still dancing on my fingertips. Astoria eventually dozed off, curled on Daphne's lap, her small hands still half closed around a feather from Vajra. The hawk stood guard above her like a mythic sentinel. Daphne, in turn, leaned into John's side, her head resting gently on his shoulder, their fingers loosely interlocked in quiet affection. I watched them for a moment, a rare softness brushing the edge of my usual sarcasm. Then John looked at me with a lopsided grin. So, back to important topics. Let's talk fashion, music, and obviously cars. I grinned. Modern fashion has layers, John. Literal and figurative. Do you know how freeing it is to wear jeans and jackets that actually fit? And the belts, John added. Don't forget the belts. Magical Britain still thinks those things are optional. Don't even get me started on robes, I groaned. Wearing those again feels like stepping into a damp curtain. We both laughed. And the music, John said. Muggle music slaps, and you know it. I may or may not have an entire playlist enchanted into a bracelet, I confessed. Genre. Electro swing. With a side of rock ballads. Fight me. John chuckled. No fight. Respect. Then our tone shifted as John nudged me. You think anyone's going to recognize Snape at the Hogwarts staff table? I laughed. Absolutely not. They'll think someone polyjuiced into him. Oh look, it's a tall, sharply dressed man with actual charm and a wedding ring. Can't be Snape. They don't know he's married to a goddess, John added with a dreamy sigh. And they certainly don't know he has style now. I mean, did you see him in that black suit? The man looked like he could front a rock band and command a death squad at the same time. John grinned. True. But here's the question: how are your secret riding lessons with him going? I puffed up. I can drift now. John blinked. You what? I can drift. Not as good as you or Snape, obviously you two are basically automotive legends, but still. I hit a roundabout last month and didn't crash. Progress. You're officially a convert, John declared. Welcome to the dark side. We have traction control and heated seats. And tail lights that say get wrecked to broomsticks, I added with a smirk. A new year. A new storm. Let's see what we burn. There's something almost comforting about the clamor of the great hall, floating candles swaying overhead, golden plates glimmering under enchanted chandeliers, and the chaotic din of overexcited students piling into their house tables after a long summer apart. You could bottle the chaos and sell it as a perfume, back to school madness, with notes of nostalgia and pumpkin juice. I wasn't sitting at the Ravenclaw table. Instead, I was at Slytherin's, flanked by Daphne on one side and Draco on the other, which earned me a solid 10 seconds of glares, raised eyebrows, and confused whispering from half the Slytherin students nearby. Why is a Ravenclaw here? Someone hissed. Draco didn't even blink. Because John Bonds is Professor Snape's personal apprentice, he said coolly, shooting a sharp look around. He's also in the same year as us, third year. We're all 14, in case anyone forgot how numbers work. If you've got a problem with it, feel free to duel him after he teaches you how to breathe again. Or better yet, take it up with Professor Snape himself. I'm sure he'd love to make you regret every syllable. That shut them up nicely. Draco smirked. Daphne winked at me. I popped a grape and leaned back just a little. Across the table, a few of them stared like I'd just been handed a Slytherin passport. Draco Malfoy had been acting like he was part wolf, part caffeine-deprived addict. I swear to Merlin, Draco muttered, his silver eyes locked on Hermione Granger across the hall like she was the moon and he was an emotionally confused werewolf. If they serve only pumpkin juice again, I might hex the goblets. You good, Malfoy? I asked, even though I was clearly enjoying the chaos bubbling inside his soul. He huffed and whispered. I've been seduced. I blinked. Come again. Buy Muggle beverages, John. They have flavor profiles. Do you know what it's like to drink a vanilla Coke, milkshake, Blue Lagoon, and Fanta after all my life of pumpkin sludge? I can't go back. My tongue has standards now. I tried not to laugh. I really did. But the way he said it with all the doom of a Shakespearean tragedy broke me. I snorted into my goblet. And look at him, Draco added, nodding toward the staff table. Our dear Snape. Back in his Hogwarts form, long robes, hair like it lost a fight with a cauldron, glaring at Lupin like he's about to recite every grudge alphabetically. I followed his gaze. Yup. That was the Snape we knew. Is that grease in his hair? I asked. It's Snape essence, probably brewed to perfection. Man changes like a bloody metamorphomagus. 1 minute he's making women faint in a tailored suit and cars with Diana on his arm, next minute he's back to I will deduct house points for breathing too loud. Draco sighed. They don't even know he's married. He's out here role-playing his old self while the truth sits like a secret society. It was true. Besides Draco, Daphne, Astoria, and me, no one knew about the wedding. The rest of the school still believed Snape slept in his dungeons, whispering insults to spiders. A loud thunk echoed as the Sorting Hat settled on a tiny girl with intense blue eyes and a subtle smirk. Green grass, Astoria. Draco sat up a little straighter. Astoria walked up calmly, arms at her sides, carrying herself with all the poise of her bloodline and a girl who had befriended a Thunderbird. The hat barely touched her head. Slytherin, it bellowed. Our table erupted in cheers, and I gave a small clap as she joined us, sitting proudly next to her sister, who tried to look neutral but was clearly glowing inside. Dumbledore rose at that point, arms spread wide. Welcome back, students, both new and old. Another year, another chance for wonder, magic, friendship, and far too many exams. Polite laughter. A few groans. Before we begin the feast, he continued, a few announcements. First, we are joined this year by Professor Remus Lupin, who will be taking up the post of defense against the dark arts. Scattered applause followed. Lupin gave a humble nod from his seat, while Snape's expression turned into something carved from stone. I see Snape's thrilled, I whispered. Ecstatic, Draco said. I think his eye just twitched. I'd say they had history, but Snape only has vendettas. Draco nodded solemnly. He probably alphabetized them by pain level. Dumbledore raised a hand again. Second, I must address the matter of the Dementors. As some of you may have noticed, our train was visited by these, rather unpleasant guests. Whispers shot through the hall like wildfire. Thankfully, Dumbledore continued, no one was harmed. And in an act of impressive magical skill, one of our own students drove the Dementors away with a fully formed patroness charm. You could hear the jaws drop. I am pleased to award 100 points to Slytherin, and an additional 50 to Draco Malfoy, for his bravery and magical excellence. Silence. Shock. And then, slow, stunned clapping. I turned toward Draco, who looked both proud and slightly smug. Across the hall, Hermione Granger was staring at him like he'd just stood up and spoken fluent unicorn. Draco gave her a half smile, the smug little sparkle barely contained. She blinked, then looked down at her plate like it had betrayed her entire worldview. I'm putting that on a plaque, I muttered. Draco Malfoy, Patronus Caster, Granger Breaker. I am incredible, Draco said quietly. Daphne reached across Astoria and smacked him lightly on the arm. Don't get cocky, peacock. The feast finally began, dishes appearing like a banquet explosion. Roast chicken, potatoes, pumpkin pasties, and something I suspected was treacle tart in disguise. We ate. We laughed. We whispered about classes. I may have telepathically told Vajra to not dive bomb the Gryffindor table. He only sort of listened. And through it all, I kept glancing at the staff table, watching Snape sneer, watching Lupin smile gently, and watching our secrets sit quietly behind layers of performance. Yeah. It was gonna be one hell of a year. Chapter 40, Snape on fire. If second year was chaotic, third year at Hogwarts was downright ludicrous, equal parts trial, triumph, and teenage disaster. The year began like any other, except with more Dementors, more drama, and slightly less pumpkin juice thanks to Draco's ongoing protest against wizarding drinks. It was weird, really starting the term already so deep into things. Most people spent their first month settling in, but not us. We had storm clouds, secret marriages, devil fruit powers, and emotional trauma delivered before the start of term feast. Welcome to Hogwarts. Daphne and I found a rhythm early on. Classes together, late night study sessions by the fire in the common room, and just being around each other. She had this way of grounding me with a look soft but sharp, like a knife hidden in silk. Third year also meant electives. I took ancient runes and arithmancy, hoping to understand magical systems better for my research under Snape. Daphne went with care of magical creatures, which she later regretted deeply after nearly losing a shoe, and a toe, to a fire crab incident. We spent weekends in the library. Or more truthfully, I spent weekends researching in the library while Daphne pretended to study but really just teased me from across the table. There were moments, quiet ones, that meant more than anything. Like when we snuck out one night to the astronomy tower and just sat in silence, her head on my shoulder, the stars above, no words needed. Just warmth. And house. Always chaos. Astoria, now in Slytherin, was carving out a reputation as a tiny queen of controlled mischief. She and Vajra the Thunderbird were inseparable, and I got no end of flack from the professors every time she snuck the bird into the greenhouse. Draco was, well, Draco. He was still snarky, stylish, and totally not into Hermione Granger, according to him. But his magic had grown stronger. The peacock patroness wasn't a fluke, he had real talent. And under Snape's informal guidance, and mine, unofficially, he was flourishing along with his control over his lighting form. Now he can transform his full body into lighting and can charge attack up to 50 kV. There were fights too. With other students. With teachers. With ourselves. There were tears, not always visible. The weight of being different, powerful, or simply too aware of the world. Dumbledore kept a closer eye on us than we liked. Snape pretended he didn't care, but gave me extra assignments disguised as detentions. Lupin turned out to be a brilliant teacher, and even Snape, reluctantly, acknowledged that. And through it all, Daphne was my constant. By spring, it was like breathing next to her, easy, natural, right. We never had to say we were together. Everyone just knew. She'd squeeze my hand under the table, and I'd smirk like a fool. Slytherins rolled their eyes. Ravenclaws tried not to be nosy. Gryffindors didn't matter. Final exams came and went. I aced potions, obviously. Snape wrote a single word on my final parchment, impressive. Daphne kissed me outside the dungeons after grades were posted. Not for show. Just for us. And that was how third year went. A storm. A bond. A year that changed everything. Well, that's it for me, but for Snape that's a complete another story. Severus's POV, the Whomping Willow. That cursed, blasted tree. It swayed in the wind, docile only due to a simple knot on its base. A door to a tunnel. A tunnel to a shack. A shack where monsters had once gathered. And where monsters gathered again tonight. I moved quickly, robe snapping around my boots as I descended beneath the roots. The air was thick, earthy, ancient, and humming with an electricity I couldn't quite place. My fingers curled instinctively, my wand already drawn. I wasn't supposed to be here. Not Tianite. I was supposed to be grading idiotic essays about mooncalf migration patterns. Instead, I was hunting a fugitive and chasing ghosts. And a werewolf. That part hadn't been on the syllabus. I entered the shrieking shack just in time to hear Potter sh out something idiotic again and see Black rise from the shadows like some wild specter. Lupin followed behind, disheveled but calm. For now. The children Potter, Granger, Weasley stood huddled in confusion, half horror, half intrigue. And there he was. Bloody Pettigrew. Somehow alive. Somehow sniveling. It unraveled quickly after that. Truth spilled like potions knocked from a shelf. Pettigrew was the traitor. Sirius had been innocent. And Lupin, my former classmate, was seconds away from losing Control under the full moon. But before the transformation, before the fury, another betrayal. Potter stepped forward, wand raised between me and Black. "Professor, stop. He's telling the truth. He didn't betray them, Peter did. He tried to murder me," I growled. "And you expect me to believe his word now?" Harry's eyes flicked to Sirius, then back to me. The distrust in his face was unmistakable. I extended a hand toward him. "Give me your wand. You'll follow me. All of you." He hesitated. Then made the same mistake his father would have. Expelliarmus. The spell hit. And passed through me. Right through a hole of flame that bloomed in the center of my chest, my body rippling like liquid fire. Their jaws dropped as the spell whizzed through me and fizzled out harmlessly against the wall behind. Ron choked. "Bloody hell," Hermione gasped. It went through him. Sirius looked like someone had slapped him with a dictionary. He's not even solid." I let the flames ripple again, reforming my chest as I stepped forward, embers trailing from my boots. "Now do you understand?" I said, voice smooth and lethal. "That is why I am a professor. And you are still incompetent children." Their eyes were wide. Potter lowered his wand with trembling fingers. I sneered. "Let us try that again. Give me your wand." His hand moved slowly. Then came the final insult. In the brief moment Potter fired the spell, and as it passed harmlessly through me like a breeze over flame, Pettigrew vanished. The rat. The coward. Gone. I turned sharply, eyes wide, flame curling up my arms with fury. "No." Sirius snarled. He ran. I wheeled on him. While you all argued, while Potter tried hexing the one person keeping you alive, your precious Peter crawled back to the shadows. The flames surged. The temperature rose. The walls themselves groaned with the heat. And then the moonlight hit Lupin. He shifted. "Just like your father," I spat. "Quick to hex. Quick to judge. You have no idea what you've just done." Sirius chuckled behind him. "Still see and handle a schoolboy spell, Snivelus." I turned on him, eyes narrowing into slits. "You barely survived Azkaban and still have the gall to mock me." Hermione's voice wavered. "Professor, your hands, they're on fire." "Is he burning?" Ron gawked. "No," Sirius muttered, blinking in disbelief. "He's controlling it. Merlin's beard, he's actually." I stepped forward slowly, like a prowling flame. The children backed away. How are you doing that?" Harry asked. I sneered. "That is why I am a professor. And you are still incompetent children." Then came the transformation. The moment the moonlight caught Lupin's skin. He shifted. Bone snapped. Flesh contorted. Fur erupted like cursed flames. The students screamed. Sirius transformed in a flash of black fur and fury, but he was injured, unsteady, still recovering from Azkaban's curse. The wolf lunged. And then I moved. I stepped between them all, wand in hand, coat billowing as I grabbed the 3 students and Black with one sharp flick of my free arm, dragging them behind me. I was the shield. The firewall. The fury. Lupin's wolf form screeched, salivating, yellow eyes glowing with primal rage. He was never my friend. None of them were. Not Potter, not Black, and certainly not Lupin the quiet coward. WHO watched it all happen with a bowed head and averted eyes. They called themselves marauders, but I knew what they really were. If I was fire now, it was because they forged me in it. Behind me, I said, voice cold and quiet. What the professor? Potter croaked. Is that your shut up, Potter, I hissed. And then I set my hands on fire. Twin plumes of flame erupted from my palms, licking the air like hungry dragons. My sleeves burned away in ribbons, exposing my arms covered in scars and runes inked with precision. The heat cast shadows against the old wood walls. I let the flames wrap up my forearms and crackle like serpents. What the bloody hell? Ron muttered. Is he on fire? Hermione gasped. Oh, come off it, Sirius barked, rolling his eyes. What, am I supposed to call you Professor Snape now? I raised an eyebrow, flames curling around my knuckles. Considering I'm currently the only thing standing between you and a rabid werewolf, you can call me Sir Black. I smirked. Magic. I didn't give them more. No explanations. No confessions. My secret, my fire was not theirs to question. Lupin Wolf leapt. I didn't flinch. He came at me like a storm of fur and fang, but I was the inferno. I was fire itself. He hit nothing. The moment his claws re-ached my chest, I let my body become flame. He passed through me, literally his momentum carrying him straight through a roaring pillar of heat that singed the tips of his fur and earned a shocked, strangled yelp. He landed hard on the other side, skidding through a broken bench. I reformed in a flash of fire, stepping forward with the echo of embers trailing behind. My eyes locked with his. I've burned through worse things than you, I muttered. He growled, enraged, but I wasn't done. I lunged forward, faster than he expected. My flaming fist slammed into his side, sending him flying into the far wall. Wood cracked. Dust rained from the ceiling. He recovered faster than I anticipated. Snarling, he circled me. I rotated my shoulders and let the fire intensify. This wasn't just magic. This was control. This was rage. This was John's training flowing through my limbs, sweat-soaked sparring, broken bones healed over hours, and his infuriating commentary about my form. Lead with your left. Pivot. You're not a skeleton, you can move. Merlin, help me, the brat was right. I moved like fire. Fast. Unrelenting. I struck Lupin's knee, forcing him to stagger. I launched forward, twisting into a roundhouse engulfed in flame that singed the fur from his chest. The room shook. I was winning. The students stared. Holy hell, Ron whispered. Snape's beating the crap out of a werewolf. Why is he on fire? Hermione repeated, as though asking would make sense of it. Bloody awesome, Sirius muttered, coughing. Another roar from the wolf. Another charge. I let the flames climb higher. My body screamed under the pressure, but I'd trained for this. John had made sure of it. I planted my heel, summoned everything I had, and released it. Get down. The fire roared like a tidal wave. My arms spread wide, and an arc of flame engulfed the wolf, not to kill but to drive him back. The heat singed the walls, melted dust into glass. The wolf yelped, staggering toward the exit, fur smoking. And then he fled. Panting. Limping. Burned. I stood in the silence that followed, smoke curling from my fingertips. The room smelled like ash and wet wood. Professor Snape, Hermione finally said, breathless, You just fought off a werewolf with your bare hands." "Flaming bare hands," Ron clarified. "Are you all right?" Harry asked, his voice laced with something that sounded suspiciously like respect. I straightened my coat. "I am unharmed." "How did you?" Sirius began. I turned slowly to them. Magic. Their expressions were priceless. Wide eyes. Slack jaws. Complete and utter disbelief. I turned, flames retreating into skin. "Come," I said. "We have a matter to deliver to the ministry." And behind me, as they followed, no longer defiant, no longer skeptical, I walked with my boots crunching over broken wood, smoke trailing behind me like a shadow made of fire. They would never look at me the same again. Good. The hospital wing reeked of antiseptic potions and the faintest traces of ash. I sat stiffly in a high-backed chair near the hearth, where Madame Pomfrey had tried twice to fuss over my singed coat and minor bruises. I waved her off both times. My flames had protected me better than any hospital ward ever could. The silence was grating. Dumbledore stood across from me, leaning heavily on his staff, his eyes not twinkling, but sharp and glassy. He hadn't spoken yet. Good. I was in no mood for sentiment or speeches. The door opened behind us, and two Aurors stepped in, accompanied by Amelia Bones and a younger scribe from the ministry. Their expressions ranged from curious to outright terrified. They'd all heard about the flames, about the werewolf, about the professor who turned to fire and beat a monster into retreat. Dumbledore gestured for them to wait. "Leave us," he told them calmly. "Just a few minutes." To my surprise, they obeyed. The room emptied. He turned to me. The silence hung, brittle. "You're not going to ask how I did it?" I said, voice flat. "No," Dumbledore replied, folding his hands. "I know better than to expect an answer when you've already decided it's none of my business." "Smart man. You stopped a werewolf from killing children," he added, almost softly. "You protected them." "Of course I did," I snapped. "You think I would have let him harm them because of old grudges? I am many things, headmaster, but I am not a fool." He tilted his head slightly, that searching look in his eyes. "And yet you're refusing to rejoin the order." "Yes. We need you." "No," I said, more sharply. "You need a spy. You want your double agentee back. You want me to play the pawn again." "I won't." Dumbledore blinked. "Severus, if he returns," I said coldly, rising to my feet, "then he will face me directly. I will burn him from the inside out. I don't need to slither in the dark to fight monsters. Not anymore." The fire crackled behind me. I did not miss the irony. Dumbledore was silent again. "You wonder about my power," I continued, eyes narrowing. Don't ever pry, headmaster. I am what I am because the world made me this way. You may not like it, but you will respect it?" He opened his mouth to speak again. I didn't let him. I raised my wand. A single silver glow erupted from its tip, slow and radiant. The room grew brighter, quieter as a shimmering doe stepped from my wand's light and walked across the floor. Dumbledore's breath caught. He recognized it instantly. Of course he did. A tear fell from his eye. "After all this time," he whispered. My throat was tight. My voice, when it came, was barely audible. "Always." The doe lingered a moment longer, then faded. I turned from him. "We're done here." Point of view, Harry Potter. Harry sat in the far corner of the hospital wing, elbows on his knees, staring at the floor like it would suddenly explain everything. Ron was beside him, unusually quiet. Hermione looked like she'd swallowed an entire encyclopedia and still couldn't find the right page. "He turned into fire," Harry muttered. Actual fire, Ron said. Like, the spell just passed through him. That's not just magic, Hermione whispered. That's elemental. It's like he's not human. Or he's more than. Harry nodded slowly. And he saved us. He pulled us behind him. He fought off Lupin as a werewolf. Ron's mouth twisted. With his bare hands. Flaming ones. Harry didn't say it out loud, but something in him had definitely flipped upside down and back again. He rubbed his eyes. Okay, but seriously, did anyone else see him just stand there while a werewolf tried to kill us? Mate, Ron said, voice hushed in reverence and disbelief, he literally turned into fire. I think the werewolf bounced off him. Hermione was blinking furiously. It was like something out of a Muggle spy film except with fire fists and sarcastic insults. Right. Harry leaned forward. Like I expected Snape to hiss and vanish into his coat. Not go full James Bond meets flaming Batman. What even was that? He didn't even flinch, Ron said. The spell passed through him. Like poof hole in his chest. Reformed. Still sneering. Hermione nodded slowly. It's terrifying. And also, kind of impressive. I mean, he was the coolest person in the room. Don't say that too loud, Ron muttered. You'll summon him. Next thing we know he's riding a flaming motorcycle through the dungeons, Harry added. Stopping for a cup of disappointment and a fresh batch of sarcastic remarks, Hermione finished, stifling a giggle. Ron grinned. Who knew the greasy bat was secretly a superhero? I'm not ready for this timeline, Harry said, collapsing back onto his pillows. But even as they joked, there was an unspoken agreement in the air. Professor Snape had just saved their lives. And that changed everything. Chapter 41, Vote Notice. Hey guys, it's me, the author. I have been thinking of if I should start with THE 4th year or I will again drop some multiverse mission on John. So please vote here. Mission, 4th year, if mission please vote worlds, I am planning on 2 to 3 worlds, House of the Dragon, Stranger Things, Wanted, K-pop, Demon Hunter, Descendants of the Sun, K-drama, Bring It On, Ghost, K-drama, Wednesday, Stranger Things. Please choose, I will announce the result tomorrow. Also check out my new fanfic, it's only 8 chapters and a rom-com one. Engine Roar and Hardcore. Please check it out. Chapter 42, Result and another vote. So hey guys, it's me again, the author. The results regarding the vote is here. 1. Wanted 2. Wednesday 3. K-pop, Demon Hunter, and I am planning this to be long mission. Also Draco and Daphne will accompany him this time. Also I have some other ideas regarding future fanfic, so can you help me choose which one I will write first? 1. Modern Family, SIOC with template system, 2. Stranger Things, SIOC with Devil Fruit, 3. Game of Thrones, Jon Snow SI with system. Also I will start writing from Sunday as I have to rewatch Wednesday and Wanted. It's been long time since I have watched those two. And I will announce the vote result this Sunday. Chapter 43, New Mission and Companions, Result and a new vote. Another year is finished now for the next year. From the 4th year the real shit will begin with Tom's return. I sighed as I opened the door of my house. And boom, another letter waiting in front of me after 2 years. I should ignore it, but with the Tri-Wizard tournament and Tom's return I might need some more power up for everyone, as they are going to need it in future. I opened the letter. Hello soul number 106,547,832,259. We thank you again for completing those previous missions we assigned. Currently we have 3 more missions for you, if you want, of course. WHH is going to take you some time to finish, so we allow you to bring 2 companions with you from your current world, and we will also offer them the same reward we gave you last time. We also offer them a single spin before the missions begin. So we hope you choose your companions wisely, and if they want to accompany you, all they have to is sign the letter with you, and all three of you will get transported to the same white room with Freja, who will give you details of your mission. The worlds you are assigned are 1. Wednesday 2. Wanted 3. K-pop Demon Hunter. We will wait for you and your companions' arrival. Sincerely, the Department of Afterlife Management. That's new and good too. I have to talk with Snape and Daphne if they want to go with me. Fast forward 30 minutes. I was standing in the green grass drawing room. Daphne sat with crossed arms and that I'm skeptical but intrigued look. Draco slouched dramatically across from her, messing with the collar of his new modern blue jacket, his personal rebellion against wizarding cloaks. Snape stood near the window, half in shadow, black robes draped like an avenging bat. Of course. So, let me get this straight, Draco said, eyeing the parchment like it might explode. You got another letter from your cosmic paper pushers. Department of Afterlife Management, I corrected. Bureaucracy for the dead. They love me. They don't sound like they love you, Daphne muttered. They sound like they want you to blow up more timelines. Same thing, I shrugged. Anyway, why 3 missions, 3 different worlds? I get to pick 2 companions. I may have pre-decided that I'm not dragging Astoria into this. Daphne rolled her eyes but smiled faintly. Good. Or you'd be coming back with feathers in your hair and your heart pecked out by Vajra. A fair point, I said. Anyway, perks for you: 2 free power-ups. 1 spin for each mission completed, also a bonus spin for participating. Draco perked up immediately. We get to spin a wheel. Yes, Draco. Like a game show. But with S upper powers. He practically bounced. I'm in. I turned to Snape, my half-grin fading as I waited for his reaction. He didn't disappoint. He just pinched the bridge of his nose, exhaling like I'd asked him to volunteer as tribute. Absolutely not, he said. I have a wife who is carrying my child. You can destroy dimensions without me this time. Fair, I said, trying to hold back a grin. And besides, we need you to cover Draco's absence. Tell the Malfoys he's with you on an extended potion retreat. Or so mething. Draco snorted. Brilliant. If Father finds out I'm spinning a wheel in another world, he'll spin my head off. He won't, Snape snapped. Because I'll tell him nothing. Daphne's parents arrived halfway through my pitch. Lord Cedric Greengrass adjusted the cuffs of his deep emerald Italian suit, glancing at his reflection in the polished glass of the Greengrass Manor's modern living room. He muttered something about imported leather seats as he admired his new sports car parked outside. Lady Delpina sat nearby on a plush white sofa, clad in a navy pantsuit, an iPad balanced on her crossed knee. Her smartwatch buzzed every few seconds with Astoria's new favorite streaming cartoon playing upstairs. Lord Greengrass, I said, all polite smiles. I'm borrowing your eldest for a bit. Cosmic contract. Again. Cedric groaned. Boy, last time you dragged her back smelling of werewolf and you blamed it on universal wind currents. Technically accurate, I said brightly. Delphina narrowed her eyes at Daphne. You're the only one who can handle Astoria when she cause havoc with Vajra. Who will calm her now? Daphne pointed at Snape without hesitation. Severus. Snape's eyes snapped wide open. Absolutely not. Too late, I said, waving the letter. Look. 3 signatures. Draco's in, Daphne's in, now we just need yours. If Astoria burns the manor down with that bird, Cedric began. I'll rebuild it, I promised. Better. Modern. With air conditioning. Delphina sighed. Just bring her back in one piece. Promise. I unrolled the letter across the coffee table. Sign here. And here. Draco, stop doodling on it. Draco smirked. It needed a snake. Daphne elbowed him. Sign properly. Snape leaned over, his scowl so deep it probably had its own zip code. He didn't sign, just crossed his arms. You won't tell me where? He asked. Easy missions, I said. Piece of cake. His stare could have withered granite. If she returns with a missing limb, she'll come back with extra limbs if anything, I said. Will of power, remember. Draco snorted into his sleeve. Fine. Snape hissed through his teeth. Go. I'll handle the excuses. Daphne gave him a quick peck on the cheek. Yes, the stoic Professor Severus Snape got an actual sisterly kiss from a green grass. He blinked like a startled bat. Take care of my sister, she muttered. Always, Snape said. Draco signed with a dramatic flourish. Daphne followed with neat loops. I signed last. The parchment glowed a sickly cosmic blue and folded itself into nothing. When we stepped into the White Room, time froze. Freyja waited there, looking every bit the tired junior manager stuck on overtime. She wore a crisp white blazer, trainers, and clutched a tablet like her life depended on it. I stepped forward, hand tight around Daphne's fingers. Freyja, meet my fiancée, Daphne Greengrass. Daphne nodded coolly. And this is Draco Malfoy, the Thunder Prince himself, who's definitely going to break something expensive before the day's done. Draco shot me a glare. Rude. But you rate. Freyja lifted her eyes from her tablet just long enough to sigh. Great. More paperwork for me. All right, team, eyes front. This is about the loom of fate. She flicked her wrist. A holographic tapestry spun into the air, threads dancing, forming words, faces, symbols. The loom isn't just a metaphor, it's real. It predicts deaths that must happen to keep balance in the world. When used properly, it's brutal but necessary. The fraternity enforces these fated deaths, one clean shot at a time, to cut off chaos before it spreads. She tapped the tablet, zooming in on a face, Sloane. This is Sloane. Big boss. He used to keep it clean. Now. He forges threads. Kills innocents, spares guilty ones for cash. He's rotting the fraternity from the inside. Next came Fox, deadly eyes, gun raised. Fox is his top assassin, loyal, fierce, but lied to. She thinks she's killing for balance. She's being fed fake threads. Draco whistled low. Dark. Then there's Wesley Gibson. Freyja swiped, showing a young man's face beside an older one. Cross was Sloane's partner. He found out. They tried to kill him but failed. Cross went underground and started hunting the fraternity members. Sloane tricked Wesley, his son, into hunting Cross, telling him Cross betrayed the fraternity and killed his father, who have no idea who his father is or how his father related to a super-powered assassin club. Daphne's eyes glimmered frost. So Wesley is a pawn. Exactly, Freyja said, voice sharper now. Your job, break that chai and save Cross, show Wesley the truth, turn Fox to your side, and kill Sloane and every corrupt lieutenant loyal to him. The loom stays pure, no more fake threads. The fraternity lives, but clean, doing what it was always meant to do, kill to keep balance, not for profit. I felt Daphne's fingers tighten. Understood. Draco leaned back, smirk curling. So we're fixing fate and committing murder. Fun date night. Freyja rolled her eyes. Just do it right, okay. The loom's real power is delicate. Break it, and you don't just lose balance, you unleash chaos everywhere. Also, I get blamed for it, and my boss hates surprises. I nodded. We'll handle it. Freyja glanced up at me, a tiny grin slipping through the tired. Good. Now, spin your gifts, summon your assets, freeze your enemies. Keep Wesley alive, save Cross, get Fox to see the truth, and burn Sloane to ashes. She looked at Daphne and Draco. Welcome to the fun part of John's life. Try not to blow it up. No promises, Draco and I said at the same time. Daphne just sighed and smiled. Freyja snapped her fingers. The spinning wheel shimmered into life beside her, glowing with runes and flickering images. Ladies first, she said. Daphne stepped forward, calm and regal. She pressed her palm to the wheel. Frost crackled where she touched it. The wheel spun wildly, showering sparks of cold light. It slowed, clicking like gears until a symbol locked in, a swirling crown of ice. Frost Monarch Template, Freyja declared, reading from her tablet. Full command of cold storms, blades, armor. You're basically winter now. Daphne's eyes glowed, a pale mist escaping her breath. Perfect, she murmured. My turn. Draco jumped in, nearly pushing Daphne aside. He slapped his hand on the wheel. A spark of blue lightning danced over his knuckles. The wheel roared to life again, spinning so fast the symbols blurred. It stopped on a silver shape. A sleek exosuite projection shimmered in the air. Nano armor suit, Freyja grinned. Summon at will. Auto defense. Enhanced strength, speed, stealth, and yes, it looks awesome. Draco hooped. Modern tech beats magic. Hogwarts wishes it had this. Daphne flicked Frost at him. Behave or I'll freeze the suit controls. Draco stuck out his tongue and I just laughed. Freyja watched, exasperated but amused. Done. Now go fix the loom, save your assassins, and try not to trash reality. Please. She paused, blinking, then slapped her forehead. Wait. Oh. Crap. One small detail. Daphne crossed her arms. What detail? Oh, just a tiny thing, Freyja said quickly, flipping her tablet. The fraternity you're dealing with, they bend bullets. Draco's eyes bulged. They what? They bend bullets, curve them mid-air, ricochet them perfectly. They can even slow their perception of time. Basically, they do physics murder magic. And you forgot to mention this. Daphne's voice went arctic. Freyja held up her hands. I have 3 million case files. I don't get holidays. My stress, eating is so bad I invented stress pizza. You almost de-robbed us into bullet ballet hell without warning. Draco howled. Is Hogwarts cursed or is it you? Freyja scowled. Technically it's Hogwarts. Anyway, yes, you'll face assassins who can make bullets do the tango. But here's the good bit, with your magic, your bodies are more adaptable. With training, you can learn the same tricks. I whistled. So, wizard bullet benders. Exactly, Freyja snapped. But don't expect it tomorrow. They've spent years perfecting it. You three are smart, figure it out. Daphne tapped her ice-cold foot. Next time, tell us everything up front. I tried. Freyja said. Your magical spam wards hate me. I'm not a dark spirit. Draco crossed his arms. Next time I'll have an owl slap you with the manual. Freyja made a rude gesture with her tablet. Anyway. Kill Sloane, save Cross, rescue Wesley from stupid, and get Fox to stop being brainwashed. Also, don't get shot in the face by a ricochet. Daphne leaned closer, frost misting the air. Do not forget things like this again. Or I'll ice your whole office. Ha! Joke's on you, I work from a volcano dimension. Freyja shot back. Then I'll freeze your coffee supply. Daphne smiled sweetly. Draco cackled. And I'll override your nano firewalls just to blast disco music in your files. Freyja's eye twitched. I hate you. Now go save Fate. Before I lose my last vacation day to your idiocy. I gave her a thumbs up. Got it? We'll bend bullets to watch us. Out. Freja yelled and the white room exploded in light as we were thrown into fate's mess. Notice, so here is the vote result and the winner is Modern Family, SIOC with template system. Also I have a question, who should be the FMC here? 1. Alex 2. Haley. I will declare the result with next chapter. Chapter 44, Time for Hell. I mean training. Rain smeared the glass towers of Chicago as we stepped out of the white flash, 3 strangers in a city that didn't care. Neon flickered off rain-slick streets, car horns bellowed, and somewhere a train rattled overhead like a dragon in the dark. Draco spun in a circle, arms flung wide. John. Look at this. Merlin's sweaty socks. We're in the future. Daphne arched a frosty brow. It's the present, genius. Just not our present. I clapped Draco on the back before he danced into traffic. Well, come to the 21st century, Malfoy. Try not to get run over. Draco grabbed my sleeve, bouncing like a sugar-high child. Where's the nearest car dealership? I need a Ferrari, a Lamborghini. No, 2 Lamborghinis. And a phone. And a microwave. Daphne tugged at her coat collar, eyeing the passing people. Modern fashion is tolerable, she murmured. Though some of these skirts are barely cloth. Draco barked a laugh. Don't look, Ice Queen. You'll freeze Chicago out of shame. Behave, I said, dragging THM off the sidewalk before a cab made Draco a hood ornament. We need a base first. Draco looked back at the neon jungle. So, we're just here. Like this. Aged up, I said. Legal. Fake papers, digital history. Freja sorted it. Daphne raised a brow. And you trust a cosmic intern with our legal status? More than I trust you two not to set Chicago on fire, I deadpanned. I led them through streets reeking of oil and street food, past flickering signs and rusty fences, until we reached a crumbling old factory. Paint peeled off bricks like sunburned skin. Perfect. Here, I said. Our new base. Draco peered inside. You bought a haunted factory. I'm resourceful. You're cheap, Daphne corrected, smirking. Inside, the air tasted like rust and dust. OLD pipes rattled overhead. I dumped my pack on a broken workbench. Draco flopped onto a creaky chair. So, Headmaster John, what now? I leaned against a pillar, arms crossed. Now you learn how to bend bullets. Drive cars like devils. Fight with blades, GUNS, your hands. You'll train until you hate me. You will kill to protect, to defend what matters to us. Draco's grin slipped like melting frost under sunfire. So we're really talking about killing. No more hexes at safe targets. No petty house duels under Hogwarts stone. Real bodies. Real graves. Real screams that never stop echoing. Yes, I said, voice like a drawn blade. Blood they'd spill anyway, ours, our families, our future children's. We make sure it's theirs instead. We don't flinch. We never freeze. Draco's eyes burned hotter than a lightning curse. So be it. For my mother, for Severus and Diana, for Hermione, gods, especially her, for Astoria. For you, John. You're the brother I chose in that miserable castle. And for the kids you two are bound to have. I swear they'll know Uncle Draco's the best bad influence alive, teaching them cars, cursing, and where to hide the fire whiskey. Daphne's voice cracked but didn't break, like ice under iron boots. And how do you not break apart after? How do you stand over it all, John? You don't break, I said. You bend. You carry every ghost until they don't weigh you down anymore. You remind yourself why you're not the one in the dirt. Draco stepped closer, eyes blazing. I'd rather drench my hands ready than stand at your funeral, or Diana's, or Astoria's, or Hermione's. Or watch your kids grow up asking why Uncle Draco didn't fight. I'll gut that future with my wand and my gun first. He let out a laugh that crashed through the dead beams. And when They come for us, they'll find I buried my fear with their bones. Daphne closed her eyes, the frost monarch's breath shimmering around her fingers. Then teach me to freeze that fear solid. Let me crack it when they come for mine. Astoria. Mother. Father. Why owe you? Us. Draco's voice dropped lower, a thundercloud waiting to burst. No mercy for monsters. We become the shadows at their door. The nightmare that hunts the nightmares. I raised my hand, palm steady. One vow. No ghosts haunting us. No regrets. No mercy for wolves at the door. Draco slammed his hand to mine, grin savage as a wolf. First bullet's mine for my blood, for Sev, for Diana, for Hermione, for you, for the future. Uncle Draco will keep them laughing even if the world burns around us. Daphne's hand pressed to ours, frost biting my skin. First storm's mine for Astoria, for my family, for you, John. For everything we're owed. Our magic snapped together, crackling frost, thunder, and flame, rattling the rotten pipes like the city itself's hiver at our oath. Together, I breathed, promise and curse tangled as one. Always. Whatever it costs. Draco's grin split wider, wild and free. And when the corpses cool, we'll take your kids to the Muggle Auto Show and watch them wreck their first e-nins while you both pretend you don't know who taught them. Daphne's laugh cut the frost. They'll learn from the best, Malfoy over our dead bodies. I chuckled low, fire in my gut. Over plenty of dead bodies, apparently. Now we begin. Draco's grin melted into something wolfish, sharp at the edges. So we're wolves now, John. Wolves that rip throats first and ask questions later. We're worse, I said. We're the thing wolves fear. We do not break, we do not beg. They'll come for us and they'll vanish into the dirt. We'll tear their throats out before they whisper our names. Draco laughed, savage and ready. Good. Let them run. Let them taste my claws if they dare circle my pack. Daphne's eyes iced over, a winter storm behind her pupils. We guard ours. We bury the threat. We smile at the blood if that's what it takes. I leaned closer, voice steel and flame. When they come and they will, you do not hesitate. You do not flinch. You burn it all to keep Astoria safe, to keep Diana safe, to keep each other breathing. Understand? Draco's breath misted between his teeth. I'll be the nightmare that howls at their doors. For Sev. For Diana. For Hermione. For your children, John. I'll stand in the dark so they never see it. Daphne's frost wrapped my wrist. I'll freeze my mercy to stone. I'll break it for every hand that reaches for Astoria. I swear it. Our magic roared between us. My voice cut through like a blade drawn under a winter moon. Then stand with me. No ghosts behind our eyes. No mercy for the monsters. We're wolves with fire in our veins. Draco slammed his palm to mine, grin wicked. First blade's mine. First corpse. First warning to the world, don't touch what's ours. Daphne's hand joined, frost biting deeper. First storm's mine. I'll drown the world in ice before I see it claim you, John. Or you, Draco. Or any of ours. Then it's settled, I growled. No one lives to tell the tale if they stand against us. They'll call us wolves, they'll call us worse. Good. We are worse. Draco's smile was all teeth. Then let's hunt. What followed was weeks of thunder and steel. Dawn to dusk to dawn again, no mercy. I dragged Draco and Daphne through every alley of Chicago's underbelly. Draco would cuss until his throat bled, Daphne would freeze her own sweat before biting back tears. John, Do we really need to run on rooftops at 4 bloody a.m.? Draco gasped as we leapt between fire escapes. You want to outrun a bullet? Learn to fly, I shot back. Daphne only smirked, landing light as frost. Inside the factory, I slammed knives in their hands. Block, twist, stab. Again. Draco hissed as his fingers blistered. Couldn't we just avada them and call it a day? No wands, I barked. You lose it, you die. Then the driving drills. 3 a.m., stolen Mustang S creaming down Chicago's veins. Handbrake drift. Draco whooped, wheels smoking. Daphne cussed him out in 3 languages. Now the time for the hunt. What followed was raw. No magic. Just blood and grit. It was fists, blades, and gunfire in a rat-run alley. The alderman's muscle thought they were predators. They learned they were prey. Draco smashed his elbow into a thug's jaw, teeth snapped loose. I caught a pistol whip with my forearm, slammed the thug's head against a dumpster till the wet thud went silent. Daphne danced in close, drove her knee into a man's ribs, twisted, and smashed his temple with her elbow. A heavy swung a crowbar. Draco ducked, hooked his arm, ripped the crowbar free, then jabbed it into the man's gut twice, spine once. Blood sprayed the brick wall. I parried a knife slash, turned it, buried it under a chin. Steel flashed wet and fast. Gunshots cracked. Daphne rolled under a fire escape, pivoted up, double-tapped a shooter's skull. Another charged. She slipped aside, slammed H's throat with her forearm, forced his gun up, 2 muffled pops, down he went. A bear of a man grabbed Draco in a choke. Draco bit his ear, head butted backward, jammed a knife under his ribs and twisted. He shoved the dying thug into a second, smashed them both into a pile of crates, then stomped their necks for good measure. I grabbed a steel pipe off the ground, parried a thug's punch, cracked ribs, then swung for his knee. Bone snapped loud. The man fell screaming. I finished it with 2 shots to the chest. More muscle thundered in bigger, meaner, faces tattooed with old gang scars. One tackled me. We rolled in filthy water, fists, knees, elbows. I slammed his head into a drain grate until the fight bled out of him. Daphne pinned another to a wall, using her gun as a club. She fired once under his chin. Splatter painted the brick. Draco, behind you. I barked. He spun as a knife flickered, caught the wrist, snapped it back, twisted the blade free, stabbed it low into the man's gut and dragged it AC Ross. He panted, blood dripping off his boots. A final thug lunged at Daphne. She pivoted, used his momentum to flip him over her shoulder. She landed on him, pistol pressed to his eye socket. One pull, no mercy. Sirens closer now. Blood mist hung in the cold night air. Our clothes soaked, boots slick. Mustang. Now, I growled. Draco wiped a smear of blood from his cheek, grinned like a wolf. Hell of a warm-up. A black Tahoe smashed our flank. Draco cursed, I've got it. He spun the wheel. We slammed into an alley. Mirrors clipped dumpsters. Shots chased us. I leaned out, emptied a mag at the SUV. Stay low. Daphne barked, reloading. 3 more behind. We burst into traffic. Draco's knuckles white on the wheel. We lose at whacker. A sedan swerved, boxed us. I kicked the door open, grabbed the driver, broke his jaw on the window frame. Daphne yanked me back inside, blood on her sleeve. Another SUV rammed us. Draco spun the Mustang reverse 180. We shot backward down the street, Draco laughing. Still breathing. Keep driving. I barked, reloading. In the rear view, headlights swarmed. Daphne leaned out, bracing. She double-tapped a thug through the windshield. He slumped, car veered into a fire hydrant. An armored van blocked the next street. Draco smash through, I ordered. With pleasure. He slammed the pedal, steel screamed on steel. We punched through, doors flaring open. I grabbed Daphne, rolling out as the Mustang spun in sparks. We hit the ground running. Alley. Rusted stairs. Close quarters chaos. A goon tackled me, we slammed into a wall. I smashed his face with my elbow. Draco booted a second thug down the fire escape, knife flashing. Stay tight. Daphne yelled. We cut through a laundromat, glass shattering, dryers spinning. 2 more hired muscle burst in. Draco flipped one into a washing machine, slammed the lid, fired 2 shots into the metal. We spilled onto the street. Cops now sirens. Draco hijacked a parked Charger. John, in. We burned rubber through Chinatown headlight-s ghosted walls. Behind, SUVs roared. Brace. I shouted. A crash sideswipe. Sparks rained. Draco flicked the wheel, drifted through an intersection. I leaned out, double-tapped the SUV's driver. It fish-tailed into a bodega. Shortcut. Daphne pointed. Draco swerved, cutting through a junkyard chain-link fence shredded. A thug dropped from a truck. Draco clipped him with the bumper. Don't stop. I barked. More lead, more screams. No mercy. When the final crash echoed and we skidded beneath rusted bridges, our breath steamed the windows. No ice. No thunder. Just 3 wolves in the dark alive. Next round's on me, Draco rasped, hands shaking. And the next hit, Daphne said. No more mercy. This was Chicago. This was real. And this was only the beginning.